What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku got 100 girlfriends. Welcome to the Harem fic where the heroines never lose. Supported by each other and their magnificent boyfriend, Izuku, 100 ladies from My Hero Academia, and perhaps beyond. Find endless fluffy happiness and fulfillment in their 100-way, one-of-a-kind relationship. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Brypops for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. Chapter 1. 4 Faithful Encounters. Kitsumi and Ochako. Izuku took a deep, long breath before bowing deeply before the girl in front of him, who in turn gasped slightly in surprise. Shutting his lips tight, he mentally recited his confession while focusing his sight on his bright red shoes. The spring air drifted softly, warm and comforting, just like the slight push of encouragement he needed right now. Tomi. Ever since we've had the same homeroom class together, I knew I liked you. His right arm shot up diagonally from his position, holding out a single flower for her. Would you please be my girlfriend? Immediately after asking, his breath hitched and he held it, the coat of his middle school uniform feeling way too tight as he did before he heard her breathe deeply. Midoriya, you're a very sweet guy, and you're honestly amazing. I love how badly you want to be a hero too. Izuku's eyes widened slightly with excitement. For some reason, I get so sick when I think about dating you, I'm sorry. Jiga. Izuku croaked as pain pulsed deep inside his chest, like his soul itself, was gut-punched. Tomi excused herself, leaving Izuku to fall to his knees as his heart and spirit broke into shards. His arm slumped down, his flower dragging across the ground as he did. The warm spring air suddenly felt like it drifted right through him and became a heavy and cold draft that made him want to just shrivel up and die. With a small sniffle, the young man dragged himself from his knees back onto his feet, wiping his knees of dirt, and trudged towards the gate to go home and maybe shrivel up there. Just as he passed the gates, the sounds of his feet nearly dragging across the ground were soon accompanied by another set of feet just to his side and behind him, tailing him for a full block. Not that Izuku paid any mind, but by then he gave a deep sigh and the person behind finally pipped up. Damn, that bad, huh? Izuku closed his eyes for a bit and raised his head slowly before looking back at Kitsumi. Yeah, that bad. She said she felt sick at the thought. He explained, before turning away in shame and sniffling again. Kitsumi sighed shortly, her shoulders slumping a bit as she walked over and patted Izuku's shoulder awkwardly. Given the difference in statures, the simple apathetic but trying gesture rocked the smaller boy's entire body like a scale. Deku, look, I'm sorry, but I just have to get over it, I know. He finished, before wiping his eyes and nose with his sleeve, then making a determined fist and pursed his lips tightly as he looked up to the sky, small pink leaves fluttering by, and to an eccentric like Izuku, two crossing or close ones look like flying hearts, like a divine gesture to say. Love is in the world. Why yeah. I'm a lover, so there will always be another girl, right? And no matter how many times I get rejected? He asked, as Kitsumi just nodded stiffly. You're like an unrelenting hero of love or some crap. Then, the blonde bomber put her hand to her chin, her brows furrowing slightly more than usual. Say. With that Tomi chick, how many girls those that make it? Izuku chuckled timidly. Why you mean rejections? Exactly 100. If Kitsumi had a drink she would have spat it out, even backing away slightly as her brow furrowed at Izuku. Damn. More like a monster of love. Don't you have any standards? Shit, any shame? I've got plenty of that, I assure you. Ignoring her short friend's comment, Kitsumi began to wonder again. Still, don't you think it's weird? She asked hypothetically, turning upward a bit as Izuku tilted his head slightly at her with curiosity. You'd think by now everyone's opinion of you would be in the shitter. But the girls seem to like you, as a friend of course. She explained, instantly slam dunking Izuku's hope back into its grave. You're pretty nice, awful generous, you're top of the class with me, you're respectful, even to those shitty teachers, and you don't look that bad, if pretty plain and scrawny. Honestly, what the fuck are you doing to get rejected so much? Hachin. Are you like, hitting on me, or insulting me? Izuku asked, and after a short awkward pause Kitsumi answered. As if anything, I'm pitying you. Pouting, Izuku just turned straight ahead, and the pair walked in silence for a good minute before Izuku sighed again and slumped enough to draw Kitsumi's attention. I wonder if I'll ever get a girlfriend. He muttered under his breath, looking down slightly before Kitsumi's hand slapped onto his shoulder and stayed with a light grip, again making Izuku tremble under it from the weight, clearly being the young woman's idea of a reassuring hold. Deku? I gotta ask. Why are you so dedicated to this crap? Between this and all your stuff about heroes, you're starting to scare me, man. And to that, he didn't really have an answer, he just looked up, but inward as well. I don't know. Everyone wants love, don't they? Maybe I'm just sensitive to the feeling. She stared down at him for a moment or two before Katsumi just shook her head. Not me. I couldn't really care less. Plus, getting into a relationship now would just be a stupid distraction anyway. She pointed up one finger, then a second as she continued. And, you already have me to hang out with, so it's not like you're some loner. Don't you want to get into UA? Izuku's gaze turned to the side as he pouted again, while still mentally acknowledging she had a point. Can't you be at least a little merciful? I am. She answered bluntly. After that, Izuku just changed the subject entirely, whipping out his hero notes from his backpack to talk about the latest entries, or just things in general, said heroes reminded them of, to the news, and back to UA and their future, until soon enough they were at the fence of the Bakugo household. Hey, Deku, you want me to walk you home or something? My old man's working late anyway, so no one's waiting. She offered, stopping to lean against the brick wall of a fence. No, but thanks for the offer, Kachin, I need to run a small errand on my way home anyway. Oh, I really needed to talk to someone about today, you know. Thank you, a whole lot. He smiled softly, the pain still visible on his face, but nulled and filled with enough hope to let Katsumi know her friend would just bounce back again. Yeah, it's no problem. But if you want to thank me really, I have a question. Izuku nodded curiously. Just out of curiosity. The hell is your type? Izuku paused, the wind whistling by before he tilted his head. What? Katsumi stiffened slightly as if she were caught doing something, looking away with embarrassment. I mean, I know you ain't picky or anything, but 100 confessions since you were like 8 months old. She looked up, raffling through her mind. A new crush, new confession. About every 40-something days. Maybe 50. Did you just do all that in your head? Ignoring the question, Katsumi just asked again. So what's your type? Or even, just the ideal girl, I guess. Since a monster wouldn't really have a type, I think. Izuku was quick to shrug. I don't have one, really. There's beauty everywhere if you're really looking. He stated, smiling again dreamily this time. There's something to enjoy and appreciate with everyone. Even if I fall for a girl who has nothing in common with me, I still see how enthusiastic and passionate she is about what she does, and I can't help but fall for them. Oh. Was all Katsumi could say, before turning to her house. Oh, right. Yomi or whoever was really into photography, you said, right? He asked, turning to see Izuku on his knees again, gasping in pain from just the mention of her. Even though it took a minute or so to recover, Izuku still dragged himself to his feet again and began to go home, but taking a special, small detour to a shrine about halfway there. Particularly, a shrine for a god of love and matchmaking. It was humble, small, and old, and while it was nice and cleaned appropriately, it was still obvious not many people came here on any basis. Alone, he stood before the shrine and clapped his hands together in prayer, his entire form trembling slightly as he squeezed his eyes tight. Oh, great Buddha of love. May you please bless me and grace my high school life with happiness and a girlfriend. Worry not, my son. Suddenly, Izuku perked up, and the wooden wall of the shrine that was previously blank had what Izuku almost mistook for a mask or ornament, but no. An elderly man's face was phasing through the palette with a focused, collected expression. He had a clear bald head that shone in the light and a long white beard that reached more than a foot down. And then he blinked while making eye contact with Izuku. Izuku cried out in panic and jumped backward. Wha? Are you a thief? Thief? The old man squawked, blasphemed and shocked at the accusation before shaking his head, returning to his collected expression. Then, he rose out of the pallet, phasing through like a ghost and drifted a foot into the air. No, I am the god of this shrine. The great Buddha of love. He exclaimed, a pink sunshine-like ray emitting from behind him. Izuku gasped, feeling himself surrounded to wonder as he stepped slightly closer to the god. Wow. Indeed. The Buddha said, before floating down to his feet, not making a sound as he did. Now, my boy. To answer your question, there's no need to worry. There isn't. The old Buddha shook his bald head. None, my boy. I have much to tell you about your love life and what the future foretells. He informed, sitting down against the shrine's base like a bench, before tapping the spot beside him. Hesitating for a moment, Izuku gulped as went down to sit, although fairly stiff. First off. The god of love began, clapping his hands together as he seemed to organize his thoughts. I assume you're familiar with the term, soulmate. Izuku gasped again and turned to him, filled with joy and a wide smile. A soulmate. I have one of those. Wincing a bit from the point-blank yelling, the Buddha of love continued. In a way, yes. You see, everyone in this life is born with a set amount of fortune like a currency. Some who have enough will be soulmates with each other, and others get no problems getting to their objects of affection, some are unfortunate enough to never find true love, and so on. Izuku nodded in understanding to the sound of scribbling. The Buddha of Love's brow furrowed slightly before he looked down, his eyes widening slightly and his mouth open, about to ask how and when that notebook came out, but decided against it last second. Anyway, you, my boy, had enough fortune to receive a soulmate. He explained, his voice quavering a bit and looking to the side, as if embarrassed. Or at least, that was the plan. Izuku squinted a little and bent forward so he could see the old god's slightly red face. Excuse me? He asked, truly attempting to sound polite, but also conveying a very underlining tone of Kasumi-esque bluntness in his voice. The Buddha of Love inhaled sharply and miserably. Why, you see, every person has a sheet which we gods fill for every person, yes. Well, when I was making yours, the castle in the sky was on TV, so. Wait, what? He interrupted, taken aback by the mental image before the old god raised a finger to tell him to pause, genuinely looking as if he'd rather end his immortal life than be forced to continue, but perhaps by some obligation he did. I may have goofed up, my boy. He admitted, coughing into his fist. I was just finishing up with yours, the last thing I needed was to fill out the soulmate tab and a few others below that and submit it. And I did. Just without looking. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat as the Buddha rubbed the back of his neck. And when you submit the form, it's set in stone, no take-backs. He explained, before finally turning back to Izuku. In short, my boy, I didn't give you a soulmate. I've given you 100. The last statement echoed in Izuku's brain, ringing like a gong that oppressed every other thought he could have had at the moment. 100. At his core. Like, 100. Izuku squawked in a panic. The Buddha of Love could only nod, ashamed. Indeed. And that massive fortune is kin to why you've had no luck with the ladies up until now, because all your love fortune went to that one massive blessing. It is your fate. That the moment you enter UA High, you are set. I get into UA? Izuku shouted, jumping up suddenly, bouncing on his heels as the old god rubbed his ear slightly from the sudden outburst. The sudden affirmation made him feel like he could just cry outright. Soulmates. UA. B Buddhas. C castle in the sky. He uttered, information filling his brain faster than he could compensate for as he shook his head slightly. If allowed to continue, he probably would have looked like an odd zombie and left groaning nonsense like one too. Apparently. Anyway. Over the course of 3 years you attend UA, you will encounter all 100 of your soulmates. However, you'll only meet each other, what happens after is entirely in yours and their hands, my boy. Be confirmed, looking Izuku up and down to check whether or not the poor lad was going to collapse, physically at least, since he seemed well on his way to a mental collapse, against his precious shrine. Suddenly, Izuku perked up and his eyes widened with realization. Wait, how will I know? When I meet one of my soulmates, how will I know? He asked, still tripping over the word given how surreal it all felt. I mean, I told myself the girls in the past were probably my soulmates, but you just said they weren't. The Buddha of Love just raised his hand slowly and snapped. Suddenly, Izuku felt a shock go through him, not a painful electric shock or like the sudden shock after being hit out of nowhere, but a sudden rush of pure energy. His heart raced, and his eyes focused exactly straight like he was trying to see through the wall, but it started and ended within half a second. You felt that, my boy? Izuku nodded frantically, panting as he grabbed his chest. Did you just? Did you give me a heart attack? He accused, taking a step back. I don't control hearts like that, boy. The old god sniped back before sighing. What you felt was love at first sight. When you make intimate direct eye contact with your soulmate, you both will feel that sudden rush. He explained, now propping up his head on his hand. Plus, now you're convinced I'm not just some geezer having a laugh now, do you? Izuku flinched slightly, mumbling out. He got me. In response before he rubbed the back of his head and nodded. Why yes, sir. Sorry to doubt you, but even you have to realize how crazy this sounds. The Buddha shrugged. Yeah, that's fair. Even I didn't believe it when I realized what happened. I thought some angels were just punking me. He admitted, shaking his head. Anyway, I'm giving you this ability because when it comes to love, there's this very important distinction. He began, sitting up a bit straighter. Men tend to fall in love over time, and even when they meet their soulmates they probably won't know it, while women tend to fall in love at first sight, like that. Therefore, I'm giving you this now, so you'll all would be able to tell right away, instead of having to guess. I see. Thank you, Buddha. Izuku sighed shortly and cupped his chin. Well, Kachin did say that getting into a relationship now would get in the way. And if I have to wait until UA anyways. He mumbled, before looking back down at the Buddha of Love. My boy, if you want my advice. Prepare yourself in that time, get stronger so you can be the hero you want to be, and enough to protect everything and everyone you'll come to love," he said, making a fist and a short pump-up cheer. "I'll be rooting for you." Smiling, Izuku nodded. "Alright, thanks. Wait, why?" he asked, tilting his head again as a realization hit him. "I mean, by all accounts. I'm just a mistake, right?" The Buddha just snorted. "After I realized what happened, I had to look to the future to see how it would most likely end up. Then I realized it may not be so bad." He put it simply, his mouth turning to a small smile beneath his thick beard. "Really, like what?" And the Buddha just stood again with a small stretch. "I can't say why. But I'll say this. The reason I came down to give you help is that you, Izuku, are an investment. But be wary," he warned, pointing his finger down at Izuku as he straightened up. "The future only shows what may be and what is most likely, but any major change could redirect your entire life into a brand new course, so you must be very, very careful and make all your decisions wisely, or all of this is for naught." Izuku lay in bed that night restlessly, the Buddha's words echoing in his mind endlessly. It felt too surreal that things like this don't just happen to quirkless nerds like him. He sighed and turned in his bed, clenching the cover tighter. 100. Soulmates. He repeated, the words trudged off his tongue with a heavy, nerve-wracking feeling. Izuku wanted to be a hero, someone who acted like a pillar or a shield, a symbol of peace for all like All Might was. On top of that, he wanted to be an ideal boyfriend, a man who would always be there for his beloved, to be reliable, responsible, trustworthy enough, good enough to deserve that love. Two problems dawned on him to the point of suffocation, both of which being foils to both of these ideals. Expectations and doubt. His mom, Kitsumi, Aunt Mitsuki, and Uncle Masaru gave plenty of encouragement when it came to becoming a hero, despite the fact that he was quirkless, and he knew he could try his best and work as hard as he could, but there was always that doubt. What if he couldn't? What if he wasn't enough? What else can he even do? No matter what he did, or what anyone did, there was a limit. So where was his? How would he know, lest he reached it suddenly, and everything he worked for comes crashing down without warning? His stomach turned slightly as he looked up at his wall, reading over an All Might poster. It was simple enough, just a tall portrait of him flexing and smiling wide down at him, the words Plus Ultra over his head. Again, it was a simple poster, but it was just what Izuku needed as he got up and clenched his fist with determination. Get stronger so you can be the hero you want to be. And enough to protect everything and everyone you'll come to love. Would be words that would carry Izuku on. After all, he had 10 long months to go before it all would truly begin. Kitsumi was concerned. Which was odd, really. She was hardly ever inflicted with doubt or worry, especially with her own actions, but she really couldn't help it now. She was long since gotten used to Izuku's heartbreak stages. Depression, struggle with acceptance, moving on, happiness, normalcy, and new crush, only for the cycle to inevitably repeat just like the water cycle. It was sad, sure, but it was routine. Until now, that is. It was hard to explain it exactly, especially since she sat in front of Izuku for the majority of the day, but if she had to describe it, it would be something along the lines of, it felt like Izuku just skipped past the first 3 phases and just got back to the normalcy stage overnight. There was an invisible weight lifted off his shoulders it seemed like, but there was also something else. Izuku looked like he was on edge about something, just a tad more jittery and thoughtful than usual, while still keeping upbeat and cheerful when he spoke. Therefore, it was probably more accurate to say a great weight was pulled off his shoulders, only to be replaced with a new one. Her lips pursed slightly as the teacher was rambling on about career planning or whatever. Anything that her teacher said that wasn't an assignment to breeze through was equivalent to the dramatic bitchy rambling of 2 characters on those soap operas she knew her parents liked. UA was a top-of-the-line school, a place that wouldn't accept anything less than the best of the best. So if she and Deku had to put up with this to prove it, they shall. Suddenly, she was snapped out of her train of thought as his teacher spun around and threw his sheets like confetti. But who am I kidding? You're all aiming for the hero course, right? He cheered, riling up the rest of the students to cheer and show off their quirks, as if stretchy eyeballs and having a rock for a face were brag-worthy. Rolling her eyes as the teacher tried bringing them back down, Kitsumi stepped onto her desk, deciding it was time to show up the rest of these extras that forgot their places in her origin story. Oh please. She roared, cracking her knuckles and flaring small explosions around her, grinning wide with her unusually sharp teeth. The only ones even worth enough of a damn to be heroes are me. She jabbed a thumb towards her chest proudly before pointing at Deku behind her. And Deku. Just stay out of our way. She threatened as Izuku peeked from behind Kitsumi. I am so sorry for her behavior. He muttered, bowing his head slightly as the rest of the class glared at the two. But thanks, Kachan, I'll be doing my best, promise. Kitsumi huffed proudly and nodded. That's right. she barked before dropping back down to her seat, kicking her legs up on the table as the teacher shook his head and just turned back to the board. Although, she didn't quite get what Deku had to apologize for. He knew she wasn't wrong. If these extras couldn't handle the truth, then maybe they actually should try and be heroes, see how far those wimps get before tapping out, assuming they don't die straight away. Bitsumi snickered a bit at that thought, eyeing the clock to figure out how much longer she had to listen to the old man babble on about nothing. Thankfully for her, class was over within 2 hours, and while she was stuck in her thoughts, it felt even quicker than that. As she got up, she couldn't help but notice how everyone around still snuck glares at the two and gossiped amongst themselves, although they were always much too scared to say anything to her face. Figures. She clicked her tongue and muttered extras. Under her breath. To her, they all just didn't know their places yet, pitiful really. Especially since they thought they would surpass her or Deku. Sure, he was quirkless, but just like her, he was much fucking smarter and 1,000 times more worthy than all of them. She turned to her smaller friend as he put his notebook into his backpack and hoisted it onto his shoulders. Then, Kitsumi frowned a little. Being smart helped, yeah. But if only she could get him to bulk up or something, then they'd be in business. Deku tilted his head a little bit. Are you okay, Kachin? Kitsumi blinked, then nodded before pointing down to Deku's midsection. Just thinking about how you spent all that time chasing girls instead of training, is all. She explained as he pouted, before flexing her bicep, which in turn made him blush slightly. Girls like guns like this, you know. You'll have a hard time getting girls and being a hero while you're so scrawny. Then, she turned to two girls who were leaving and flexed again, and they only scoffed in response before leaving. Well, fuck you too. Kachin. He chastised, putting his hands firmly on his hips while attempting to reprimand her. What? She asked, starting to leave the room as Deku walked with her, explaining how it was bad to talk to people that way. Or, at least trying to, if Kitsumi actually cared about that stuff. The conversation, but more like nagging to Kitsumi, carried on until they reached the front gates, and Deku just turned and waved to her. Where are you going? And Deku just pointed his thumb behind him. I'm taking the long way home today. I just need some time to think, you know. There's just a lot on my mind. UA, girls, school, all that lame feelings junk. He explained with a small sigh and a barely kept up smile. Kitsumi squinted a little bit before slowly nodding. I mean. Okay, sure. She said, unnaturally quiet as her shoulders slumped just slightly. I'm going shopping, then. See you around. Izuku nodded. I'll see you in a bit, I just need a minute to myself. He assured. Now Kitsumi drew the only real logical conclusion she could. Wow. That Komi chick really fucked him up, huh? And while normally she would just offer violence against someone's family or an awkward attempt at comfort, she just nodded again, knowing that the former would get shot down and the latter wouldn't do anything. Why yeah, I get it. But listen, Deku. Izuku perked up a bit. Just take care of yourself, okay? You worry me sometimes, she wanted to add, but decided to leave it at that, watching as Izuku smiled a bit wider and gave her a thumbs up. Of course, thanks Kachin. And you take care too, see you later. Kitsumi smiled back. Thanks Deku. She said, staying at the gate as Deku just turned and walked off, further and further away, not turning his back once. Kitsumi sighed and took one last look, before walking off alone for the first time in years. Izuku lowered his head slightly in thought as he walked home. This way was more of quiet backroads than anything, so it was still and calm enough to really be alone with his thoughts. Which was a good or bad thing depending on one's perspective. Self-reflection, concentration, and planning were always a plus, but there was also nothing besides his own mental fortitude to stop himself from being drowned in doubt or fear. Still. The Buddha of Love's words rang true in his head. Granted, he was certainly a very unprofessional god, at least from that meeting. Then again, he never assured him he'd get into the hero course specifically, there was always the general or support courses. He shook his head just as he reached an underpass and sighed. A literal god told him not to give up, his family told him not to, his best friend told him not to, and All Might probably wouldn't either. He slapped his cheeks before gritting his teeth with determination. I'll be an incredible hero, damn it. He declared into the echo-filled underpass, as if to the entire world. And an amazing boyfriend to boot. Aw, good for you, kid. Izuku spun around and gasped, his heart stopping dead as he looked up to the green, writhing mass of sludge with huge, red eyes peering down on him, growing steadily as he crawled from the sewers. Izuku took one step back and tripped onto his ass, just as the slime villain crawled out fully, his position only making him even more massive and even more indomitable, as he crawled backward and away, his breath caught in his throat. Look, just be still for a moment, I gotta get this over with before he catches up with. Hey. Where do you think you're going? He roared, lurching forward as Izuku scrambled to his feet and ran the other way. His massive covering hand of sludge slammed onto his back and forced him down, knocking out his panicked breath from his lungs before he got reeled into the villain's sludge-like body as he kicked and fought wildly until he was dragged straight into his mass and the sludge villain surrounded him, going on about something Izuku didn't care about. Instead pushing away as hard as he could but couldn't find a grip on him, like he was trying to climb out of an endless pit of sinking mud. He felt tears rushing down his face before he realized he was crying, but even then his thoughts were occupied with pleas for someone to help him, as the thoughts of his mom, Kastumi, Uncle Masaru, and Aunt Mitsuki flooded his mind, particularly Kitsumi's as he lingered on the last time he saw her and the last things he said. "See you later," he repeated miserably and almost sarcastically to himself, even in his mind the words trembled with sadness and regret. His eyelids became heavy as his body became light, air had left him entirely, leaving his head feeling light and fuzzy as he slowly and finally closed his eyes. "Damn it. I'm sorry, everyone." Itsumi felt a shiver down her spine. She turned around and only saw the normal swarm of people walking about the market, nothing really of concern, and the weather didn't spontaneously change, so what was she looking for? She looked around more, scanning the area as the sinking feeling in her gut lingered. With a deep breath, she put a hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat before gritting her teeth slightly. She couldn't feel or see anything going on, so what was wrong? Was she being watched, or something wrong was going to happen? "Hey Bakugo." Itsumi huffed slightly before turning to her little group, that is to say, a few extras from her class that latched onto her after they saw her at the market like lost dogs. If she had to give them anything, they were pretty adept at flattery, so at least they had something going for them. "What is it?" she demanded shortly. The lanky, black-haired student gulped slightly before smirking, trying to hide how much he shook as he did so. "Why don't we all head to a club or something?" he suggested, him and the second extra aiming down the street with their thumbs. Her brow furrowed slightly as she clicked her tongue. "You dumbass, I can't be caught in a place like that," she barked, making them flinch slightly as they gave meek apologies. Not only would that mess with her chances of getting into UA, and not only would it get her parents to tell her off some more, but what would even be there for her? Drunk fools, choking cigar smoke, weirdos shooting their shot with the future number one, nothing she would willingly walk into. Again, she looked over the area, trying to figure out what exactly was setting her off right now. She had long since learned to trust her instincts, and she didn't want to regret not following them now. Especially since if something happened, she'd have her parents, Aunt Inko, and Deku crying all over her. The thought made her sigh slightly as her shoulders slumped a bit, the last interaction she had with Deku replaying in her mind again. Stupid. Stupid, 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 dense Deku. She growled, crossing her arms with a short huff. Izuku blinked blankly once, then twice before he tilted his head slightly. Hi again. The Buddha of Love, kneeling across from him from a small table, just waved. "Nice to see you again, Midoriya. So, have you thought about what I said?" They were seated on the clouds, with only the small table before them and a television set to the side. After a moment, Izuku just nodded. "Yeah. I'm trying to figure out exactly what to do, but I don't think that matters now," he said, his voice rapidly dropping to a whisper as he looked down. Oh, Izuku. You're dead, but since you got knocked unconscious I decided to check up on you," he explained, making Izuku perk up again, relieved but still visibly down. I'm not. Oh, well that's a relief. That was pretty scary," he admitted as the old god nodded. Then, Izuku's eyes widened before he rounded onto him, slamming his hands onto the table. "Hey. Why didn't you warn me about that?" he demanded as the Buddha choked. "You can see into the future, can't you?" The Buddha of Love threw his hands up and shook them as he defended himself. "And not, really. Only things specifically to love. I'll like meeting your soulmates at UA, but and not really knowing any specifics, I promise," he shouted as Izuku huffed. "Fine, but you know what? I was thinking about what you said, especially about me being an investment. Let me guess, you told the other gods that you didn't make a mistake with me and even placed bets, right?" he accused, but the old god's short gasp of horror told him all he needed to know. "Give me a break, okay? Millions of years of working, and this was the first and only time I screwed up," he shouted back in his own defense as Izuku huffed and puffed out his cheeks angrily. But suddenly, the glaring match was interrupted as Izuku's knees and legs dropped into the clouds he was kneeling on, while the rest of him slowly sunk into it too. "Wait, what? You're going back?" the Buddha of Love informed him bluntly, craning his neck up and looking down as Izuku went down. "But remember what I said. I'm counting on you, damn it." Izuku shot back up with a short gasp, a ready insult in his mouth before he blinked and realized he was seated on the gravel road, back on Earth, and more importantly, far from the jaws or disgusting mud-like body of that villain. Oh yeah, he realized suddenly, how the heck did I? Whoa there, already up with a start, I see. A loud, jovial voice said behind him, relieved and happy. Good, I was starting to get worried there. The man ended it with a laugh before Izuku spun around to see exactly who it was. And lo and behold, All Might was right before him, throwing his head back and laughing heartily as Izuku felt feeling coming back to his legs as he shakily got back up. All Might. He exclaimed, taken aback and shocked enough that the last few minutes were practically shoved towards the back of his mind. In the flesh, young man. He said as Izuku sprang up fully, starting to stammer excitedly to himself, suddenly pulling out his notebook and trying to ask for an autograph, only to be taken aback by the full 2-page spread autograph, then bowed deeply over and over again. Thank you so much, All Might, sir. I'll treasure this forever and ever. He promised, before All Might laughed it off and waved dismissively, before sharply turning right and coughed into his fist, seeming to go entirely still in thought. Izuku never really had doubts in All Might after all these years of idolizing him, but the sudden pause as he stared into his hand made him stop. Anyways, I've got to take this creep here down to the station. He declared, showing off a 2-liter bottle with the unconscious sludge villain trapped inside. Sorry I can't hang around, but duty calls, you know. Stay out of trouble until then, young man. Wait, All Might, I need to ask why you something. He interrupted urgently as All Might squatted down, prepping his legs for a mighty leap. He grabbed onto the back on his shirt, trying to get his attention before he suddenly launched off the ground. The sudden force was so great Izuku felt like his arm was about to get torn from its socket before he grabbed on with his second hand and clung on for dear life. The sudden jerk sent a bolt of pain through his arm, making his teeth grind together for just a moment before the sudden wave of air really hit him, like he was shot out of a cannon, and considering how fast All Might could move, he may as well have. Hey. He cried desperately, his entire body waving like a flag behind him. What the? All Might yelled, shaking his leg as Izuku screamed. Look kid, I love my fans, but this is way too much. Let go. I'd die if I do. He shouted back, as All Might perked up suddenly in realization and redirected himself to a nearby rooftop. However, to neither of their knowledge, the bottle in All Might's pocket slipped free and began to fall in a wild spiral toward the city. Itsumi, still huffing to herself, just reclined back while the 2 extras before her, now weary and desperate, babbled on as they tried to find something that she would like. The arcade, a movie, karaoke, the mall, yada yada yada. Earlier she noticed from the way the second, more scraggly looking, one would count how much yen he was carrying, all these ideas required them to pay something, which probably meant they thought they could buy her favor because they too realized they had nothing to offer. It was almost amusing. Besides, all these ideas they were racking off were flawed for one major, fundamental reason. Neither of them were Deku, and they should be grateful she'd even stop at all for these losers. Rolling her eyes, Kitsumi hiked her backpack up and got off the wall as the other 2 stopped. Hey, what's up, Baku? Save it. She grunted whilst cracking her neck to the side, the sudden cracking making them flinch backwards slightly. It started off cute, like a sad dog. She started, watching their pride shatter in real time. But now, I can't stand either of you, just step out of my way and save me the trouble. She demanded as the 2 parted to either side. She made it about 3 steps past them before the first one, the lanky guy with a creepy smile, spoke up again. Oh come on, Bakugo, don't be like that. Besides, what else is there to do? Hang out with Midoriya? He asked, ending with a small, almost hearty laugh, as Kitsumi stopped dead in her tracks. The first barely heard the second mutter out. Oh, fuck. As Kitsumi turned around, gritting her teeth. Exactly right. Because unlike you fucking creeps. She roared, drowning out the sound of a plastic bottle crashing behind her and suddenly popping open. Itsumi kept boring into them, and she got probably a single sentence in before they noticed the writhing, slowly growing green mass behind her that suddenly popped out a pair of disgusting red eyes that stared right down at Kitsumi. Their breaths hitched suddenly, and they both took a single step back before turning and bolting as fast as they could further down the alley before Kitsumi stomped and yelled after them. And good fucking riddance. She yelled, huffing slightly before turning around and met with a wall of what she could only assume to be sour sludge. The smell assaulted her nose, making her gag slightly before she looked up, stunned as the wall of sludge lurched over and seemed to beam with sick delight before it dived down, spreading its gross body apart like a wide net. Itsumi had barely a second as she gasped before grinding her teeth together and raising her arms high, placing her foot back as she braced herself and fired off the biggest explosion she could in that instant, getting a direct hit on its front as it cried out in pain. However, just as she was reeling from her attack, his bizarre, sludge hands had her by the wrists and molded around her hands thick, enough that even as she blasted again, it barely made past the surface before another gross tendril was around her waist, and with a sudden jerk that took the breath from her lungs, she planted front first into his writhing, disgusting mass. She could hardly tell what happened after that. She let loose explosion after explosion after explosion until her hands felt burnt and her arms ached, then redoubled her efforts. There was screaming, flames, and sirens soon enough, but she didn't care. She screamed and bucked and kicked and fired off as many explosions as she could, only hardly getting even the smallest wisps of air, and even that was enough to fuel her efforts for another minute or two of her restless, wild struggle for her life. Soon enough, she felt herself crying, from pain, panic, strain, or a combination of all of them, she couldn't really tell, but she still didn't care. All she wanted to do was fight harder against this disgusting being that was using her and her quirk to cause all this destruction. When she had her eyes open, she could faintly see pro-heroes and people watching her in fear. For a moment, she imagined her parents seeing her like this, and the image for even a second caused a gut-wrenching feeling deep inside her. She knew she had to fight for them now, to fight for herself, for her dreams, for Aunt Inko. And for Deku. Speaking of which, she could imagine him too. Staring, wide-eyed and afraid, hands over his mouth in horror and crying just as she was. That was, until she blinked and realized she wasn't imagining anything. He was there, in the back of the crowd, just as horrified as she was. Suddenly, she realized she was about to die like this. No one had come any closer, especially with the fires and explosions around, and she was about to be smothered by this bastard, all as Deku watched. Slowly, she clenched her eyes tighter as she made one final tug at his mass, finally bursting her face free for another moment. "Get the fuck off of me." She screamed, firing as hard as she could, only to be sunk back in the next instant. The next moment seemed to play in slow motion. She was facing the crowd again, but Deku was missing. She could probably have chalked it up to him not wanting to see her like this, but no, he had erupted from the front of the crowd and was sprinting, right at them. He moved faster than she had ever seen him before, dodging and sidestepping every obstacle and raging flame in the way, even while the heroes and crowd screamed at him to return, even spinning to the side a massive sludge hand that slammed against the ground with enough force to knock most people. Even heroes. Out cold. And with that spin, he took off his backpack and flung it as hard as he could, and it sailed over her head. Suddenly, the sludge monster screamed out in pain and Izuku was a mess, his clothes were dirty, his breath was ragged, every step was guided by instinct and panic, plus the flames around him visibly bored on him to the point where he may just drop out of exhaustion. To Kitsumi, he looked like an angel. Before she knew it, he began clawing at the sludge monster's body, trying to dig her out as she pushed forward again and again, until her entire top half, sans her arms, were free. She panted loudly and coughed up a bit of green sludge as he kept going, getting her shoulders and hips loose. "Why?" she asked, her voice soft and ragged, and her face a mix of gratitude, confusion, and utter joy. "Why do this?" Suddenly, Izuku turned his head up. He was crying even harder than she was but still smiling brightly, even if it quivered while sweat rolled down his face. "Are you serious, Kachin?" he asked, suddenly wrapping both hands around her and tugging. "You're my best friend," he declared as he leaped backward, suddenly jerking her out as she gasped. "Of course I'd rescue you," he shouted, just as they hit the ground with a small thud. "You?" the sludge monster thundered, reeling upward again as it stared down furiously. "You damn brat," he shouted, looking down at Izuku before looking down at them both and roaring again as he descended. Kitsumi, who was hardly given a moment to actually remember to breathe deep and recover, could hardly raise her hand again to fire. Thankfully, as fate would have it, she wouldn't need to. That was because at that very moment, All Might had appeared and grabbed both hers and Izuku's wrists in his massive hand, yelled something about being the symbol of peace that Kitsumi couldn't really make out, then let loose such a massive, destructive punch that she swore it caused a tornado right in front of her. The harsh winds whipped them both around harshly and seemed to vacuum the oxygen around them, making it hard to breathe. And for Kitsumi, it was too much. Her vision was blurry as she blinked once, then twice as the world went dark and the noise around her dimmed slowly. She was certain Deku yelled her name, but she didn't even have it in her to answer. Kitsumi suddenly felt very small. It was hard to describe or tell why, but she felt utterly tiny. Suddenly, the darkness around her cracked in half and shone brightly. It hurt her eyes, so she rubbed this softly with the side of her fist with a small coup before the brightness overwhelmed the darkness and opened to a whole new world. She recognized this place. It was bright, big, warm, and safe. She felt herself being carried forward, and with a small groan, she looked up and saw her mother carrying her in her arms. She was huge, but so were most people. Most of the people that held her like this had hands as big as her very head. Her mother smiled down at her softly, and she felt a warm, delightful reassurance. She was safe here, she now knew. Then, she was placed on the ground. It was soft and pretty frilly compared to the ground outside it that was brown and hard. She blinked in confusion, then looked up at her mother and father talking to another lady with long green hair that went down her back. She recognized this lady too. Auntie Inko. She was holding something small in her arms in the same way Kitsumi was held in people's arm, but it was held tight in a small blue blanket. She bounced up and yelled a little, not too angrily, but enough to get the big people's attention, and let her see the blanket too. Auntie Inko giggled and said something to her parents before getting onto her knees, so the blanket wrap thing would be low enough for Kitsumi to lean forward and see. It was a boy who was just a tad smaller than she was. Unlike anyone else she knew, he had little dots on his face, but green hair that was darker than Auntie Inko's. His eyes were closed, and his mouth slightly open as he breathed. Deciding to do the little one a favor, she reached for his cheek and began to wipe his face off, but was quickly frustrated that the dots wouldn't get off as the adults around her laughed at something Auntie Inko suggested. Suddenly, the boy pouted and blinked a few times, his emerald green eyes widening with each blink before they rounded on Kitsumi. She jolted as she sat back again, her body rocking and her eyes wide as she stared down at the boy who simply stared back, then giggled at her. Auntie Inko straightened her back and began to sit up, but Kitsumi wouldn't have it. She pouted loudly and reached up while grabbing, crying out louder the farther she went, until she just complied and sat back down. Taking her chance, Kitsumi put her arms around him and hugged as tight as her arms could hold, while the adults awed down at them, and Izuku perked up with a small coo, wondering why this friendly little stranger was hugging him so suddenly. Kitsumi, meanwhile, just put her head on him and hugged a little harder. She didn't know who this little green boy was, but he was hers now. Mine now, she thought with a huff, repeating it like a mantra. Mine now. Mine now. Mine now. Hachin. Izuku called, shaking the girl as he propped her head up. Me and no. She drawled, turning her head with a small snore. Kitsumi Bakugo. He shouted suddenly, and she shot up like a bolt, her eyes wide as her head shot around wildly. Hey Mom. She shouted with worry, blinking rapidly as she slowly returned to Earth again, blinking rapidly to adjust her eyes to the light. No, sorry. Izuku pipped up, redirecting her attention towards him again. He tilted his head to the side a little with a small smile. He had long since wiped the tears from his eyes, although he was just as messy as before. Suddenly, she perked up again as she looked up again and really studied her surroundings. The aftermath of pure carnage, with the fronts of buildings shattered, burn marks and small craters from her explosions, and running water from what she assumed was the firefighters. But considering she, Izuku, and All Might were all covered in it, she really did have to wonder if a passing storm went while she was knocked out. Oh, right, All Might was there too, she just realized. But more importantly, Deku. She grabbed him by the collar and tugged him forward suddenly. What were you thinking, Deku? You almost died, damn it. She shouted, putting herself onto her knees instead of lying back. Izuku shrugged with a tired, beaten smile. Would you believe me if I said it was the second time today? Stunned, Kitsumi's grip loosened and her eyes widened as she looked over him again, seeming to melt and shake with worry and fear. Izuku closed the distance again with a desperate bear hug and instantly melted into her with a shaky, horrified sigh. I'm going to die before I let you go again. He declared, finally breaking down now that she couldn't see his face, and all she could do was hug him back and do the very same, the two of them breaking down into a fit of relieved, overwhelmed sobbing. Before long, the pair got to their feet again, and the entire time Kitsumi held him tight to her side, hardly paying attention to anyone around them. Some hero asshole extra was yelling at Deku about something, while another was praising her, or something. Not that it mattered, she merely huffed as she brought him along in tow, lowering his head slightly in embarrassment as she led him down the road and past the crowd. Their walk passed in silence between the two as the sun began to set. There wasn't a lot they could say. Or rather, not much that could be put into words. Their phones were probably blown up by their parents earlier, although it didn't matter now. They were together again, and togetherness meant safety. Izuku hissed a little bit in pain as Kitsumi turned down toward him. By now, they were both on the final stretch to his mom's apartment, and the sky was already bright orange and dimming slowly. What's wrong? And nothing. He stammered, before looking down at his arm. Why, you're just holding me a little tight. He explained, making her look down at his arm that looked like she was about to snap it clean in two. And with a wince she pulled away, looking away with clear embarrassment and a deep blush on her face. My bad. She apologized softly before clearing her throat as Izuku rubbed his arm, smiling a little. She rarely apologized for much, so even shy ones like those were monumental. Don't worry about it, really. He said, giving his arm a small shake as they walked past an alley that All Might was peeking behind. Hoping to catch the young man alone, he couldn't help but feel a little let down, as cute as the scene before him was. He kept his distance but still followed, seeing when they might diverge, only to be met with a blonde girl, Ka-chan he recalled, asking to sleep over, and he happily agreed. Frowning slightly, All Might dropped his form, returning back to his smaller, lanky true self, fully determined to talk to this young man once again. Finally, after a few more minutes of walking, they approached an apartment building, and Toshinori knew he had to act now. Quickly snapping a pebble and getting behind a building, he took aim and threw it hard, landing on his shoulder on the opposite side. Ka-chan was walking by. Izuku perked up and turned his head back curiously before his eyes widened in realization and he stiffened, quickly drawing her attention as well, while Toshinori took cover again. Ka-chan, can you please head in? What? Why? Oh. And nothing important. I promise it'll only take a minute. Toshinori sighed deeply in relief, then hissed in pain while holding his side. He heard her huff and grumble something before storming off, then finally the young man walked around the side of the building. Hey All Might. Toshinori nodded down at him. Hey kid, Midoriya, right. I wanted to talk to you about something urgent. He explained, before jabbing his thumb past the wall. But first, is that Ka-chan girl inside? Izuku's eyes narrowed for a split second, to a point where he looked even a little upset before looking for him. Yeah, she's gone. But her name's Bakugo Kitsumi, so you should just call her Bakugo. Ah, I see. Toshinori sighed again before getting off the wall. Now, first of all, I'd like to thank you so very much, he said, making Izuku look up with wonder and confusion. Really? He asked as Toshinori nodded, crossing his arms. Exactly. If we hadn't talked before that accident with young Bakugo, then I wouldn't have been able to fully grasp what I saw. A small quirkless child, and brave, desperate to protect his best friend despite the impossible odds. He explained while Izuku gave a dry chuckle and rubbed the back of his head. Well, thanks, but it wasn't really bravery. It's hard to explain really, but you didn't really mean to, did you? He interrupted as Izuku looked up with realization. Your legs moved all on their own, you moved to protect the innocent before you could even stop to think about it. If anything, the only thing you really thought about was how to throw your backpack that well, right? Izuku nodded rapidly. Why yes, exactly. And Toshinori just smirked. Of all the greatest heroes, no matter how different, unique, experienced, or whatever. They all do exactly as you did, protect the innocent no matter the cost, even in their youth when they're inexperienced or weak. He explained, watching as Izuku's eyes twinkled. But what does all of this mean, All Might? He asked, his voice trembling softly as Toshinori straightened his back. It means, young man, that there is incredible promise in you. You see, there are plenty of theories about my quirk, I get asked all the time too, but I tend to shake it off with a laugh, but in truth. He gestured in a grand, extravagant manner that may have looked better in his buff form, but worked just fine to stoke the wonder in Izuku. My power has been passed on from generation to generation, and its name is one for all. He declared as Izuku's breath hitched, taken aback as he shook slightly on his feet. And for as long as I've had it, it's high time I took on a successor, a great hero for the next generation. And secondly, he continued, lowering his tone slightly, soft with gentleness and regret. I'd like to apologize and change my answer from before. Yes, Midoriya, you can become a hero. All you have to do is accept. Izuku sniffled, his body quivering as he reeled back slightly. Mentally, he could have prepared for this, with the Buddha's sword of affirmation and the support from those closest to him. And now, with All Might himself, who was probably his greatest inspiration for becoming a hero, Izuku felt a sudden uplifting surge inside him. Now, the path was so much clearer. Steadying himself, Izuku nodded while wiping tears from his eyes. I accept. He declared, while All Might grinned. Haha. I thought so, look, I've held up enough time by now, I'm sure your family and young Bakugo are worried by now. Do you know of Takoba Beach? Izuku nodded excitedly, lighting up at the idea of the beginning of his true hero training. Good. Meet me there at 6 in the morning, sharp, we can begin then. For now, rest up, young Midoriya. He ordered with a small nod as Izuku nodded back in understanding. Yeah. Yes sir. Oh, and thank you so much again, All Might. He said, his voice trembling again as he bowed deep, but he simply waved it off. You're very welcome, but run along now, seriously. This probably looks really weird, and I don't want to know what young Bakugo is capable of if I keep you any longer and make her mad. You really don't. He confirmed, hiking up his backpack again. 6 sharp, right? Exactly, and don't tell anyone about this. This all for one business isn't for just anyone to know. And with that, they both said their goodbyes and were off. Inside, Izuku got a single foot past the entrance before his mom tackled him with a bear hug from the front, facing him to take a step back and keel over a little before Kitsumi did the same to his side, getting him onto one leg as he tried to recover and breathe through the double crushing. Groaning slightly with pain mixed with the sounds of his mom sobbing and talking about how worried she was and how overjoyed she is, Izuku finally managed to put one arm around them both and hug them. That night and the following morning marked the next 10 grueling months of Izuku's life. Daily training on training, whether that be cleaning the trash from Takoba Beach, sprinting, or carrying All Might in his buff form on his back, he took it all in stride. Even outside his daily regimen All Might gave him, he forced himself to take on more, on his own time or at school at the cost of sleep and studying. He even asked Kitsumi to box with him, just so he'd have actual fighting experience. Granted, she loved that he was taking it seriously and that he wasn't getting sidetracked with any romantic interests anymore, but even Kitsumi saw how much he was wearing himself down. However, between her appreciation for his renewed dedication and the complete lack of the ability to talk about feelings, she more or less stayed out of the way. Thankfully, she didn't need to, because around summer, roughly 5 months after training began, Izuku and All Might were out for a run, and he collapsed entirely. "Hey now, what's the matter?" All Might asked, hopping off his scooter and squatting down near Izuku as he wearily lifted his head. "And nothing's the matter," he croaked, shakily trying to push himself up before All Might went into his buff form and lifted him by the collar. "Oh, I see the problem here. Young Midoriya, you haven't been following the American Dream plan, have you? If I had to guess, you've been doing a good deal more than you can handle." Izuku just groaned miserably in response. "When I put together that plan for you, it was taking your body's condition as its main consideration. Going above it would only be abusing your body," he explained, placing him back onto his shaky legs. "I know. But everyone else has had their quirks since they were 4, like Kachin, and they've all been working super hard to make it to UA. I have to work 3 times as hard just to keep pace," he explained with a deep breath, bringing his fists up with a determination that was hardly deterred by exhaustion. After a moment, All Might laughed and slapped Midoriya on the back, making his entire body rock. "Haha. There's that fire. I understand exactly how you feel, young Midoriya, so fine. Leave it to me, I'll readjust your plan and have you ready for UA in no time flat," he promised, ending with another hearty laugh. And from then on, Izuku stuck to the plan in full. Finally, the 10 months were up and they had arrived in fall, and it was the morning of the UA entrance exams. Kitsumi, confident as always, slept easy the previous night to the thoughts of her and Deku acing the exams, getting top of their classes, and instantly being top heroes. Oh yes, everything was going perfectly. She woke up extra early to get some practice in and hype herself up for the day, and was finally off to make sure Deku did the same too. Or she planned to until her dad stopped her right at the door. "Hold on a minute, Kitsumi." She groaned and turned to her father, her hands still on the doorknob. "Yeah, what?" The only smiled back, thinking fondly of Mitsuki for a moment. "You've got this. You and Izuku both, I believe in you, but please look out for each other if you can." Mitsumi's snarl softened significantly, merely turning back towards the door. "Of course we've got this, who do you think we are?" "But, thanks Dad," she said before leaving. Basaru sighed deeply as she left, before getting up to get ready for work. "I think that's the nicest thing she said since." He pondered to himself before chuckling. "Ever." Outside, Kitsumi was trying to see if Deku was up by texting him, but quickly realized he was probably still asleep since they stayed on scent. She frowned a little deeper, knowing that the entry was only a few precious hours away. Since when was Deku a sloth? No, it was more likely he stayed up late for one reason or the other, like studying or fretting about whether or not he'd pass. Kitsumi arrived at Midoriya's apartment and knocked while shaking her head. A few moments later, a very tired Inko peered through. "Oh, Kitsumi. Good morning, dear." "Morning, Auntie. Is Deku inside still?" Inko shook her head with a small laugh. "Oh no, he's out training before the exam at Takoba Beach, I think. But honestly, the morning of exams. He should be resting up, haha." Inko sighed and leaned against a doorframe, staying silent for a moment before giving a soft but slightly forced smile. "I love my boy, Kitsumi. But he worries me with just how far he's willing to go, sometimes. Talk just a bit of sense into him, won't you? I don't want either of you working yourselves into the ground," she asked, patting Kitsumi on the shoulder. Kitsumi nodded and turned to leave again. "Of course, and thanks for the heads up, Auntie." "No problem, dear. And good luck," she wished before retiring back into the living room. Once outside, Kitsumi grumbled to herself as she walked and kicked aside rocks at dangerously high velocity. "Fucking Takoba. That dump of a beach is where he's been training this whole time. It's filthy. It took a little bit longer than she'd like, but she finally approached. The first thing she noticed, or rather first two things. Takoba was nearly spotless, an entirely pristine beach of golden sands and ocean that glowed beautifully in the sunrise. And second, a freaking gigantic mountain of garbage off to the side. Judging from how much was there and how bad it looked before, it looked like All Might swooped down and made that giant pile. The hell. Next, as she walked over, she noticed something very peculiar near the base of it. A man, thin, middle-aged, and lanky as hell with dirty and wild blonde hair. Next to him was Deku, who was visibly gagging on something he just ate. "Oh, Deku," she shouted, making both the old man and Deku jump suddenly and turn towards her. It was also at that moment that she noticed something else, and that was that Deku didn't have a shirt on at all. He was always fond of long-sleeved shirts, hoodies, and jackets. Even his hero suit was supposed to be full arm length, so she was never used to seeing any part of him really bare. All of this to say that Izuku never once hinted at how fucking shredded he got recently. Sure, he had been filling out his clothes a bit more, but she thought it was more of a growth spurt, not all of that. Geez, she could grind meat on abs like those. Quickly shaking her head, she jumped the railing and landed on the sand as the two before her looked spooked to see her. "Deku, the exams are getting close. And who's this old man?" Flustered, the old man patted Izuku's back. "Oh me. I'm no one, really, just young Midoriya's personal trainer, you see." Itsumi's brow furrowed at Izuku, who quickly nodded. "Why yeah. He's been helping me train for a while now, since the sludge villain accident, I mean." She answered, clearly not even looking at Izuku's face. "Fine, but we'd better leave now if we're going to make it." "She's right, you know. You two need to head off, and good luck, you two." He wished with a small nod as Izuku scrambled to get on his shoes, top and uniform shirt over it, to which Kitsumi groaned at something, but he couldn't tell what. And finally hiked on his backpack. "Alright, I'm ready." Oh, and sir." He turned towards the man again and bowed deeply. Thank you so much for everything you did for me." The old man laughed it off with a "You're welcome, young Midoriya." And Kitsumi raised an eyebrow at the display. "Stop your brown nosing and let's go." He jumped up at the yell and began to run after Kitsumi, who already dashed up the stairs. "Wait up for me," he shouted before turning to wave goodbye one last time to the old man at the beach, then chasing Kitsumi up the stairs and through the streets. A couple of hours and a quick meal later, Kitsumi and Izuku finally stood together before the gates at UA, the golden title glowing magnificently. Both stood proud, with Kitsumi grinning wide and snickering to herself. "This is where it really begins, Deku," she declared, while Izuku nodded. Izuku had his fists clenched to his side as they shook nervously, looking around himself. Why yeah. This is it, Kachin," he said, knowing that while they both meant the beginning of their hero careers, the words of the old Buddha of love rang again in his head. He sighed before taking one deep breath. "Let's go," he said, making Kitsumi smirk as they walked together. Even the first step past the gate felt monumental. This was a place that churned out the greatest heroes in the country, including All Might himself. And, if he hadn't messed with the timeline or whatever, it was the start of his great high school romance. At that exact moment, Izuku tripped over a stone and began to fall face first into the ground. He didn't even try to protect himself, he just suddenly accepted his fate and decided to die. Except, the impact never actually came. Instead, he just floated in the air, not a single part of him touching the ground. He looked to his side and saw Kitsumi half reaching for him, but she definitely wasn't doing whatever this was. Then, she looked up and past Deku, to his other side. Looking over, he couldn't really help but gasp slightly at the girl before him. She was incredibly pretty, with a warm smile, rosy cheeks, and short brown hair with bangs framing her cute face. "Sorry about using my quirk on you, but I figured you wouldn't mind if I stopped you from bashing your face on the first day, right?" she asked with a giggle, pressing all 10 of her fingers together and dropping him back onto his feet. Then, the girl turned her head upward to speak, but stopped dead when they met eyes. Because just at that moment, it was exactly as the god of love forecasted. A sudden instantaneous shock rang through them both the moment they met eyes. Instead of speaking, her voice halted into a small squeak like she was trying to force it through, but couldn't. They were both there so long, Kitsumi suddenly swatted him on the back. Granted, her fuse was so short that so long was actually about 2 or 3 seconds. "If to Deku, do you read?" Whining, Izuku rubbed his back. "Deku. That's a cute name," the girl said, drawing his attention again. "Oh, Deku is just a name Kachin here's been calling me since we were little. My name's Izuku Midoriya, it's so nice to meet you," he said, unable to rid the smile off his face. "It is? I thought it sounded like Takiru or you can do it. So I like it." she said cheerfully, making him blush as he felt another shock go through him. "Oh really? I never thought about it like that. Okay. You can call me that too, then," he declared with a small laugh. Kitsumi, meanwhile, furrowed her brows. Instead of seething rage, she just felt confused. Sure, she was a little annoyed, but there was something off about her. "I'm Ichako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you Deku." Like that. Kitsumi jumped slightly as Deku laughed softly and shook her hand, with her offering her hand first. Something wasn't right here. Girls weren't supposed to be into him. 100 girls by now, and not one of them even considered him for a second, and it was supposed to stay like that, damn it. She was talking cute and sweet to him, and even from behind he could tell he was blushing just as hard as she was. "Oh my god. That's a 13 sash, isn't it?" he asked, leaning in slightly towards her scarf, acknowledging a small sash onto the end that looked like the Hero 13's head. "Yeah, it is. Wait, you know who 13 is? Most people just look at me funny when I say who she is," she asked, almost bouncing on her heels from excitement. "MHM. She's amazing, her black hole quirk was pretty much designed for rescue-based hero work." "Oh, did you hear that she's a teacher here?" he asked, just as giddy as she was. "I know, right? It can take out tons and tons of rubble or debris, which is the work of like an entire rescue crew with construction-level equipment in the span of a few seconds, and nothing left over," she gushed, looking just as happy to have found a kindred spirit as she did having met a fellow 13 fan. Now infuriated, Kitsumi grabbed Deku by the collar of his shirt and pulled him along toward the door. "Alright, enough. Let's go before they leave us behind," she demanded, now dragging him like luggage. Wait. Ichako jogged over, then leaned down to talk to him. "Which course are you going for, Deku?" "We're going for the hero course, so step out of the way, round face," Kitsumi barked, making Ichako frown. "Oh. Well, so am I. So, with any luck," Kitsumi growled. And stomped away faster, now choking him out as he struggled in her iron grip. By the time they made it into the first half, the written exam, Izuku was back on his feet. While under normal circumstances he would have reprimanded her behavior, especially on their first day on campus, he was simply glowing with delight. "So Uraraka was one of my soulmates. She's so cute and we clicked as well as Kachin and I did. Damn, I should have asked for her number." He was so enraptured by his thoughts that even when they took the test and made it into the auditorium, he nearly squirmed in his seat with delight, hardly able to pay attention to the presentation President Mick was giving. He was so far gone, he barely geeked out from seeing the hero in person, a fact Kitsumi caught on to quickly and was very bitter about. On top of that, they learned how they were going to be divided into groups, and being seated directly next to each other, they were put into different testing areas. By then, Kitsumi was outright growling as she clawed into her armrest, just about cracking them both into splinters, before Izuku coaxed her into calming down. Soon enough, the pair had to split up again, giving each other one last wish of luck, before parting onto separate buses towards the Mach City exam areas. The enemies they were all told of seemed formidable, and Izuku only had some experience fighting from Kitsumi, where he just spent most of the time being beaten into a paste. He slouched back and sighed deeply, deep in thought. One for All needed him to digest the hair he swallowed earlier, and while the thought made him shudder with disgust, he was still very anxious. He didn't know how to handle it, he didn't even know if his body could, but he damn well had to try. Before he knew it, the bus came to a stop, and all the applicants began to file out into the lot outside. Breathing deep to calm his nerves, he stepped outside too and began to look around, more than a little nervous. The people here looked strong, and most of them had some kind of item like a belt, weapon, or accessory of sorts. Quickly, he had to slap himself lightly across the face, reigniting the determination within himself. Of course they all look strong, he told himself, they all trained so hard for this day, just like I did. Huffing, he looked forward and saw Uraraka again, doing some stretches in preparation. Uraraka. Suddenly, she turned around and instantly lit up, while her cheeks blushed a bit more prominently, then turned to walk over. "Deku. Wow, this is awesome," she cheered, instantly propping herself up at his side, making him clam up quickly and blush brighter as well, his smile shaking awkwardly from his own timidness. "Why yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to wish you good luck on your exam, I'll be trying my best too," he said, rubbing the back of his head slightly while Uraraka smiled a bit brighter. "I hope you would. I mean, wouldn't be nice if we had the same class?" she asked, looking a bit dreamy-eyed as she said it. "Yeah. That sounds nice. Izuku inhaled sharply, his eyes wide and his face even redder as she practically fanaticized out loud. That was until President Mick's voice boomed over the blares above. "Alright, all you groovy hero hopefuls," he shouted, instantly making Uraraka and Izuku jump up in surprise. "Good luck, Deku." "Thanks, you. Get moving." Present Mick declared as the gates shot open suddenly, and the flood of applicants poured in, with one noticeable blue and tall blur at the front. Everyone moved so fast, Izuku was even left behind, and it was while he was charging down the street, he suddenly roared in frustration and slapped himself again. I forgot to ask for her number. Meanwhile, across the campus, Kitsumi already jetted through the sky and landed on some poor two-pointer bot with a dropkick, using it like a board and crumbling it to bits under her feet. Kitsumi knew one thing for sure. How to rage. In particular, how to aim that rage toward her goals and use it as jet fuel to reach and shatter those goals. And right now, she had enough to own this stupid exam 100 times over. Stupid fucking. She swung to her right, slamming her hand into the guts of a one-pointer and blowing it to bits. Round face. She dashed forward with both hands behind her as two more one-pointers closed in on her, and she swung both arms out for a conjoined blast that tore them and the ground apart with enough force to set herself back slightly. She tore off her jacket and cast it aside, leaving her in her black tank top, nothing protective, but it allowed for the most mobility and speed, just as she liked it. Who do you think you are? She roared, slaughtering a three-pointer and snarling at the extra who dared complain that she stole their kill. It would be yours if you weren't dogshit. She ran again in search for a bigger fight, coming across a small squadron of 4 two-pointers that tried to encircle her. Dense fucking Deku. Stay out of my way. She cried as she swung wide from low to high like an uppercut with another explosion, sending the first spiraling through the air. The next two went to her sides, and she just held her arms out and fired again, then aimed behind her to fire again, sending her flying forward and above the tin can that tried backing up, but she stopped it with a mighty stomp that snuffed it out. Panting, she threw her head up and roared wordlessly like a wild beast. Yeah. A voice roared behind her. She snapped her head back while gritting her teeth. There was a girl who held a three-pointer in a headlock, bashing its face in with her fist that appeared to be made of stone. She had wild red hair pointed up with matching eyes, incredibly sharp teeth, and a scar on her eye. Like Kitsumi, she had on a black tank top too, showing off just how impressively built she was and using that strength to batter that robot. Wreck 'em, girl. The cheerful Reed rooted, finally tearing off the three-pointer's head. Shut up. She roared back before blasting off to slaughter more robots. Unfortunately, Izuku had no such luck with harvesting points. In fact, he couldn't collect even one so far. He had to get saved by someone who shot a laser from their belt, too. So naturally, it came the time when he got really anxious, running frantically to get just one bot. However, it was only made worse soon enough. He ran by Uraraka and heard her say, "Alright, that should be 34. And when he listened to others around him, he realized just how grave his situation was. The exam worked off of places, meaning that if he was this far behind now. A deep cutting feeling found a home in Izuku, seeming to freeze his insides and turn them bitter. I can't believe this." He gasped, clenching his fists as he ran. All of that time, all that training with all might and caution. Is it gonna all go to waste? He said in despair, clenching his fists even harder. Minutes passed them by, minutes of Izuku sprinting with growing desperation and Kitsumi raising her body count. Until finally, with only a few precious minutes left, the zero-pointer was unleashed, and holy cow was he not prepared for this. The thing felt like it was causing an earthquake as it rolled towards them and the city, towering over the buildings that were only really shoulder or neck height in comparison. In shock, Izuku fell back and on his ass as he could only stare up in awe. Everyone ahead of him had already long since bolted, and he got up to do the same until he heard Uraraka again. Oh. Snapping to attention, he suddenly turned back and saw Uraraka with her legs pinned beneath the rubble that the zero-pointer had dropped on her, trying to crawl from beneath it as the titanic robot kept moving forward. This feeling was natural, but still not very familiar to him. Izuku sprinted towards her and the robot without a single thought, his only concern being to help his new friend and newly found soulmate. He didn't care about his points, he didn't care that it wasn't worth any, he simply moved. Suddenly, he felt a deep surge inside him as he ran, distracting him for just a moment as he realized that it was happening, One for All was ready. He crouched down for a moment, feeling its power concentrate in his legs right as he leaped, firing him through the air as if from a cannon. In the blink of an eye, he was eye level with the massive zero-pointer, which had begun to swing its massive arms around to grab him. Gritting his teeth, Izuku reeled his arm back, feeling the fabric of his jacket literally burst off from the power right under his skin. Smash. He roared, swinging and hitting the zero-pointer right in the middle of its 6 robotic eyes, catering its face and sending the back, and like a great massive statue, fell back and collapsed. For a moment, Izuku was simply suspended in the air, recovering from the feeling of adrenaline that drove him to just punch out a skyscraper-sized robot. And for that moment, he looked on with astonishment and a very unfamiliar sense of pride. However, that moment wouldn't last, as he suddenly began to descend with a yelp of surprise and fear. Then, the second round of shitty, sudden realizations hit him. His legs and arm were broken, his entire arm turned an ugly, bruised, and twisted purple as it failed helplessly as his legs did. He couldn't afford to think about it now, as he just kept falling and gaining momentum, and with only one arm left, he found himself with only one option. He was going to punch again and break his fall before he went splat. Damn it. Then I won't be able to get any points, then I'll be done for. Suddenly, he was literally slapped out of his thoughts and back into reality. His mind lagged behind for a moment as he stayed suspended in the air for a moment, then lit up with realization as he looked to his side and saw Uraraka levitating on a chunk of one of the defeated robots to reach him and break his fall. Then, she touched her fingers together again and dropped them both, letting him flop onto the ground with a groan while she turned to the side and began to vomit over the side. Shock and exhaustion were wringing them both as some of the other examinees surrounded the area, talking amongst themselves. Finally, Izuku pushed himself up with one arm and began to drag himself forward, his face contorted with pain as Ochako turned to watch, both with awe and horror at the display. Just 1 point, at least. He grunted, pushing himself forward before a horn suddenly blared, drowning out the noise around them. "Alright, examinees, teams up," he declared, making Izuku freeze up with shock and despair, face planting into the ground. He brought up his uninjured arm, clenched his fist, and punched the ground with a frustrated cry. Ochako, slumping miserably, pushed herself onto her feet, clenching her stomach and walking on wobbly legs, plus the injury to her right leg, barely made it over before getting onto her knees and patting him on the back, with her pinky carefully lifted. There, hick. There. She said hopefully, her gut sinking both from the sight before her and the thought that this kind, sweet boy wouldn't make it with her. Assuming she made it too, as well. Frowning, she wondered if she could help him out somehow. Not in her condition, but if she could only give him a few of her points, maybe. After defeating the 0-pointer after seeing her injured, it felt like the least she could do. Suddenly, the realization hit her full force. He turned, saw she was injured, and without a moment's hesitation, sacrificed himself to destroy the 0-pointer, and all for a girl he just met. If she weren't so nauseous, she would have swooned off her feet. "Deku?" she whispered, before smiling softly and patting his back again comfortingly. "You're a really great guy, aren't you?" She cooed softly, taking one hand to his wild green hair and petting it affectionately. "Don't worry about him, dearie," a withered elderly voice called, making Ochako look up and see a small elder lady with a needle-shaped cane walking over. "I'll take care of everything." Izuku groggily lifted his head and squinted a little. "Our recovery. Girl," he croaked, propping himself up with his uninjured arm again. Ochako clicked her tongue. "Deku. Don't waste any of your energy," she chastised, before groaning slightly in pain herself and falling back with exhaustion. "Oh my," Recovery Girl said as she dug in her pockets and pulled out a handful of colorful gummies. "Here, young lady, take some vitamins, that red one there should help with your stomach issues too," she said as Ochako happily took them and began chewing quickly. "And for you, young man. Hoo boy, you sure did a number on yourself," she said, before her lips suddenly began to expand and she kissed him right on the wrist. "There, now, let's get you to the resting area." Two small robots rolled up behind her with a stretcher and reclined Izuku into it as he groaned miserably, and just before they began to roll off, he raised his hand. Wait. Uraraka." He weakly lifted his head with a small smile. I never asked for your number." After a moment, Uraraka giggled and heaved onto her feet, walking alongside the stretcher as the robots began rolling away. "For sure." And while the two were guided to the rest area to make sure Izuku got a full recovery, Kitsumi was proudly standing atop the smoking remains of her area's 0-pointer. A sadistic smirk spread across her face, her eyes glowing with delight. "Woo," she sighed, kicking aside a piece of it from her feet. The poor thing didn't stand a chance, really. She was still more than filled with rage when it showed up, and the thing's very existence was a challenge, and there wasn't a single challenge she wouldn't rise to. Besides, it wasn't about the points with that one. It was about proving to everyone here, including all the teachers watching, that Kitsumi Bakugo was here to take first place in this exam, in UA, and the hero world next. She proudly hopped off, strutting past all the gawking extras and remains of broken robots towards the entrance again. Damn, it felt good to be number one. Kitsumi snickered to herself, wondering how Deku would react to seeing her proudly present some kind of token or award for getting so much done. Knowing her, he probably wouldn't be surprised to see her with yet another trophy, but wouldn't it be nice to get praised? The thought made her feel odd inside. She knew it would make her pleased with herself, but there was also another level to it, besides just base pride. Something about Deku being proud of her made it seem all the more rewarding. She felt squeamish at the thought, every inch of her body alight with energy. Quickly, she just shook these thoughts from her head. No matter how good it would feel, mushy crap like that had to wait. For now, she just had to wait for them both to get accepted. But if they were smart, someone would just come running out, get into Doggies, and beg her to join right away. During the bus ride back, she managed to wipe herself clean of sweat, oil, and ash, then had a moment to freshen up before jumping out, expecting to find Izuku right as he came out his bus, but frowned when she discovered no such luck. Growling and whipping out her phone, she quickly called him up, tapping her foot against the concrete impatiently. On the second ring he picked up. Kakin. Hey. What's up, how did you do? Hey Deku, and I aced it obviously. I even beat the crap out of the 0-pointer, but never mind that. The hell are you at? He laughed nervously over the other side of the phone. I'm not surprised. Well. I kinda got hurt, but don't worry, I'm in a rest right now, I should be let out soon. Hurt? She shouted, stomping her foot and growling. How? She couldn't see him, but she could almost feel how he physically recoiled from the phone. I took on the 0-pointer too. But I just got a little injured. A little. Your rocket interjected as Katsumi clenched her phone harder. Deku, both your legs and your arm was broken after that. Suddenly, all of Katsumi's rage was sapped away, her knees felt weak as that information hit her, and she grasped her phone with both hands. Be both legs. Your arm? She shouted, worry clear in her voice now. Achin, it's okay. Recovery girl is here and she healed me up, plus, your rock is keeping me company. You remember her from this morning, right? I know you're not great with names, but… She shook her head to clear it. Who, round face? She demanded, the sinking and burning feeling in her guts returning again, knowing that she was there for him when he was injured, instead of her. Yeah. Her. Anyway, after I get out, I'll text you. Your Raka needs to get to the station, so we can walk her there, then go home. He said, his tone suddenly dropping miserably. Granted, she couldn't tell why he'd be more depressed about the aspect of going home rather than being injured, but she only guessed it had something to do with round face. Then, the flames were only stoked as she heard Uraraka gently talking to him. Deku, did something else happen to you? She heard him gulp nervously, even if he tried to hide it. Kachin, will you promise not to get angry? And that pretty much cemented it in her mind. He was doing something over there with round face, something that he knew she'd blow them both to bits over. Yes. She growled. I promise not to get angry. Unless you tell me that you're going into an agency together or some shit, that's supposed to be our thing, damn it. What? But I never agreed to. Look, Kachin, we couldn't be in an agency together. Aye. He took a second to sniffle miserably, his voice shaking slightly now. I didn't get a single point. I'm sorry. Izuku sighed miserably as Katsumi went silent, bracing himself for her yelling, or saying she was disappointed, or anything, but she just went silent. He only imagined she wanted to, or was trying to come up with the right thing she wanted to say, but there was nothing. Look, recovery girl is back, I'll meet you at the gate later, goodbye Kachin. He stayed on the line for a few moments longer to the sound of silence, before finally hanging up. Roughly 20 minutes later, Achako and Izuku both finally arrived at the front gate together. To the side, Katsumi was reclining against the wall, visibly slumping and more defeated than Izuku had ever seen her. Hey Kachin. She sighed and turned to them only slightly in response, barely even acknowledging Achako. Hey Deku. Clearing his throat, Izuku looked down, ashamed. Kachin, I'm really… Don't worry about it. He shot his head up at Katsumi, whose face suggested she was just neutral to this. If we can't be heroes, you can still work with me, or something, right? She asked with a small sigh, turning to look up at the sky. You keep those hero notebooks. They could be useful if I ever fight someone I can't get a read on, so don't stress about it, okay? She said, clearly as downcast as he was. Well, sure, but Kachin, it's not just about us being heroes together. I wanted to be a hero too, like All Might, who always saved the day with a smile. I'm sorry if it sounds greedy, but I wanted to be a hero for myself, too. Suddenly, Achako hugged his arm from behind, causing him to look back in surprise as she smiled cheerfully. That's not greedy at all. This would be a really crappy world if wanting to help people was considered wrong, you know. Besides, they should let you in anyway. You destroyed that 0-pointer just to help me out, an academy that trains any real heroes should recruit those who go out of their way to help others. Wait, destroyed it? Katsumi demanded, slack-jawed and stunned by this information. Achako giggled and nodded. He jumped up and socked that thing square in the face, just trashed it. She said, patting him proudly. If I'm being honest, I think that cemented things, for me. Drawn out of her curiosity for just a moment, Katsumi turned to Achako as Izuku tilted his head slightly. cemented things. The hell does that mean? Yeah, you're Raka, what's that supposed to mean? To which Ichako giggled again, her cheeks getting even redder. You took on that thing for me when no one else would even come back to help me out. You're sweet, smart, and attentive, cute and built, she said, looking down at the arm she was attached so tightly to. Deku, I think that I'm in love with you. Izuku gasped as Katsumi began to tremble, staring wide-eyed at the scene before her. And no. She thought, a chill piercing through her. This isn't right. Izuku's hand went to Ichako's shoulder as she looked up hopefully. He smiled so softly, it was like an angel's. Ichako. You've been nothing but sweet and kind to me, even when you didn't have to. You're a great girl. No. This isn't supposed to happen. Katsumi began to pant slightly, her chest heavy and cold. The agency. We were supposed to. Ichako, I love you. No. Izuku and Ichako jumped suddenly as Katsumi roared, then turned to her, only to be left stunned at the sight. Katsumi was crying, her teeth gritting and her eyes wild. She left the wall and was crouched slightly like she was going to fight, but if her trembling was anything to go by, it was either that or her collapsing. And no. You're not, why you can't. She screamed, stomping forward once as her anger visibly dropped and was replaced with strife. He's mine. Girls never liked him before. This isn't right. Her hands came around her head and squeezed. We're supposed to. But why you can't? Why you can't take him from me? She accused, and at that moment Izuku closed the distance, hugging Katsumi close to his chest with his head on hers. He's supposed to be mine. Men tend to fall in love over time, and even when they meet their soulmates, they probably won't know it, while women tend to fall in love at first sight. Izuku's eyes widened as the Buddha of Love's voice echoed in his mind, and he subconsciously held Katsumi tighter. Suddenly, he realized that since they were children when they met, far before the god of love came into his life, she had already fell for him. And he failed to notice this entire time. I'm a fool, aren't I? He asked, while Katsumi sniffled. I can't believe I was so blind to how you felt, Kachin. He stroked her upper back slowly as his friend bawled, but slowly calmed down. Hey, Kachin, Ichako. I think we all need to talk. There's this cafe down the road, my treat. Katsumi nodded after a moment, while Ichako agreed, suddenly very downcast. The walk was long and almost tortuously awkward, and even when they made it to the humble cafe and placed their orders they were silent, until Ichako spoke up right before Izuku did. Look, I don't want to come between the two of you. It's silly to think I'd stand a chance against a girl Deku's known for his entire life. I think I should just go and save you guys the trouble. Katsumi scoffed and rested her head in her hands. Please. Sweet, cute, and as big of a hero nerd as he is. You're like the perfect girl for him. She said miserably before Izuku spoke up. Both of you, enough. He demanded suddenly, irking both of them into surprise from the sudden and very un-Deku-like assertiveness. You're both incredible and selling yourselves short, which is shocking for you, Kachin. Honestly, I think if someone talked about you two the way you talk about yourselves, I'd beat them into the dirt. Katsumi and Ichako both blushed slightly, before nodding in understanding. Izuku sighed deeply. Okay. Girls, I have something to ask of both of you. Would you guys like to try polyamory? Excuse me? Katsumi asked immediately. Hear me out. He begged, suddenly bowing his head. Both of you deserve everything. Kachin, you've been my friend since forever, you're strong, smart, and have the confidence I could only dream of having. Ichako, you're the sweetest, most caring person I've had the actual blessing of meeting, you're the kind of person everyone wants by their side. His confession made them both blush and turn to each other before going back to him. Anyway, all of this to say. I want to make you two happy. Even if I have to die for it, you don't deserve to be sad or in pain for even a second of your lives. If I can't do that for both of you, I'd happily pay it back with my life. Both were silent before Katsumi crossed her arms and spoke up again. Do you think you can really do that? If we get into UA without you, what then? And if you did get in, could you even handle all of that and keep your promise? Izuku's answer came without hesitation or doubt. Absolutely. The blunt rudeness and confidence of his answer, in contrast to his typically reserved and nervous nature, spoke volumes. But there's something else too. He looked between them both. I want you two to be girlfriends, too. Both were taken aback, blushing deeper as they looked at each other. Ichako was shocked, but far from looking appalled, while Katsumi looked like she was having an internal conflict. If you two can't get along with each other, then how could we go on dates or hang out together and keep you two happy? After a moment, Katsumi sighed and looked away and down at the table. Well. I guess it could be worse. She admitted, while Ichako just rubbed her cheek slightly with embarrassment. That doesn't sound so bad. she answered as well, before giggling. Wow. You must really love Deku if you're willing to. Who said love? Kitsumi suddenly barked, her face even redder, and Izuku deadpanned. Achin, you were sobbing at the idea that. Kitsumi interrupted him by grabbing him by the collar and pulling him in. Shut up, damn it. Aw. I love you too, Kachin. He answered, before receiving his reply in the form of a slap that rocked him back into his seat with a small grunt, but a content smile. You know, Deku. You never finished saying that thing, at the gate. I love you, Uraraka. I love you girls more than I love myself. He answered, again, without hesitation. Ochako giggled and moved closer to him as Kitsumi sputtered. Oh yeah? Prove it by keeping your damn promise. If you don't, I'll kill you myself. She ordered, threatened, scooching closer to him as well, as if saying that she refused to be outdone by Ochako, who wasn't even competing. Actually. Ochako intervened. I think you should love yourself too, there's plenty to love, right, Bakugo? Kitsumi turned away slightly while blushing as Izuku chuckled and hugged both girls by their backs. Of course, I will, Kachin. And I swear I will, Ochako. Kitsumi huffed and pressed her head against his side, making him blush and actually clam up a little at the sudden contact. Although by the look of her it seemed like she was just as bashful about it for the first time in her life. I'll believe it when I see it. Ochako put her head against his side as well, which made him blush even harder just as she did. I have faith in you, Deku. 98 100s to go. When Izuku woke up, he wasn't entirely convinced he was living in reality. He thought that perhaps he had gone into a heartbreak-induced coma after confessing to Tomi, and everything up to this very point was a wild fever dream. That sounded absolutely insane, but less considering that since then. He met the god of love who told him that soulmates were real, and that he had 100 of them, got attacked by a villain, got saved by All Might, got introduced to All Might, got recruited by All Might, then given his quirk, which apparently was a 200-year-old power passed down from person to person. And took the UA exam, although he highly doubted he came close to making the cut, where he one-tapped a Godzilla-sized robotic abomination. And the most unbelievable part of it all. He now had 2 girlfriends, his childhood friend Kitsumi and Ochako, who saved each other's lives and confessed to each other on the same day, all of this, mind you, being within the past year and up to 3 days ago. And today was their first date. Just the thought of it made him buzz with delight. He sounded and looked like a child that couldn't express their happiness and simply made wild-sounding happy noises. He was up before the crack of dawn to get freshened up, dressed, and prepared. He even spent a while attempting to tame and groom the wild canopy that was his hair. Next, use his encyclopedic knowledge to memorize any and everything he could to help from his notes, until he was looking himself over for the billionth and final time that morning, fretting over every little thing, or even just the outfit as a whole. Instinct told him to get something much more extravagant than his casual outfit of black pants, a t-shirt that read nice shirt and a jacket over it as it was their first date, while the rest of him knew that it was probably best for their casual first date. To visit a cat cafe. He gulped nervously before sighing. Even if he wasn't 100% satisfied with himself, it was leagues better than, say, a suit and tie or his school uniform or something. Checking the time, he decided it was time to go since he wanted to meet Kitsumi at her house and then pick up Ochako from the station. Alright, I'm heading out, Mom, bye. He called, walking past her as she looked up, then paused as she looked over him. Is something wrong? Oh no, Izuku, it's just. Is there something important going on today? His immediate answer would have been to say yes it was, more important than meeting All Might, more important than the UA exam, probably as or more important than his birth, and using every metaphor he could to overblow the statement, yes, I'm going on my first date with my 2 girlfriends. However, he chose to restrain himself because he still had no clue how to actually break the I have 2 girlfriends now news to her yet. And nothing really. I'm just going out with some friends. He explained in the single most conspicuous way possible. Oh. She answered, again studying his groomed, carefully adjusted appearance again. Izuku was never one to take extra time for his appearance, but today he was very well put together and also seemed to be actually glowing from how much time he poured into it. But, knowing Izuku, it was probably because this friend was another girl he'd be confessing to. She sighed and got up, putting a hand on his shoulder. Alright, well. Just take care of yourself, Izuku, and be safe, okay? She asked, as Izuku just chuckled and reassured her. Clearly, there was a sort of disconnect here between Izuku, who couldn't be happier, and his mother, who was as worried as he was excited. Of course. Thanks, Mom, but I'll be fine. I should go, I have to meet up with Kakin and pick up my other friend at the station. Now, this was a little interesting to Inko, because while it was pretty typical of Kitsumi and Izuku to hang out, she never remembered a time since they were about 8 that Kitsumi willingly hung out with anyone except Izuku, and if Izuku was really going to confess to this person, she doubted he'd bring Kitsumi along for the ride. She mentally shrugged it off, dismissing the notion entirely. Right. Goodbye, and I love you, Izuku. Love you too, goodbye mom. He said with a bit more cheer, quickly getting his shoes on before getting up to wave goodbye one last time, then hurrying out the door. However, only a few steps out the door he fell to his knees, the full weight of, "I'm going on my first date with my girlfriends," hitting him once again, like Mount Lady in giant form dropped on him from the top rope. Compared to his little display a few days ago when they all became a thing with the hugging and declaring that they were more valuable to him than his life, as if he were some kind of shoujo protagonist. This was utterly puny. But what more could he do? It was a spur of the moment thing, something that one thinks is cool, then spends the next 10 years lying awake at night with deep, soul-destroying regret. Izuku forced himself up, but an invisible force kicked him back down. He pressed his forearm against the ground and the other palm against it, forcing himself up with a groan under the weight of anxiety and expectations. "Excuse me, but are you okay there, young man?" Their neighbor, an older man dressed in a suit and tie, covered with a brown corduroy jacket and a matching hat. His face was a little squashed and fairly inexpressive, but even his confusion was clear as day. You see, I'm going on my first date today, and I'm just nervous." After a moment, the old man tipped his hat slightly. "Understandable. Good luck, young man," he wished, before walking off without another look or word. Finally, a little less than a minute later Izuku came from the building, checking the time again before he heard Kitsumi call out from the side. "Oi, Deku." He jumped a little from surprise before turning to the right and perking up. "Kaken, you're Raka. About time you came out," Kitsumi said, brushing her hair to the side and behind her ear, and that's when Izuku noticed she had put up her hair into a rough, short ponytail with a dark green band and a small grenade-looking symbol on it. That was, once he had gotten his attention from their outfits. Kitsumi's was a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt with a skull on the front finished with a nice-looking dark jacket. While it did look like her normal casual clothing, her done-up hair combined with the small, subtle pieces of makeup just screamed, "I tried hard, but I don't want you to know that, nerd." Which Izuku found absolutely adorable, plus her small blush and half pout as she looked him up and down, really added a small cherry on top. Ichako, meanwhile, had a blue skirt with black leggings and a pink Letterman jacket, plus her 13 sash over the collar. She was a lot more open about her blushing and attempts at getting ready, giving off more air of a loving, eager, and inexperienced maiden. Neither one was better nor cuter in his eyes. In fact, the combination of tsundere and derriere duality made him want to melt into the pavement, gushing about sour and sweet deliciousness. However, because of how embarrassing that would have been, he just took a deep reassuring breath and said, "You two look amazing today." "Thanks, so do you, Deku." "Who asked you?" He just chuckled a little and walked forward with them as they set off. "Thanks. Although I thought your train would come later, we were going to go and pick you up after I got to you, Kaken." Ichako just giggled a little as she rubbed the back of her head, while Kitsumi looked away, a little flustered. "Well, I may have gotten a little excited and got ready early. By a few hours, so I thought I'd just meet up with you guys," she explained, and Kitsumi only huffed and brushed more of her hair to the side. "I just didn't want to wait for you," she admitted in a small tone, making Izuku smile wide and dopily before she snapped around to correct him. "Becus, you'd be going so slow." Of course, sorry Kaken." He apologized, playing into her denial while they both moved a little closer to his sides, since he was walking between them. Naturally, the newfound feeling of closeness still made him clam up slightly, and probably would for a long while. "Hey, anyway, I thought we could go closer to downtown. There's this new place I think you two would like. You especially, Kaken." Why, does it have a hero theme or an eating challenge?" she asked, her mind immediately going to having an opportunity to prove herself, as it often did. "No, it's a cat cafe," he said, watching as her eyes instantly snapped wide with surprise and realization before her blushing settled back in. You consider it, handsome bastard," she cursed internally, before huffing. "Congrats, Deku, that might be the best thing you've ever said to me." "Really?" Ichako asked, almost like she was talking to herself. "I thought it would have been. I love you, Kaken." "Shut it," Kitsumi shouted back as Ichako giggled some more, before looking down slightly toward Izuku's side. When she did, she couldn't help but stare at his open, swinging hand with a few scars created in the exam. She gulped a little, before clearing her throat. "Hey, Deku?" she asked, as Izuku perked up. "Since we're walking together on our first date, would you like tea too?" "I don't know, hold hands." she asked as Izuku seemed to freeze suddenly. His face then became very intense, almost like he was in pain, but on closer inspection was more like the overwhelming joy he was struggling to hold in. Yes, please. He cheered internally, before nodding. Oh sure, Uraraka. Almost squealing with delight, she opened her hand with her pinky aimed as far back as possible and led it towards Izuku's. Alright. Apparently, 95% of couples like holding hands, so as long as I don't act weird. Oh my god, yes. Just at that moment, they took each other's hand, and they both turned slightly away, blushing harder than ever before. Her hand was soft and warm, and the small pads on her fingers felt soothing against his hand. His was more coarse and rough from training, it was as firm as it was warm, and made her want to melt with delirious joy, just as Izuku did. So this is it. Nirvana. He thought in pure bliss, all this time, wondering what it would be like to hold my girlfriend's hand. And it's amazing. He thought, his dreams finally realized before deciding to try and save the situation from awkwardness. He just looked up and said. And nice weather, right? He asked, mentally slapping himself across the face. Why yeah. She answered in a lofty tone, moving her hand around slightly to feel his and enjoying every moment of it. It's really nice and manly. The hell kinda weather is manly. Kitsumi blurted out, looking down at Izuku's unoccupied hand, and swung hard enough to make a small clap, which caught him off guard until the sudden pain settled, and he was left with Kitsumi firmly holding his hand. Granted, she was trembling out of embarrassment and kept going from, oh gosh this is amazing loose, and I don't want to be outdone firm. Either way, Izuku felt like the true winner here. So this is the power of hand holding. Incredible. The trio kept walking together in near silence, with only Kitsumi even attempting to hide how much she enjoyed this. Hey, Deku, there's something else. Uraraka said, pressing into him a little more just before Kitsumi did. Since we're dating and all. Can you call me by my given name? Oh. Of course. Ichako. He said, blushing brightly just to say it, while Ichako gave a small, delighted squeak that she desperately tried holding down. And you can call me Izuku if you want. Ichako flushed slightly in flattery, before shaking her head slightly. No. Deku's a way cuter name, right, Ikugo? To which she immediately agreed by nodding her head, still embarrassed, and turned slightly away. Suddenly, Izuku perked up a little in realization. Oh. You two should call each other by your first names, too. He suggested, just as both seemed to hit the same realization. Ichako seemed a little more nervous as she blushed, while Kitsumi's cheeks puffed out slightly. Now with himself as the one not embarrassed, he just smiled and gently pulled them both closer to himself, and closer to each other by proxy. You two have to get along and get close for this to work, right? Ichako leaned forward slightly to look at Kitsumi, who was still stubbornly looking away. Kitsumi. She said experimentally, making her just turn away again, which honestly hurt Ichako's feelings a little. However, what she didn't know was that Kitsumi was now breathing way harder as she clapped her hand over her mouth. Damn it. She cursed, why the fuck does she say it so damn cute like that? Oh Ichako. Kitsumi started, before turning forward again and hiding her embarrassment internally, while Ichako and Izuku both seemed to light up. I want you to know, I'm still gonna call you round face from now on. Oh. Ichako replied, touched but still wildly unsure how to act, before Izuku leaned over slightly to whisper to her. That's pretty much just Kakin saying she likes you. Like hell it is. After a small light-hearted argument about Kitsumi's way with words and a couple of minutes later, they finally arrived. It was a small, humble business in a mostly quiet and urban neighborhood, with a sign out front reading, Mustafa Cat Rescue and Cafe. And upon seeing it, Kitsumi suddenly had no more arguments as she stared in awe. Honestly, it was such a sudden silencer Ichako and Izuku couldn't help but laugh a little bit, albeit to themselves so they wouldn't ruin her mood. Finally. She said, snapping out of her stupor. Come on, move it. She said, yanking Izuku's hand and therefore pulling Ichako along as well. The party noticed that it looked just as it would from the outside. It was relatively small, homey, and neat. It was well furnished with wood and plenty of cushions, pillows, and rugs for the customers to sit and the cats to lounge around. It was humble and a little small for sure, but the owners and employees clearly took pride in their work. Looks like there are not many customers right now, more for us then. Izuku noticed, looking over to the counters with cat treats and small toys, and the cashier stationed at the same wall with the menu up top. Bitsumi, naturally, was the first to take her seat before the greeter even spoke, right in the middle of a comfy blue couch that curved kinda like a horseshoe, startling a pudgy white cat that reclined on the round table in front of it. As the cat nervously got back up and swished its tail, Kitsumi slowly reached for it, her fingers spread wide as she giggled. However, it was Katsumi Bakugo, and so when she was giggling and reaching for the chubby cat, it gave less of the impression that she wanted it in her lap, but more as if she wanted it in the morgue. Hiss. It cried, scurrying backward as Katsumi sprang, hitting her stomach and bending over the table, just as it hopped off the other side and trotted away. Then, an employee in a black outfit with a gray apron walked up nervously as Katsumi grit her teeth and clenched the table in frustration. He pushed his glasses up slightly as he addressed her. Excuse me ma'am. Sorry, she just gets a little hyper. Izuku said, still holding Ichako's hand, who was looking around and awing at the cats lounging around and at a pair who were chazzing each other. She's with us. Ah. I see, so, what will it be today, sir, ma'am? He asked as Izuku fished out his wallet. Just an hour for the three of. Ow. Just then, Katsumi had folded up a few yen bills in a wad and threw it at Izuku's head, gently bouncing off his head and into his palm, while Ichako gasped. 2 hours, I mean. Izuku said, blushing and smiling nervously as he handed the shaking greeter his and Katsumi's yen. Katsumi was still pouting by the time Izuku and Ichako walked over, before getting distracted by another cat who was slim and tawny walking past, who Katsumi, again, sprang for with open arms, but ran away while yowling, leaving her growling with frustration. Ichako sighed with a small smile. Katsumi, you should really be more gentle. In order to try and prove her point, Ichako got down and came closer to a smaller gray cat that was grooming itself on top of a pillow, but stopped once they noticed Ichako coming closer. Ichako stopped for a moment and smiled before slowly moving her hand forward, but the cat scampered away as well. Oh. She pouted, her shoulders dropping a little bit. Here, try these. Izuku came to her side and crouched down, while Katsumi got to his other side as he opened his hand, showing a handful of small cat treats that smelt like tuna. We're strangers here, after all, so they'll probably make us seem more trustworthy, right? Katsumi and Ichako quickly took some from the mound while thanking him before trying again. In typical Katsumi fashion, she just went after the cats while brandishing her treats like weapons as they scampered away from her in fear or annoyance. Ichako, meanwhile, laid them down in a pile and sat a couple of paces back. This strategy worked at the beginning, as a few of the cats swarmed around to take nibbles, but just as she scooched forward to pet them, they all opened wide to snatch as many treats as possible before running, in a more frightened chipmunk-like fashion than a cat-like one. Izuku wasn't having any luck either. He stayed still and calm, reaching out with a few treats in his palm, but they only took the closest one before backing up quicker than he could pet them. This would continue for the next 20 or so minutes as they grew increasingly desperate and frustrated. Darn. Izuku said as the same black cat finessed him for the third time and was now probably bragging to the other cats. Any luck, Kakin, Ichako? No. They both said immediately, making Izuku frown a little as he got up again. That's fine, I'll grab some toys for us to use. He offered as Katsumi and Ichako nodded. Izuku sighed but put a hand on his chin as he thought while walking over to the mouse string toys. Dang it. I mean, we have most of our time left. He said to himself, taking 3 in his hand. Maybe they'll get used to us by then. As he talked, he suddenly drifted off as he looked over to the tallest scratch post that resembled a tree. Seated at the very top was an older cat with shabby black and gray fur. Its whiskers were especially long, and their fur was long and whirly as well. It sat straight up and looked down with contempt as its tail swished left to right slowly. Additionally, its right eye was entirely white, with barely a small shade of near-invisible light gray to mark the pupil. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. The cat's name was Totoro according to his collar. Slowly and carefully, Izuku approached as Totoro stared right down at him, his own eyes narrowing and squinting as the young man approached. So, you call the shots here? Izuku asked, and Totoro barely made a sound in response. He looked back only to see Katsumi and Ichako trying to corner the same tawny cat, but just as they got closer, it sprinted between the gap between them and ran off to the top of another, smaller scratching post. Looking back, he noticed Totoro looking over there as well, before turning back to Izuku as if to ask, what do you want me to do about it? Izuku slowly, and without looking away, reached into his pocket and pulled out a 1,000-yen note, drawing Totoro's attention away as he looked at it, his eyes widened slightly before turning back to Izuku. Well. Totoro gave a small gruff-sounding purr as he leaned forward and took the note in his mouth, then turned around to drop and sit on it, before looking back to Izuku. Meow. Totoro replied loudly before sitting upright once again. Izuku nodded to Totoro, and Totoro nodded back before Izuku turned to walk back to Ichako and Katsumi and gave the somber girls their mice toys. There, this should help. He assured as Katsumi lifted and waved hers softly. Just then, the same pudgy white cat that had first run from Kitsumi trotted over to swat at it, while Kitsumi smiled wide, swinging it around to make him follow, and eventually onto her lap where she laid the mouse down, letting the cat lay on her lap and bite into it. Cackling with pride, Kitsumi began to pat the cat's back and brush it down to the tail. "About time you had recognized my greatness. From now on, you will be known as Royal Explosion Murder Beast," she declared as Izuku leaned over to see. "The tag says his name is Sebas," she said, too distracted to notice another cat walking up to her until it began to brush against her leg, making her gasp slightly as it began to rub its back and the top of its head against her. The cat was brown with a healthy coat and brown eyes, along with longer fur around the head that made her look like she had hair. Once she noticed that Izuku was paying attention, she meowed impatiently for attention, which Izuku happily gave. Izuku just smiled as they began to enjoy themselves, sitting down and putting down the mouse toy. They both seemed so radiant and content that as he watched he couldn't help but chuckle a little as a gentle warmth filled him. For the next 20 or so minutes they played and relaxed with the cats together, feeding them treats and learning their names. Or giving them better and more badass names, in Kitsumi's case. Her favorite was still Royal Explosion Murder Beast or Sebas, while Ichuku's was a thin black cat named Shinjetsu. Izuku, meanwhile, got fond of a large Siamese kitten named Spring. It was about an hour into their time before they were all seated together, euphorically happy while on the couch. Ichuku, while playing with Shinjetsu, looked up at the bar area and frowned a little. Kitsumi and Deku both paid for this. Maybe I should. She pulled out her own wallet and looked inside. She didn't have much to spend, and even if she got everyone what they wanted she wouldn't really have anything left over for the tickets home. "Hey, why don't I get us some drinks?" Izuku offered as Spring sprang from his lap and onto the table. "Black coffee, Kaken." In response, she made a half-interested grunt while scratching Royal Explosion Murder Beast's pudgy belly. Ichuku. "Oh." She turned to look up at the menu, her eyes trailing down to the very bottom. "Green tea." "Yeah, just." She looked down at her wallet again and sighed. "Here, you and Kitsumi both treated us to this, let me handle it." "So, what would you like, Deku?" she asked with a small smile. Izuku only smiled back for a moment while she waited for his answer, before gently putting a hand on top of hers and her wallet, pushing down slightly, as if to ask her to put it down. "Ichuku, you don't owe us anything. I want to give you two stuff like this because you deserve them. Besides, Kaken's just too proud to let me pay for anything for her, unless she gets me back." Kitsumi gave a short grunt in agreement. "So don't worry about the money, okay?" He tilted his head slightly and smiled brightly, speaking in the same gentle tone she already grew to love. "If you really think you need to pay us back, enjoy yourself as much as you can, and that's way more than enough." Ichuku opened her mouth to speak, but only let out a small, high-pitched squeak, considering how hard she was swooning. I. She stammered slightly, before clapping her hands over her face to hide her flustered expression, and after a faint glow emitted from her fingers, she began to float away like a balloon. Caught off guard, Izuku's mind needed a moment to catch up before he sat up straight and had her by the arm, pulling her down again. But just as she started floating again, Shinjetsu, with an equally panicked look, jumped onto Ichuku's lap, anchoring her to the seat. Laughing nervously, he watched as Ichuku's fingers slowly fanned out, still blushing and looking away to the table. Do you really I insist?" she asked, watching as he eagerly nodded. "Yeah. Although, I do have to confess something," he admitted, before looking very intense for some reason, clenching his fist in his eyes as he spoke. "I've always wondered how incredible it would feel to be able to spoil my girlfriend, it's a dream of mine," he confessed, making Ichuku blush harder, while Kitsumi snapped slightly to attention. "Spoil?" Kitsumi thought, letting the thought marinate in her mind for a moment before she froze entirely. The term spoiling was pretty much synonymous with her grandparents, who, despite Kitsumi's protests, would always be treating her like a precious little princess, showering her with praise, gifts and affection, which she had absolutely no way of handling. Nor was she in touch enough to properly express herself. She almost shuddered while remembering when she was 5 and was over for the weekend, getting put in a frilly pink dress that she couldn't push off faster than her granny could put on her. However, as scarring as such memories were, hearing Izuku say it had a much different effect on her. She could imagine herself several years from now, reclining in her totally awesome hero costume, relaxing as Izuku pampered her and went along with her every whim, showering her in hugs, pats, praise, and even holding her hands while they kissed. Her breathing got slightly heavier as she blushed, unaware that Izuku had even gotten up after Ichuku told him what she wanted, not until he was finally back and presented her with her black coffee after a few minutes, gave Ichuku a hot chocolate with peppermint, and himself a green tea with extra sugar. Ichuku and Kitsumi took an appreciative sip and sighed contently. Satisfied, Izuku took a sip of his tea as well. Kitsumi, Deku, can I ask you guys something? Izuku turned and Kitsumi peered over the side of him. Of course, Ochako, what's up? He asked, taking another sip of his tea. Why do you guys want to be heroes? I can tell you two worked really hard for it and are probably even more dedicated than I am, so I was just curious. She asked, making Izuku smile while Kitsumi smirked and flung an arm around Izuku, pointing her thumb towards herself proudly as she answered. Vacuous heroes are the coolest and the strongest. She answered proudly. People bowing in respect, villains cowering in fear. Riches, fame, strength, and of course. She hugged Izuku a little closer by flexing and reeling him in with a small yelp. Each other. After that, she paused a little and blushed slightly, turning towards her coffee. But I guess you should be there, too, round face. Izuku gave a small chuckle as he sat up a little. Yeah, that'd be great. But I'm not really aiming for number one as intensely as Kachin is. But I do want to be like All Might. Ochako giggled and tilted her head a little bit. But All Might is number one, right? Well yeah, but that's not really what I find cool about him. He said, rubbing his head slightly with embarrassment. I've always wanted to be like him because even when everything looks helpless, he always saves people while laughing and smiling like there's nothing that can stop him. It's why he's the symbol of peace, because when he shows up, you know that everything will be okay, and you can't help but smile too. I'd like to make people smile and feel safe like that too. He explained with a small sigh, a blush coming to his cheeks, now that he was fired up. Ochako looked him over, slightly in awe before she smiled and took another sip. You two are really cool, you know that. She said, watching as Kitsumi grinned proudly and Izuku looked a little flustered. Although I think you're well on your way, Deku. Because if I'm being honest, I do feel better when you're around. She admitted, just as flustered as he was. You too, huh? Kitsumi asked without thinking, while Izuku's head snapped towards her, blushing harder with wide eyes. Of course I do. Ochako continued, looking fired up in the same way Izuku was a moment ago. After he totaled that 0-pointer when I was trapped, I always feel safe. Although. She looked him in the eyes, a little more sternly as she puffed her cheeks. You have to be careful. It meant a lot to me, but if I knew you would have gotten that hurt, I would have just told you not to do it. At that, Kitsumi suddenly stiffened and turned enough to glare at him slightly. Kitsumi had never really bought the fact that his quirk had just developed super late, but on the other hand, she didn't exactly have a reasonable explanation either. Huffing slightly, she just flicked him on the side of his forehead. You're lucky I didn't tell Auntie Inko how bad you got messed up, Deku. She threatened, still knowing it was on the table. As far as Inko knew, he had only broken his arm and it wouldn't happen again. While also glossing over the fact that he nearly died from falling. Why yeah, thanks a lot, Kakin. He said, before turning back to Ochako. I'm sorry, it was my first time, and I just couldn't regulate it. It won't happen again, I swear. He promised them both before they both sighed. Kitsumi knew Deku was usually good for his word, but was wary, while Ochako was more inclined to wait for his actions. Anyway, why do you want to be a hero, Ochako? He asked, more than eager to change the subject. Ochako perked up a little, not being able to stop herself from smiling a little bit. Well. Don't laugh or anything, but a big reason is for my parents. Izuku's head tilted a little bit. Are they heroes too? He asked, while Kitsumi muttered something about her being lucky for having a cool family business under her breath. Her parents were both in the fashion business. She shook her head. No. They actually own a construction company. But, it's not going so well. It hasn't for a little while. So I wanted to be a hero to help them out. A long time ago, they said they'd like to go on a vacation in Hawaii someday. She explained, with a small sigh under her breath. But that sounds greedy after what you said, huh? Not at all. Izuku insisted suddenly and loudly enough that the lounging cats right next to them or on them jumped a little. Sorry, you guys. Anyway, it's not greedy at all. If you were anything less than an incredible person, you would have done anything else. Instead, you go for the job where you help people and keep them safe all day long. Then, he pointed behind him to Kakin with his thumb. Like how Kakin says she only wants fame and stuff, she's really just a softie who wants to help people. He managed to finish his sentence right before she whacked him over the head. Ochako just giggled, however, and scratched the back of her head, clearly embarrassed. I guess so, huh? Plus, I really felt what you said about making people smile. Just then, one of the staff had walked up and placed a large sundae before them all, with Deku being the only one not surprised by it. Oh. Thank you very much. He said while Ochako and Kitsumi admired it. Massive scoops of vanilla, chocolate and strawberry, chunks of strawberry, shreds of chocolate over the top with whipped cream, plump cherries, and chocolate syrup over the top. And of course, 3 spoons peeking out the top. Izuku gulped deeply. Alright. I've always wanted to share a dessert with my girlfriend. And now, I get to do it with both of them. He mentally cheered, his fingers trembling as he nervously reached for the center spoon. Here, Deku. Eat up, nerd. Suddenly, Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts as Katsumi and Ochako both brought their spoons to his mouth. What you doing? Round face. Katsumi asked, her voice dangerously low and her brow furrowed before she suddenly jutted her spoon closer to his mouth. Followed swiftly by Ochako doing the same. Just seeing if Deku wanted any. Katsumi. Ochako replied, just as dangerous, but under the thinnest veil of a friendly smile. Sensing a crisis on the horizon, Izuku took a deep breath of air and did the only thing there was to do. He opened as wide as he could like a tree frog and took both spoons into his mouth, struggling to lick both clean off with a hum of delight from the taste as Katsumi and Ochako looked at him, bewildered. Please down and fight. He requested, desperation lacing his voice. For a moment, both girls could only look at him, then at each other, mirroring the other's exact situation. It took a moment for the embarrassment to kick in, but once it did, they both simply took the spoons away from his mouth. Sorry Katsumi. Ochako said, nervously laughing while Katsumi just turned away and crossed her arms, refusing to show her embarrassed face. Yeah. Sorry. She grunted simply. Izuku sighed in relief, praising the success of his self-training and preparation. He felt as though it was safe to say that it was a crisis averted just as suddenly as it began. I guess that means it's my turn. Then. He was met with another issue. He had one spoon and two mouths to feed simultaneously. He stared down at his spoon for a moment in horror before realization hit him. Kakin, can I see your spoon? Katsumi handed it to him right before he stuck both into the ice cream. Then, he raised both spoonfuls to Ochako and Katsumi, who were both blushing slightly. Then, Ochako and Katsumi both perked up as they blushed harder, their eyes widening as they stared down at their spoon. Isn't this an indirect kiss? They both thought, realizing that Izuku had taken both spoons in their mouths simultaneously. Ochako and Katsumi lunged like sharks, biting down, while the entire curved end was inside their mouths hard enough to make a loud clack. Their faces were strained and intense, in the same fashion Izuku's was when he talked about being able to spoil his girlfriends. And he was absolutely horrified by the sudden change in demeanor. Just as quickly as she attacked, Katsumi pulled away, crossing her arms and chewing with an especially bright red and angry face. I was just hungry, don't think him to it. She excused. What did I do to make you so angry you're chewing your ice cream? Izuku asked in vain before he noticed that Ochako was just about moaning and savoring her ice cream like it was something holy. Hey, are you two okay? He asked testily, but upon receiving no answer, he just shrugged and just chalked it up to the ice cream just being that good. He handed back Katsumi her spoon, who quickly snatched it from his hand and began to eat again until something suddenly clicked in her head. Wait, what about the first actual kiss? And she froze, turning her eyes towards Izuku and Ochako, who was making some more small talk. I mean, I wanted. But Deku's way too nice to just cuff it up to either one of us first. Deku was laughing, and she stopped for a moment to watch him some more. From the way she saw it, he was dating them for her own and Ochako's sake, to make them happy, and them alone, even if couldn't be. It was a very Deku-ish thing to do, for better or for worse. So, what we're thinking, Kakin? Eh? She asked, suddenly snapping from her thoughts after being addressed. Frankly, what she was thinking about was the last and most awkward thing she could think of talking about. Ochako and I were just talking about what we wanted for our hero costumes, so I wanted to know what you were thinking for yours. Izuku explained politely, with an equally kind smile. Katsumi felt a sense of relief mixed with a rush of her heart throbbing. Oh, right. I already made a few diagrams and pieces to send over, it's gonna be totally badass. She promised, clenching her fists and making a very familiar, very scary enthusiastic expression. I'm having big grenade gauntlets that are going to be super tough so I can block and hit better, and they're going to be storing my sweat, so the pin in it's gonna set off a massive ass explosion. Then, totally breathlessly, she continued to explain and play up all the sick, badass, awesome, and highly questionable qualities of her suit, such as her metal knee pads, which she wants specifically in order to knee someone to death before they began to trade ideas. Like how Izuku wanted his to emulate All Might's look, along with a utility belt and special gloves to help withstand his quirk, or how Ochako's had as many features as possible to help with her nausea, along with a cute astronaut look. And simultaneously, they traded bites of ice cream, reaching to their lefts and rights to feed each other, and Ochako and Katsumi even crossed over Deku to feed each other a single bite. The conversation kept going and turning to different topics slowly, like what they liked about other heroes' costumes, then their favorite heroes, then their schools, and they were just starting to talk about UA as the ice cream was finished. With less than an hour to go, they finished their drinks quickly to meet and play with as many cats as possible. Including Totoro, Senjutsu, Spring, and Royal Explosion Murder Sebas, there were 16 named cats in total, like the long-haired brown cat Kachachi, and a skittish Tawny River, who, by the time they would leave, would only ever respond to the name Sabertooth Conqueror Huntress II, who would go on to have a proud lineage carrying her name. From Sabertooth Conqueror Huntress III, the merciful, to Sabertooth Conqueror Huntress the 29th, the cruel. Anyways, Izuku and Ochako were left covering for Kitsumi for about 10 minutes while she struggled not to cry, saying her goodbyes and promising to eventually return. Finally, Ochako was patting her shoulder as they left, and Izuku stalled behind for a few moments longer to turn his head back towards Totoro. Totoro slowly and lazily blinked before nodding, and Izuku nodded back one last time with an oddly serious expression before following the girls out. That was pretty fun. I'm glad the cats finally warmed up to us instead of running the entire time. Ochako chirped, eagerly taking Izuku's hand and blushing, smiling wide as she tightened her lips to not let out an embarrassing squeak of happiness. Yeah, I'm happy they were friendly. Izuku added, taking Kitsumi's hand, as well as happiness welled inside him again, overflowing until he just emitted a bright, happy aura like a light bulb. Kitsumi blushed harder and shifted, huffing to herself and looking away. Before suddenly and angrily chiding herself for doing so. How can I even think about kissing him when I can't even look at him while holding his stupid hand? She yelled internally before snapping her head back towards him. So where now? I don't feel like wasting the rest of the weekend. Izuku just shrugged. I'm not sure. There's a park close by we can sit down and chat at, since it's pretty nice out. He suggested. Or we can go out and eat if you guys didn't get full from the ice cream. That sounds nice. Ochako said, looking around. I haven't been around here in ages, so if either of you knows a place, I'll be happy to come. Kitsumi and Izuku thought about it before perking up at the same time. Hey, Kaken, do you remember that great ramen place near here? He asked, while Kitsumi grinned. Hell yeah. Fujiwara's. She declared, pumping her fist before walking faster, pulling Izuku and Ochako behind her, resembling a train leading two carts behind it. Soon enough, Izuku and Ochako both had to jog to keep up with her, so they wouldn't get dragged across the ground. He looked back to Ochako and smiled apologetically. Sorry about Kaken, she can be really enthusiastic. But it can be really cute. Suddenly, Kitsumi came skidding to a halt, hard enough to send up dust and tear the ground with her foot, probably creating several tripping hazards in her wake. Huh? Are we here already? Izuku asked, looking around before Kitsumi turned around and seized him by the collar. I'm what? She demanded, pulling him closer and roaring in his face. Over these last 10 or so months he grew steadily, and now she didn't quite have such a noticeable height above him anymore, so now he was just standing up straight, rather than lifted onto his tippy toes or lifted off the ground as he would have been before. She bared her teeth and gave the most ferocious, standoffish look she could give. But all he did was giggle right in her face, forcing her on the back foot. See? She's embarrassed by the compliment. That's so cute, Kaken. Both of Kitsumi's fists were shaking by now, and she was huffing angrily, although her apparent rage was betrayed by how red her cheeks were, and how her lips quivered and rapidly changed from a scowl to an embarrassed, lovesick grin. Ochako felt on edge for a few moments, before sighing and watching fondly as Izuku and Kitsumi struggled and talked. Anyone could see how close the two were, being two friends turned lovers who'd been with each other since, according to them, they were born. She would have been lying if she said she never felt a little out of place beside them. She shifted slightly on her feet, then looked down at her hand, which was now slightly scarred from the entrance exam a few days ago. She slowly ran her thumb over it and held on a little tighter, smiling just a bit wider. She felt like it was an odd thought to have, but she adored Deku's hand. Okay, I'm really sorry, Kaken, I just can't really help it. He finally apologized, while Kitsumi just turned and huffed. But we are getting there soon, so I hope you'll enjoy yourself too, Ochako. Ochako perked up slightly and nodded, waving her thoughts away before smiling up at him. Why yeah. Sounds great. With Kitsumi now walking instead of charging through the streets with them both in tow, they reached Fujiwara's in the next couple of minutes. As Ochako had discovered, it was an empty cozy little ramen shop, pretty basic and probably older than they were, but she felt right at home as she entered with them. Who were both beaming with excitement and nostalgia. As they sat together on 3 side-by-side stools, Ochako was relieved to also find it was pretty well priced. That buy heat chicken over here, firm noodles. Kitsumi ordered, barely looking up at the menu, while Izuku had his hand on his chin, muttering about the different choices, before his eyes wandered further down and his stalled. Oh. I'll have the pork bone broth, with firm noodles, please. He ordered to the chef, before they turned to Ochako. I'll have the same as him, thank you. She asked, before the chef soundlessly nodded and turned, already hard at work. You guys have been here before, right? Izuku nodded. Last time was because Kaken got sent home early for beating someone up a couple of years back, so we got lunch before her parents found out, since it was still kinda early in the morning. He recalled, while Kitsumi rolled her eyes and scoffed. Bastard deserved it. She added, before Izuku rounded on her. Kaken, he didn't even do that much to me. He took your notebook you were working on, and he was gonna throw it in a fountain. You took his arm. He had 8. Has 7. You do the same for me. She accused, jabbing his chest. Well, probably, but… Kaken. Kitsumi seemed to zone out, looking down at his pecs as her finger pressed against it, before poking it a little harder. Kaken, are you okay? Instead of verbally answering, her mind just seemed to go even further away as she poked it again. Hey Kitsumi, stop groping Deku. Ichako suddenly bursted, her hands against the counter and lifting herself up and over his head, staring down at Kitsumi and Izuku with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Izuku and Kitsumi froze with their eyes wide open, with Izuku suddenly furiously red, while Kitsumi froze, seeming to realize what she herself was doing. Even the chef stopped moving around for just a split second before starting up again. Without another word, Kitsumi just spun around to face forward to the counter again, her lips shut tight as she fidgeted in her seat. Izuku just chuckled nervously and did the same with his elbows propped up on the counter, before turning to Ichako. Thank you. And it took about until their food was served until Izuku and Kitsumi were even remotely back to normal again. After thanking the chef for their food, Ichako lifted a few noodles from the broth and blew on it as Izuku and Kitsumi already took an eager pick of noodles and toppings and simply glowed with delight. Ichako turned back to her bowl, shrugged, and took the bite, and her eyes suddenly widened with shock, leaving her stunned for a few moments before she quickly ate the mouthful of noodles, gushing happily and giving a happy sigh. I know, right? Izuku said, nudging her slightly with his elbow as Kitsumi perked up, targeting her toppings, which were mostly slicings of ghost and butlet peppers, first. She nodded excitedly and began eating just as eagerly as they were. However, after a few more bites, Izuku began to slow down a little, looking down from Ichako to Kitsumi. He stopped eating and just appreciated the sight and the silence. With a small chuckle to himself, he happily took another bite of ramen as he began to think, we could do stuff like this all the time, just relaxing together, eating together, studying, whatever we want. When we get to UA, we could do this practically all day. Then, his smile fell a little, and he rested his hand and put the noodles back into the bowl instead of biting it, then let out a small, miserable sigh. Well, if I even get to UA, that is. He blinked and noticed that Kitsumi and Ichako had both closed the distance towards him considerably, their heads tilted slightly as they looked up to him, clear worry etched onto their faces. Is something wrong? You tell us. Kitsumi asked bluntly, setting her chopsticks down for the moment. Izuku, however, just waved dismissively, looking impassive and uncharacteristically dull, which only made them both a little wearier. Nothing. I'm having the best day ever, having our first date with the 2 prettiest girls ever. I haven't got a right to be down right now. He said, feigning amusement. Izuku had his chopsticks in his ramen, slowly stirring the half-empty contents of his bowl. That's why I think you two are better people than I am. He said, smiling in appreciation and fondness for the both of them. Kaken's confidence and spirit are totally invincible, and Ichako's always optimistic. Ichako sighed, and so did Kitsumi. You're worried about getting into UA, right? I get it, Deku, but be honest with yourself. You did awesome out there, you look like a real hero already. Granted, she would have said that with a tad less confidence if it weren't for the trip she made the day after the entrance exam, where she asked to transfer Deku a few of her points, but instead President Mick just patted her on the head and told her not to worry. But it was a little embarrassing to admit to, and Izuku would probably fret about her chances of getting in, and it would probably come as better news when he got the official letter. Ichako and Kitsumi just looked up to him, smiling fondly simultaneously, although Kitsumi's was more of a slight smirk. I think round face said it best. Kitsumi started, resting her head on her propped-up hand. Any school for heroes would be fucking lucky to have you, and they're downright retarded not to. Ignoring the fact that Kitsumi formed a totally different sentence than her own, Ichako just nodded along. We'll all join together, okay? She promised, before looking slightly more toward Kitsumi, who looked back, and after a moment, she nodded and Ichako nodded back. They all finished their meals in comfortable silence and left, all three holding hands as they began walking again in the orange and cozy glow of the early sunset, walking along the sidewalk. It's getting pretty late, isn't it? Ichako finally spoke, in a soft voice filled with longing and sadness. I think I should head home before my parents start worrying about me or anything. She explained, ending with a small sigh. That's probably for the best. Izuku added, sighing as well. Kaken and I can walk you down to the station. Well, Kitsumi nodded. The trio, all hand in hand, walked to the station further downtown, talking again about their date, from their favorite cats at the cafe, the other shops they would have liked to visit, and the things they wanted to try, and by the time they sat at the benches to wait for Ichako's train, they were already planning for their next date. Ichako was more interested in going to a museum for their astrology exhibit, while Kitsumi wanted to visit a batting rink she and Izuku went to a long time ago, and Izuku considered himself blessed to find himself even in a conversation like this. Anyways, by the time the train had actually come, they were just as unsure as they were when they began, but had no complaints at all. Oh, that's my train. Ichako said just as it was pulling in, slowly getting from her seat. I had a lot of fun today. She turned around and smiled with a brightness to rival the sun, making Kitsumi wince slightly as Izuku just basked in its glory. I'm really happy we're dating, Deku, Kitsumi. And before Izuku could reply, she already closed the distance, hugging him around the middle, causing him to short-circuit and turn into a blushing, stammering mess of nerves until he just shut up and hugged her around the waist, giving each other a gentle squeeze for a few moments before she came off him, smiling wide and giggling with a bright red face and running off to catch her train. As the door closed behind her, she eagerly peered through the window and waved to them, and he just as eagerly waved back. When the train fully left, Izuku just gave a lovesick sigh and turned to Kitsumi. Ready to walk home? Kitsumi just huffed and held out her hand, and Izuku took it as they stood up and left. The majority of the walk was pretty wordless between the two, as Izuku could feel a low burning fury within Kitsumi. Finally, they stepped in front of her front gate, still holding hands. So, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Kaken. Have sweet dreams, okay? He asked, smiling gently, and she only nodded and turned to leave. Night, Deku. Then, quicker than she could have anticipated, Izuku hugged her from behind, around the waist and with his head against the back of hers. She froze up completely, her eyes wide and her cheeks furiously red. She was caught in a half step, so she slowly moved her foot and hand back, puffing her cheeks in a fit of attempted rage. Attempted, I say, because she couldn't truly bring herself to actual anger. What are you doing, dummy? She asked softly, with the tiniest tone of strained bitterness. He didn't answer right away and instead breathed deeply. I just thought you would have liked a hug. Was I wrong? He lifted his head slightly and spoke right behind her ear in a soft and caring tone that she loved so much. I didn't make you upset, did I? Kitsumi reached one hand and curved it slightly, hugging his head while blushing even harder. No. She pulled him a little closer. You were perfect, Deku. Good night. After a final goodbye, Kitsumi waved him off before she entered, still blushing and barely keeping in the quivering, embarrassed, and wide smile she was hiding away from Izuku. Then, as she locked the door behind her and came past the walkway, she saw her father with an expression that instantly annoyed her. A tight-lipped grin full of total satisfaction, holding a mug right beneath his mouth. Hi Kitsumi. Have fun today? He asked, while Kitsumi just puffed her cheeks out and blushed again, then simply waved him off and turned to go to her room. Fine. Thanks. Masaru took a long, slow sip from his mug before pulling it away as Kitsumi was halfway up the stairs. So? Kitsumi stalled. You and Izuku, huh? Kitsumi bowed her head slightly in shock while blushing furiously, then marched up the stairs twice as fast as before. She also either didn't hear that or furiously ignored her father saying it was only a matter of time into his mug. Naturally, Izuku, Kitsumi, and Ichako kept in touch in a group chat, which was just titled with 3 different hearts. Green, orange, and pink, for obvious reasons, so when the 7th day came since their entrance exam, and everyone had eagerly watched their acceptance holograms and shed a few tears in Izuku's case, they came together again on the 8th day since. Which was the last day of their vacation, in a park near the train station. They were all sitting on a plaid sheet in a triangle formation with 2 baskets between them. Izuku and Kitsumi got together beforehand to make blueberry muffins and small brownies, while Ichako had bought some packaged chocolate snack cakes the day before. Additionally, they all had traveling mugs of tea, which they all raised and clinked together, shouting "Yue, here we come," before taking a deep, joyous drink all together at once. Ichako came up for air the soonest and whooped happily, before getting a brownie from Izuku and Kitsumi's basket. After taking a bite, the other 2 could have sworn they heard her moaning, but they quickly brushed over it. Kitsumi jabbed Izuku's side with her elbow while grinning. We told you you'd make it in, Deku. Now what, huh? Izuku giggled and took a muffin. How was I supposed to know about the secret points? Either way, I'm not complaining. He said, happily shrugging before he bit into the muffin. Ichako quickly scarfed down the rest of her brownie with a small shiver of happiness. To be honest, those are probably the reason I got in too. But scraping all those robots sure helped too. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly swallowed the muffin so he wouldn't speak with his mouth full and spit it all over. Speaking of, would you want to give me your points? You won them, fair and square. He fretted, while Ichako looked amused. I knew it. She thought to herself. You would have done the same. Besides, you were saying you had no points, and I wanted to help you out. Ha! Kitsumi grabbed a snack cake. She's got you there, Deku. You're way too nice for your own good. And Ichako looked aghast. Too nice? That's like saying you have too much money. It can happen, you know. Kitsumi defended her point before pointing her thumb at him. Besides, Deku's gotten himself hurt over and over again for it. If that's not too nice, I don't know what is. Deku, now flustered, just waved dismissively. Hey, it's just a hero's duty, right? Bullshit. Hakken. No, she has a point. Ichako intervened, while Kitsumi hummed with appreciation, biting off the wrapper of her snack cake and spat it out, then bit it and dragged it out of its plastic shell. You're just a good person, Deku. Izuku blushed deeply, looking like the world's biggest and good-looking strawberry. Says you. What was that about wanting to make people smile too and looking out for your parents? Kitsumi snorted. Never thought I'd see two people arguing about the other being the better person. She added in between bites, while Izuku got her by one arm and hugged her. Hey, you're a good person too, Kaken. She only blushed in response and flicked his nose to make him get back in his seat. I'm right though, aren't I? Ichako was a lot less sure of it than Izuku was, but after this week of knowing her and their date, she grasped that under her raging, scary exterior, there was a heroic, sweet girl who wanted to do good, so she nodded. Kitsumi whined slightly under her breath, refusing to look either of them in the eye. Please don't be like that, Kitsumi. We're only telling the truth here. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, Kaken. Can I do anything to make it up to you? Her answer came within the very second he asked. Kiss me. Judging from her equally shocked and embarrassed expression to Ichako and Izuku, she said it completely without speaking. But if there was also anything Ichako had learned about her, it was that Kitsumi didn't admit fault. Kitsumi Bakugo doubled down. Why you heard me? She demanded, suddenly turning to him. Or is that not a part of anything? Izuku was more than flustered and frozen as stiff as a board, which was unusual, as Izuku normally got jumpy, twitchy, and erratic when he was nervous. Finally, he nodded stiffly. Okay. Kitsumi's blush redoubled and she faltered again, but her pride welled up again. And her pride alone made her crawl forward, having the distance between them which wasn't even a few feet to begin with. Ichako was suddenly snapped out of her stupor and rushed to his other side in the blink of an eye. But I want Deku's first kiss too. She whined, suddenly grabbing his sleeve, despite having none of the confidence or nerve to do so. We can't both have the first kiss. Kitsumi protested, before Izuku's hand settled on them both nervously and slightly shaking, with his face glowing even brighter. Yeah, there is a way, if you're up for it. Both of them stared up at him for a moment, before blinking with a blank expression, then looked down at each other and paused. The thought didn't exactly fill either of them with dread, really, but it wasn't exactly ideal. Then, Ichako slowly raised her hand and offered it to her. We can kiss him individually later. But let's just do it so it's fair. She offered. Kitsumi took a deep breath, took Ichako's hand, and shook it as she exhaled before they both suddenly snapped their heads toward Izuku. Izuku, however, was completely stunned and wide-eyed from their bout of cooperativeness and was totally helpless as they tackled him, his upper body falling on the grass past the sheet as they held themselves over each of his sides. Izuku blinked, then gasped as he fully processed the sight above him. Like two descending, close, beautiful, and blushing angels. They were as nervous as he ought to have been, but he couldn't help but simply stare at them both, his eyes drifting from Kitsumi's face to Ichako, then back again, memorizing each microscopic detail of their faces. I love you both. He suddenly gasped out, before Kitsumi and Ichako descended. It was as messy and cramped as they would have guessed. It was all their first time, half of their lips touched someone, and the other half was someone else, each moving to their own tempo, and their cheeks mashed against each other as well. Plus, the taste of chocolate and tea was pretty overpowering and made their lips sticky. It was a perfect first three-way kiss. After a few moments, Ichako and Kitsumi both pulled away, panting and falling to the side, laying with their backs to the grass like Izuku was. And also like Izuku, they were left gasping, redder than ever, staring up at the blue sky, and in total shock, as they felt like their hearts would explode in their chests. After a minute or two longer, Izuku's hands shifted until they found Kitsumi's and Ichako's, and their fingers slowly clasped around his. Wow. Izuku gasped out finally. Why yeah. Why you're a great kisser. Neither Ichako nor Kitsumi asked who he meant, and instead, they just said, thank you, you too. In flushed quiet unison. Our round face. You have a really soft face. Thanks. Why you were kinda rough. Sorry. I liked it. Same. Izuku agreed. I liked your soft face. Same. He repeated, this time with a small nod, grass now stuck in the back of his hair, not that anyone would notice in his dense canopy-like hair. They watched an airplane go from one side of their vision and disappear past the other before Izuku spoke up, breaking the silence. I kinda wanna do that again. Same. Both Kitsumi and Ichako answered at once, before moving on top of him again, this time ever more determined. Kitsumi woke up the next morning feeling like she won the #1 hero spot, like confidence incarnate. And she made sure everyone knew it, too. Especially her classmates, those poor souls. Firstly, she made Izuku stay with her outside until the bell rang, so that the entire class would be in their homeroom, and she also made him bring his acceptance letter. Why? You ask. Well, that's so she could hold them high and victoriously in her hand as she kicked the door in, holding Izuku under her other arm like luggage. I told all you bitches. She announced, waving the letters shamelessly while Izuku covered his red, glowing face under his hands. She marched through the entire classroom, taking the longest path possible to get to their seat while flaunting them. And quite frankly, no one had broken out of their initial shock enough to tell her off, including the odd teacher. You all knew I'd make it, but not a single in you fucks thought Deku would make it, huh? She roared, barking into one boy's face, who she heard specifically say Deku couldn't make it into UA, due to his quirklessness. When she was finally done, she dropped Izuku next to his seat, who scrambled into it, hiding his head under his arms. Kaken, please. Yeah, 1 second Deku. She rounded on the teacher and pointed at him. You're supposed to encourage students, you old jerk. And guess what? Kaken. Izuku groaned, now lifting his head to speak clearer. Deku's gonna be a hero. She roared, as Izuku blushed behind her, and I hope he saves your bum ass someday. Kaken. He suddenly got up and put a hand on her shoulder, making her snap around towards him. Yeah. Blushing harder than ever and with his lips shut tight, he closed his eyes and suddenly pulled Kitsumi towards himself and leaned forward, bending over his table slightly as he kissed her, making the entire watching, stupefied, confused, and awed class gasp, while Kitsumi squeaked into his mouth. Finally, after a few moments, he pulled away, quivering on his feet. See, can you please calm down? Now just as embarrassed as he was, she nodded slowly and shyly. Oh okay, Deku. They both sat down, but Izuku retreated under his arm fortress, and Kitsumi looked down at her desk, sitting straight and with her hands clasped tight together under the desk. The teacher, now that he recovered his voice, turned back to his desk and muttered under his breath and wrote something on his clipboard. Tardy, not absent. Tardy, not absent. Tomboys reign supreme. The quirk may not have passed on to him from his parents, but Izuku was certain the ability of super tears were passed down the Midoriya line. He had it, and his mother sure did too, and she demonstrated as such when he stood before her dressed in the UA student uniform. My baby. All G grown up. She hiccuped, taking another picture of him. Following his dream of being a hero. Izuku rubbed his arm awkwardly. At a point like this, he felt like the right move was just to hug her and assure her that everything was alright, but at the same time, being any more involved with it typically led to him crying too, so he just smiled assuringly at her as she took picture after picture. Eventually, however, she let him go to the door and put on his shoes. Okay. He turned back to his mom and saw how proud, yet how nervous she was. Probably just as, if not more nervous than he was. So, he smiled, letting her know that everything would be okay. Bye mom. I'll see you after school. Inko smiled and nodded to him. Just remember that I'm really proud of you, Izuku. Stay safe, dear. Izuku smiled, his shoulders dropping slightly when they were so tense just a moment ago. Thanks, mom, and don't worry, it's going to be short since only initiation day. Love you. He said, leaving as the two waved to each other, and just as quickly as he left, he locked the door behind him and ran off to be out of the front door of the complex as soon as possible, and just as he left the door. Good morning, Deku. Hey nerd. He instantly snapped to the right and was instantly hit with a now slightly familiar feeling of euphoria and shock, induced by the sight of his beautiful girlfriends. However, this attack was way more effective than any normal attack, as they were hitting him in a weak point he himself didn't know he had up until now. His schoolgirl uniform fetish. Ichako's was very put together and careful, her tie done perfectly, unlike his, which was short and wide, and with full-length black leggings which he found himself looking at, only for his face to burn red before snapping up again to her smiling and eager face, which hid a small air of nervousness. Itsumi, meanwhile, wore her uniform in a textbook delinquent fashion. Her tie was gone and the top few buttons of her shirt were undone, her jacket was fully open and hung off her shoulders almost like a cloak. Also opposed to Ichako, she had a normal pair of black socks, showing her muscular legs. He stopped to fully appreciate them, his hands covering his mouth as he muttered on about their cuteness and how well the uniforms fit them, and he would have continued if it weren't for Kitsumi grabbing his shoulder and dragging him along while she and Ochako walked past. Gee, good to know. But let's go before we're late. And don't think I like that compliment or anything, got that? Aw, Kakin. He squeaked internally but made sure he didn't let anything slip. Nodding, he quickly recovered and began to walk with them, and soon after they all decided it would be better to jog there together. Plus, they tried making small talk or catching up since they last hung out in person, but no one could really focus on that, especially as UA entered their sights and as they approached closer. Besides, just entering UA wouldn't have gotten them so excited. No, the best part, by some mystic stroke of luck, they all had the same class. Class 1A. After passing the gates, Izuku dashed ahead and damn near shoulder bashed the door open, prying it open for Kitsumi and Ochako, who breathlessly thanked them as they passed. They felt invincible, untouchable as they went through the corridors. But then, Kitsumi began to stall behind them before coming to a near total stop. No fucking way. She grumbled, drawing Izuku's and Ochako's attention. Is something wrong, Kakin? No. She answered gruffly, before jabbing her thumb behind her. I just realized I may have gotten my first bad fan. With their brows slightly furrowed, they each leaned over the side of Kitsumi to look behind her and saw a girl a wide distance away. And to be honest, she certainly stood out a lot. She had spiky red hair that was raised upward almost like a mountain's peak. Her eyes were also the same shade of deep red, and from here it was still pretty clear that she was heavy with muscles. Like how Izuku and Kitsumi had more athletic builds that were good for high mobility, she resembled more of a brawler. The red-haired girl was waving excitedly behind them, more focused on Kitsumi than Izuku or Ochako, and before either of them could wave back, Kitsumi shoved them both forward. Don't engage her, keep it moving. She commanded, yanking them to the right and to a staircase. Of course, the problem was that neither of them was sure where to go. After a moment of collective wondering, Kitsumi looked back, growled, then grabbed Ochako's sleeve. Me and Round Face are checking down here. Deku, go up. She barked, already quickly descending the steps. Yes ma'am. He responded instinctively, running up the stairs. Within a few minutes, he finally found the right corridor, with a sign reading classes 1A to 1B. Great. He cheered to himself, walking further down the hall while taking out his phone and bringing up their group chat. I'd better tell the girls that I found it. He said, before turning the corridor and suddenly slamming into someone, causing himself and the person he ran into to yell in surprise. He fell on his backside and groaned slightly, before his eyes suddenly shot open, and he scrambled to quickly get up and offer his hand. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. Then, he suddenly realized it was the red-haired girl from earlier. Oh, so she followed me up here. Wait, have I been going in a circle? She laughed and sat up, before looking up at him. Nah, it's fine bro, Now that they were in close proximity, and her attention was fully on him, they made full, direct eye contact. Zing. Another soulmate. He thought in awe, and the two were left there, staring at each other. Her eyes were glistening, darting across all the features of his face as a light pink tint came across her slightly tanned cheeks. So why you're okay? She blinked a few moments as if she were coming from a dream and forgot the situation she was actually in. Oh. Yeah. I'm fine. She insisted, looking at his hand and blushing just a tad harder as she took it and let Izuku help her up. He feels really strong. He must train a whole lot too, his hands are really coarse. She thought, feeling her cheeks burning up slightly. Thanks, man. Oh. No problem, it's the least I could do, really. He insisted. Her hand feels really cool, somehow. Are you in the hero course too? She asked, frankly surprised by her own underlying tone of hopefulness. I'm in class 1A. He smiled back and nodded. Really? That's awesome, because so am I. But how could you tell? It's 'cause you're super buff, man. She laughed, making him blush a little harder and begin to stammer slightly in response. Granted, he was slowly getting used to being called handsome or cute by Ochako and Kitsumi, but positive comments about his body were still uncharted territory for him. Seriously, you look really cool in that uniform. Izuku awkwardly coughed into his fist, still blushing profusely. Thanks. You look really cool in yours too. She giggled a little and showed up an array of super sharp shark-life teeth. That red-haired carnivore. Kinda scary, but really cool. He internally squealed. I was trying to find classroom 1A. Do you want to walk down together, since we'll be classmates from now on? She nodded eagerly with the same kind, sharkish smile. Heck yeah. But, do you want to keep holding hands while we do, or? He blinked, then looked down and noticed that they were, indeed, still holding hands. Oh. I'm sorry. He fretted, quickly letting go and putting his hands to his side. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable or anything. Her back seemed to stiffen a little bit while her face reddened even further and her eyes widened slightly. She just stood there, staring for a moment before breaking out into a fit of laughter, throwing her head back as she came to his side, then slapped his back. "Aw man, that's super manly, man," she said, hooking her arm around his shoulder and tugging him in. "Manly? Like, chivalrous," he thought, before laughing as well and straightening up slightly, albeit a bit awkwardly. "Thank you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, it's nice to meet you. I'm Aiko Kirishima," she announced proudly as they began to walk. "It's good to meet you too, bro." Izuku chuckled, then brought up his phone again, giving Ichako and Kitsumi the directions. Finally, they both came before the front door, which was absolutely massive, about 3 times as wide as Izuku, and going up to the several meter tall ceiling. Aiko whistled at the sight of it. "Whoa. I guess it's for people with mutant quirks and stuff like that." Izuku nodded. "Most likely. Really makes you feel less small, huh?" Aiko just chuckled again, patting his back. "Sure, but that's no way to talk. Let's take on UA headfirst, just like real manly heroes." She cheered, tugging him along as she took another step forward, but was shocked to feel that he didn't even budge. She was stunned for a moment before turning back to Izuku, who only smiled apologetically. "You can go ahead, Kirishima. I'm going to wait here for a moment. For those girls that you saw me with when we came in," he explained, patting her back. "But I agree. Let's take everything UA can throw at us, like real heroes. And be the manly heroes of our dreams." There was a clear presence of nervousness on his face, and he was clearly aware of it too. Yet, he smiled and spoke bravely, and felt like he was talking about an ideal version of himself, the kind of hero he'd become in UA. In a way, Izuku reminded Aiko of herself. How she trained her body and her quirk and dyed her hair with her transformation from middle school to here, all on the path to being a true chivalrous hero. She sighed quietly, then patted his shoulder while smiling. "Right on, man." She pulled away, then grabbed the handle of the door, but turned back to him before she opened it. "You're a pretty cool dude, Midoriya. I'm happy we're in the same class." Finally, they smiled at each other one more time before she entered. Izuku sighed deeply, feeling a familiar heat in his chest as he turned around and put his back against the wall beside the sign. Kirishima was super nice. She seemed a little like, who am I thinking of? He was really chivalrous and had spiky red hair like hers. Then, his eyes widened slightly in realization. Of course. Crimson Riot. I'd bet she's a big fan of his. That's so cool. The worthy idol for a brave kind girl like her. The thought came to him suddenly and he couldn't help but blush a little bit. Then, he stayed against the wall for a few more moments as he waited until his brow suddenly furrowed. "Wait, did I say manly? Deku?" Izuku's head turned to the side as Ichako and Kitsumi came skidding to a halt around the corridor, then came up right beside him. "Thanks for waiting." Ichako greeted, looking over herself and quickly straightening out her skirt and jacket as Kitsumi smirked at the door, staring at it intensely. "No problem at all," he said, stepping forward to grab the handle. "Are you two ready?" "Seriously? Hell yeah. As I'll ever be." They answered in unison, with Kitsumi smirking a little wider and stepping forward while Ichako looked pumped up, making 2 fists. Izuku smiled and opened the door while looking inside, quickly spotting a head of spiky red hair and smiling a little wider, then turned around again to Ichako and Kitsumi. "Why you?" Suddenly, Izuku faltered as he looked down and in between the gaps of Ichako's and Kitsumi's shoulders. At what looked like a giant yellow caterpillar with the face of a human wearing goggles, which only really added to the bug-like appearance. He stared, completely frozen in shock as Ichako and Kitsumi turned to look, equally as shocked as the caterpillar person looked up to them, or at least he assumed so, as her head tilted upward, but the goggles made it impossible to read her expression. Then she brought a pouch of banana-flavored jelly to their lips. "What do you think you're doing, just standing around like that? Get to your seats," she ordered in a bored tone, before starting to drink from her pouch. Within moments, Izuku, Kitsumi, and Ichako sped into their seats as the rest of the class's chatter finally died down. Meanwhile, the caterpillar woman, who everyone assumed was their teacher, slithered from her sleeping bag and stuffed it under the podium, then tossed her pouch into the garbage bin. Besides her yellow goggles, her jumpsuit was black and slightly baggy, with gray compartments on her belt, a white scarf around her neck, and long, slightly disheveled black hair that went down to her shoulders. Her expression was obscured by her goggles, but he shivered as he sensed her scanning the room, and over himself. It was honestly a little terrifying, both by disguising her face with her drapes of hair and goggles that were pitch black between the yellow bars, almost resembling a security camera, waiting to catch them slipping up. Finally, she stood up straighter with a small huff. "It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. For a hero, time is of the utmost importance, and if any of you plan on staying in my class, you'll do well to remember that. She said in the same tired, straightforward voice, but in a louder and more authoritative tone, now that she was addressing the entire class. It was a really unnerving feeling that made Izuku gulp silently. 10 seconds into his first class and the threat of expulsion was already hanging over him. My name is Shoka Izawa, I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on, so all of you will refer to me as Ms. Izawa or Sensei. And our first order of business is an apprehension test. Izuku could tell that everyone, including himself, was caught off guard by that. However, sitting behind Kitsumi, he could tell that the surprise turned into excitement for the challenge ahead. Then, on the other side of the room, Achako raised her hand and Ms. Izawa's head turned slightly towards her. Yes. Ma'am, I heard we were supposed to go to the auditorium for initiation. Izawa just sighed and slammed her hands against the podium seriously. As I've just said, time is of the utmost importance. Anyone who's serious about being a hero wouldn't leisurely waste their time with something as pointless as initiation. Then, a tall, bespectacled, blue-haired girl who sat right in front of Achako shot her hand straight into the air and waited until Izawa acknowledged her. Not to undermine your authority, sensei, but wouldn't you get in trouble for not bringing us to initiation? Izawa's head jerked slightly in her direction, and Izuku assumed she was glaring at the girl who asked the question. We teachers have been given a great deal of freedom and relatively few limits. So long as I prove my students to be up to standard, I can do as I please. Therefore, I decided we're going to have an apprehension test. She's really intense. Izuku thought to himself before his brow suddenly furrowed in thought. Wait, we all passed the exam, so why have an apprehension test this early? And you may be thinking to yourselves that since you passed the entrance exam, why would I give you a test this early? Izuku flinched and sat up straighter. It's so I can properly and carefully examine each and every one of you for myself. And if necessary, weed out anyone I can tell that has no potential at all. Her words rang out through the entirely silent, still, and super tense room. Plus, with how her goggles blocked her eyes, Izuku's sinking feeling of doubt and anxiety made him feel like she could have been staring straight at him, as if to say, I know you don't belong here, boy. Then, Izawa actually spoke up again. Now, get your gym uniforms on and meet me in the PE grounds, outside of Gym Gamma. Anyone not present within 25 minutes will be expelled on the spot. She ordered, walking to the door before turning around to look at the clock. Starting now. Everyone quickly got from their seats in a rush that didn't even allow him to look around the classroom. Come on, nerd. You're not getting expelled on our first damn day. Pick up the pace, round face. She yelled towards Achako, speeding out of the room while holding tight to Izuku's hand. I see you out there, Achako. He yelled urgently, leaning back as far as he could to see out of the door. But before he was fully pulled out, his eyes also darted to Kirishima, who looked odd. It was a hard emotion for him to place, but there was worry and anxiousness, with her hand out towards them, as if she wanted to yell at either of them to wait up. Unfortunately, the only thing he could get out for her was a small, apologetic smile before Kitsumi dragged him through the corridor again. He also had to stop her from dragging him into the girls' changing room, but promised to be quick about it. Well, he kept his word and changed as quickly as possible, but when he left, he saw Kirishima leaving, fully dressed as well, but no Kitsumi or Achako. Oh, hey man. This is pretty exciting, isn't it? He looked at the girl's door before wincing as he began to walk towards the PE grounds. Kitsumi would surely be mad, but he was also sure she'd understand. Why yeah. Although I am really nervous. You don't think Ms. Izawa will really expel us, do you? He asked as Kirishima turned as well, walking alongside him. I'd hope not. But I guess she does have a point, you know. Only people who are serious about being heroes should be here, kinda like you, Midoriya. Punctuating her sentence with a laugh and a small jab to his arm. Haha, thanks. He looked down at his arm, then hers, then raised his fist to tap her shoulder gently. Izuku could definitely see how a girl like this would have been his soulmate. She was jovial, kind, strong, heroic, and fitting to her cute tomboy personality, and contact was clearly her way of showing comfort and camaraderie. However, in response to being tapped back, she stiffened up, grabbing her shoulder where he tapped it, and her face turned bright and violently red. She noticed it too and turned to face the ground instead of him. And no problem. After a few steps, she noticed he had stopped moving and quirked an eyebrow as she turned back to him, who was completely frozen. What the hell did I just do? Of course I shouldn't just touch a girl like that, what's the matter with me? He mentally screamed before suddenly throwing himself forehead first into the ground hard enough to crack the floor as he went into doggies. Midoriya, what are you doing? I'm so sorry for that. I should know better than to just touch someone without their permission. Especially not to someone who has been as nice to me as you have. He apologized, wedging his forehead into the crack to bow even lower somehow. Aiko stood there for a few moments longer in stunned silence before breaking the silence with a small giggle. A giggle that grew steadily into full-blown, hearty laughter. Midoriya. You're such a man, aren't you? Izuku just stayed down. You can get up. I'm not mad. She said, although Izuku still stayed down. After waiting for a few moments, Aiko just sighed, then squatted down next to him. You want the truth? I'm not really used to guys playing along with me. And a lot of them are jerks when they do. But you? You just try your hardest to get along with me. You're a real man. So you can get up, okay? Izuku lifted his head, and she was taken aback to see his forehead cut and his eyes woozy. That's awesome, Kirishima. Could you help me to the grounds? My head's spinning. And so, Kirishima arrived at the PE grounds with Izuku over her shoulder a minute later, and he had a moment to focus his vision and wipe the blood from his forehead before Kitsumi and Ichako arrived as well. Aizawa was looking down at her phone until the alarm went off, and she looked up to see everyone standing at attention. Good. She announced simply. As I said before, we're going to be having an apprehension test so that I may gauge your abilities for myself. What's more, there's something I should tell you all before we begin. Izuku found himself with a ping of spitefulness in his chest as she paused dramatically, and he could have sworn he saw her smirk for half a second as she apparently scanned over their faces. Whichever one of you scores the lowest will be deemed unworthy. Therefore, that person shall be expelled. There was immediate and widespread shock and outrage, and Izuku saw Kirishima clenching her fist as she shouted. What? That's awful. On the first day? But that's not fair. Oh, so you think that that's unfair? She snapped, instantly silencing her class. Even though her lips didn't form a scowl, they could still feel the power of her glowering through her goggles. Do you think natural disasters are fair? Do you think that villains care about fairness and playing nice? If any of you have a problem with how I run things, you can pack your things and leave, and make the best thing you managed to accomplish on this campus is that you spared me the trouble of expelling you. The class had to swallow their protests and accept their positions, suddenly tensing up again as Aizawa waited for a few moments before reaching behind her back and taking out a baseball. No objections. Good. She tilted her head in Kitsumi's direction. Bakugo, step forward. Kitsumi stepped forward by a few paces. Knowing that she got first place in the entrance exam, Izuku figured that Aizawa wanted to test her first. Yeah. What was your ball toss distance from middle school? She asked simply, tossing the ball up a short distance before catching it again, and Kitsumi smirked a little. About 30 meters. How far do you think you could throw it using your quirk? She asked, and Kitsumi's eyes went wide for a few moments. That's right, for this test, you're all going to be using your quirks to help yourselves as best as possible. It's only logical to use all the tools you have available and not hold back. She tossed a ball at Kitsumi, who caught it effortlessly. So have at it. Kitsumi smirked and walked up to the pitch as Aizawa went to the side, pulling out a device that looked like a speedometer. Prepare yourself, then throw when ready. Aizawa instructed. Kitsumi rolled her shoulders and put one foot in front of the other. Then, she looked straight at Izuku and said. This one's for you. Making his face go completely red as he felt his classmate stare at him. She reeled back, then screamed die. As she threw it, letting off an explosion the instant it left her grip, sending it flying at Mach speed, leaving behind a white trail like a rocket ship and leaving the class in total awe. Wait, die. Izuku thought, before being snapped out of his thoughts by Aizawa's device beeping, and she peered down to read it. 705.2 meters. Not bad. Kitsumi smirked as she walked back, winking at Izuku as she sauntered back into place, and from there Izuku could hear her saying. Beat that to Ichako, and Ichako replying fine. Izuku couldn't help but wince, wondering how he could get them to get along a little better. But he couldn't help but blush again, as he idly thought about how well they were getting along when they were having a three-way kissing session. After Kitsumi's performance, everyone was pumped up and began to use their quirks in cool, innovative ways that made him wish he had his notebooks with him. Such as the girl who created a cannon out of her stomach, which Izuku would spend the day trying to figure out how that worked, or the blue-haired girl kicking the ball with her engine-powered legs, and another who had a raven's head, whose shadow came to life to spike the ball further away after she threw it, and Izuku also got to see Kirishima's quirk. Her body could harden like stone. Which apparently increased her strength, given how she used it to throw the ball. Apparently, it also made her feel like flexing a little, specifically while blushing slightly and smiling at him. And then came Ichako's turn, who threw her ball which began to float away and away, further out of sight until it was no more. Finally, Aizawa's machine beeped and she nonchalantly announced Ichako's score. Infinity. Well done. She smiled even wider than Kitsumi did and said. Told you so. proudly and basking in her self-satisfaction, Kitsumi's rage, and Izuku's enthusiastic praise. Finally, Izuku's turn came. He nervously and stiffly walked to the pitch while Kitsumi, Ochako, and Kirishima cheered behind him. Right. He reminded himself as he took the ball. I can't let them down. For my dream, for mom, and so we can all go to school and be heroes together. He squeezed the ball intensely, with a focused and steely expression, despite how nervous he felt in his gut. So I can be a hero. And to have a perfect high school romance. He concentrated, gathering one for all in his arm while reeling it back. Then, his sleeve from his bicep to his wrist burst open, showing his glowing skin and green traces of electricity bounding on his skin. The rest of the class was awed, although Kitsumi was stuck completely slack-jawed and staring as Ochako whooped. And on the other hand, Kirishima had her hands cusping the bottom half of her face, her breathing slightly labored as her eyes twinkled with delight. That's so freaking manly. Finally, he took a step forward and roared as he threw it. Only for it to cut off at the very last moment, and it landed a measly distance away. He stared at it blankly, slowly standing up straighter as he looked down at his arm, curling and uncurling his fingers. But my quirk. What just happened? I erased it. Aizawa said, making Izuku look over to her and suddenly gasp. Her hair was levitating as if she were underwater, and the faintest red glow came from under her goggles. Wait a second. Izuku thought, squinting for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. That scarf, those goggles, her quirk. She can only be Yuri Eraserhead. That's awesome. Aizawa looked amused and even impressed for a moment before it was washed off, the visible bottom of her face. What did you think you were doing? She demanded, walking right up to him. I saw how much recoil your quirk has, Midoriya. If you threw that ball, were you just planning on toughing the rest of the day out with a useless arm, or were you planning on Recovery Girl coming out to heal you again? Izuku couldn't help but flinch. She was harsh, but she had a point, and he could only just stand there and take it. If you can't help but break your arms and legs when you step on the field, you're just a liability. And if that's what you plan on being, get out, now. Izuku gulped and stood up as straight as possible as she walked to grab the ball, then chucked it into his hand. Try again, but do it seriously this time. Izuku clenched the ball hard and stared down at it, before sighing deeply. Got it. Meanwhile, Ochako and Kitsumi found themselves united as they glared at Aizawa. Achako's fists were clenched, and Kitsumi's fingers twitched in the way it did when she was itching to blow something up, and her teeth gritting together, which was an indicator that her patience was reaching a dangerous low. Kirishima, on the other hand, felt more conflicted internally. Her fist was clenched, and her other was brought to her chest, against her uneasy heart. What's going on with me? I mean, it's total bullshit how she's talking to him. But I shouldn't be this upset about it, right? But I just want him to make her eat her words. Damn it, go Izuku. Back at the pitch, Izuku got back into position and reeled his arm back again. This time, when he threw it, he looked like he wasn't using his quirk at all. Until the very last moment, where there was a flash of light and what looked and felt to be a sonic boom coming from his arm, and the ball was sent flying through the air at Mach speed. But after the throw, he just stood slumped over slightly, panting until Aizawa announced his score. 705.3 meters. Ms. Aizawa. He called, turning to her and bringing himself up again, standing up straight and showing his fist he used to throw the ball. And the grotesque purple-tinted broken finger. He looked like he was trying his very hardest not to cry, and he was sweating profusely. It hurts, but I can still keep going. That means I'm not a liability after I use my quirk, see? It was hard to read her expression, but even with her slightly masked appearance, she was more than impressed and smiled wide. In an odd, almost triangular way, as if she didn't actually know how to smile, but was still trying. Well. That's a pleasant surprise. Alright, go back to the group. We're moving on with the test. He couldn't help but laugh as relief rolled over him, and he quickly walked back with a bit of a limp. Deku? Kitsumi roared, running at him with Ochako following suit, and for a split second Izuku was wondering if that was how his life was going to end, and how it wasn't a bad way to go either, until she was at his side, carefully holding his arm at his elbow, then at his wrist. Are you okay? What the fuck is the matter with your quirk? Ochako came to his other side and hugged him with his head toward her chest, despite his stammering and red-faced protests, then began to move left and right while cooing. Oh Deku. Are you okay? Is there anything I can do? She fretted, while Izuku tried to escape. Hey, it feels really nice to be pampered a little, but why here of all places then? They were suddenly interrupted as Aizawa cleared her throat behind them, and Kitsumi snapped towards her. If you three are done doing whatever that was, we're going to continue with the exam. Besides, it's not logical to try attending to someone without proper medical supplies. She said, reaching into one of her pockets and taking out bandages. So both of you get back in the group and I'll wrap his finger. Itsumi and Ichako scowled, then squeezed Izuku one last time before going back, leaving Izawa and Izuku behind. Meanwhile, Kirishima was left confused just like the rest of the class. However, she was more focused on whether or not Izuku was dating one of them. Or maybe they were all just super good friends. Finally, Izuku came back, rubbing his arm with a broken finger. Sorry for keeping everyone up. He apologized shyly, looking down at his feet. Don't worry about it, man. Aiko said, about to slap his back, but deciding against it at the last moment. Your quirk is super cool, by the way. Still, it's awful what it does to you. Izuku gave a soft laugh and smiled a little as Izawa led the class to the next activity. Yeah. I'm something of a late bloomer, so I can't really control it that well. But I'll keep getting better. I've got to. He said, clenching his fist with a renewed intensity. That's so manly. Aiko cheered quietly, clenching her own fist with a matching pumped-up intensity. I'll be rooting for you, man. And if we both survive this, we can train all the time, so I can help you. Izuku perked up and snapped out of his intense moment as he turned to her, blushing slightly as he smiled widely. Yeah, I'd love that, Kirishima. Let's do this. He seemed to smile and shine brighter than the sun. She gasped, feeling her heart hammering against her chest as her face became as red as her hair. Then, she giggled softly and nodded. That's what's up. As hard as he tried, however, Izuku found himself lacking behind in every other event. Everyone could use their quirk to get at least one absurdly high score in one activity or another, and despite Kirishima's, Katsumi's, and Ichako's praise and cheering, he had a horrible sinking feeling in his guts. Finally, they were in the group again, standing around as Izawa tallied up everyone's points, then aimed her machine in front of them and pressed a button, creating a hologram of the leaderboard. In first and second place were Yayoi Rozu, the girl who made a cannon from nothing, and a wide assortment of other tools as well, and Todoroki, a girl with her hair split right down the middle, red and white, who used ice powers. And in third place came Katsumi, who roared with frustration. Bullshit. Izuku, meanwhile, was looking down the list, growing ever more nervous as he looked down the list. By the time he reached 10th place, he felt his chest too tight and too cold to breathe properly. 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th, 19th. He shuddered, feeling his shoulders trembling as he looked in the 20th and last place, Izuku Midoriya. He gasped, feeling his knees buckling under him as he stared at his name, with 20th place right next to it. How? He muttered to himself, feeling all warmth leaving his body and feeling dread replacing it. Within a few moments, he saw Ichako gasping and covering her mouth with her hand, then turning towards him with her eyes wide and full of worry. Soon after, Katsumi was staring in the same place he was, her shoulders slumped helplessly. Alright, that's enough of that. Aizawa ordered, and the chatter died out. Now, about what I said, where whoever was in last place was to be expelled. No. Fuck off. Katsumi stomped in front of Izuku and stood between him and Aizawa. Hey Kachin, please don't. Stop being so damn nice, Deku. She barked, looking over her shoulder before turning back to Aizawa. All you've done is fuck with Deku all day. Calling him a liability, belittling him, and now you're going to kick him out. Touch him and we'll kill you, you old hag. Ignoring the shocked and affronted gasps, Aizawa tilted her head and asked. We? Itsumi turned to Ichako, who suddenly blurted out, it'll look like an accident. Aizawa rounded on her, making her falter and stand down, before she rushed to Izuku's side and grabbed his arm defiantly. Yeah. So if you think you're going to. And faster than she could react, Aizawa's scarf was wrapped tight around her mouth and hands, leaving her struggling and growling like a wolf. Kachin. Damn, you're loud. If you would have let me finish, you would have heard me say that it was all a ruse. At that, Katsumi suddenly stopped struggling, and Izuku froze while trying to untangle her. That's right. She announced with her oddly triangular, shit-eating grin. It was all a logical ruse, in order to get you all to try your hardest. A wave of relief washed over them all, then Yayoi Rozu looked around, confused. Well yes, that was obvious. I thought everyone had known. So? Kirishima spoke up, trying to hide her desperate hopefulness. He's not being expelled. Not today. Well, there's still time left in the day, so maybe. So rather, not in this instance, no. She answered, pulling her scarf back towards her and leaving Katsumi down, and Izuku helped her stand up. Aizawa opened her mouth to speak again, but then Izuku turned to her and glared. Not in the way that Bakugo did to everyone around her, or the cutesy one Uraraka gave. Oh no, it was an icy, rageful glare that made even her falter. It was a look that didn't belong on a kind, boyish face like his. Glad I'm wearing my goggles. She thought to herself. If he saw that he caught me off guard or scared me. I'm going on a limb here and saying the two of you are close. She said, nodding towards Izuku and Kitsumi. Get her to behave herself before she gets into big trouble. She warned before turning and walking off, then waved dismissively. Class is dismissed for the day. Your first day as real heroes in training begins tomorrow. Izuku sighed deeply, then leaned down to swipe dirt off of Kitsumi's knee. Are you okay, Kachin? He asked, his voice a mix of worry and annoyance. Kitsumi blushed slightly and nodded. I'm all good. Bitch cheated and caught me off guard, that's all. She said coolly, moving some stray hair behind her ear. Do you think that if I beat her up, I'll get my hero license early? Ichako came to her other side and tilted her head curiously. Like how if you beat up a karate grandmaster, they give you a black belt. That's not at all how that works. A tall blonde boy piped up behind her, and Izuku couldn't help but notice a tail lazily swishing behind him, with a tuft of equally blonde hair at the end. Then, Izuku felt someone tap his shoulder, and he turned to see Kirishima, who was smiling, although a little more shyly than she had been today. Oh, hey Kirishima. Looks like we did survive, huh? He said with a small laugh. Meanwhile, Kitsumi and the boy with the tail debated if one who could beat up a karate grandmaster should receive a black belt in the background, with the others acting as commentators and referees. Aiko nodded happily. MHM. And I just wanted you to know I was serious about helping you train. We can go right after class if you want. That was way too close of a call. He sighed from exhaustion. Yeah, I know, I thought I was a goner for sure. Anyways, I have some stuff to do right after class, so we should exchange numbers first. She seemed taken aback for a moment as her cheeks turned pink, then she agreed, and they told each other their numbers. Afterward, Izuku turned around to wrangle Kitsumi with Ichako's help, and Kirishima walked away to get dressed again, but she looked back to watch him for a few moments, before giggling and turning away. When she got her phone, she added Izuku as quickly as possible to confirm it was the right one, and he texted back within a few minutes. Hi Kirishima. She had never found herself being so happy to receive a text before. Even though he was literally just on the other side of a wall. I'm probably gonna get dressed right when I get home. Unless you've got something going on. Behind her, Ichako began to stall in the middle of getting dressed to look at Kitsumi's back. She lingered there for a few moments longer, but snapped out of it when Kitsumi pulled her shirt over herself and began to button them up. Ichako gulped before quickly turning back around, blushing to herself as she looked down and raised a leg, pulling up her leggings. Are you still getting dressed? Move it, round face. Kitsumi barked with her bag and jacket over her shoulder in one hand. Then, she reeled back her free hand and slapped the closet part of Ichako without thought. On her butt, which was slightly jutted out while Ichako was bent forward and getting dressed. Ichako's back straightened as she yelped, her face bright red as she turned around, rubbing her backside. Kitsumi. What was that for? Kitsumi opened her mouth to shout again, before she fully realized what she had done, and she was frozen still, her jaw open and twitching slightly. Just like Ichako, she was bright red and embarrassed. IW was trying to make why you hurry up, round face. I didn't like it, or anything got it. Kirishima paused, smirking and quirking an eyebrow while looking over her shoulder, before shaking her head. They make a cute couple, she thought before looking back down at her phone. That'd be really nice. But I'm going to be walking Kakin home, and Ichako down to the station. She smiled and looked over her shoulder again to the squabbling girls, who looked even more embarrassed than when they started. Seemingly because Bakugo, or Kakin, seemed content on doubling down over and over again, instead of leaving it be, and Uraraka was accusing her of being a brood and a total son. That's really manly of you, man. You're tight with Bakugo, right? What's she like? I saw her in the entrance exam and today and she seems like a total badass. She sent it, but added in her head, but she's pretty angry though. I know, right? Barely a few moments after Aiko sent her last text, Izuku's voice came from the other side of the wall where the boys' changing room was, and Ichako and Kitsumi finally stopped arguing. Deku? They both asked in impressed unison. Meanwhile, the girl changing next to Aiko, Kaiokajiru, was rubbing her ear. How? Can anyone be that loud? She growled, both annoyed and impressed. A minute or so later, Aiko walked back out the door and smiled when she saw Izuku. Hey Midoriya. Izuku waved to her, blushing slightly. He was against the opposite wall, waiting to take Ichako and Kitsumi home. Hi Kirishima. So, you want to learn a little more about Kakin? He asked eagerly, bouncing slightly on his heels. She giggled, then walked up to him and joined his side. Sure, so long as we have the time. Although, just as a heads up. They were squabbling a little bit in there, so they might be a minute. Izuku's smile drooped a little, then he sighed deeply. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. Obviously, he just wanted his friends to get along, but judging by how they were arguing and what they were even arguing about, she wouldn't have been worried if she were him. They were they? I hope at least they weren't bothering anyone too much. She chuckled nervously, then just shook her head. No. No one seemed to mind that much. In fact, it was actually kind of funny since Bakugo was trying to get Uraraka to get dressed quicker, but made her stop to argue, while Bakuyo herself was already dressed and ready to leave. Izuku smirked, then chuckled under his breath. Yeah, that sounds like Kaken. She says she doesn't like a lot of things and hates a lot more things, but I think she just doesn't want everyone to know how lovey-dovey she is. He sighed dreamily, before snapping back to reality. Oh, don't tell her I told you that, please. Aiko giggled again, then shut her lips and made a zipping motion, and winked. He blushed deeply and nodded. Thanks Kirishima. She smiled and nodded back, before laying back against the wall. Then, she gulped and took a deep breath. You can call me Aiko, Midoriya. He perked up. Oh. Are you sure? She knew that she was blushing just as much as she was, but she ignored her embarrassment and nodded again. Why yeah. She answered, before suddenly and stiffly raising her fist so fast that he thought that she was going to punch him. We're like bros and gym buddies, right? Izuku paused for a moment before smiling fondly and nodding back. Yeah. And fist bumped her. And it's only fair if you call me Izuku, too. Just as they pulled away, Kitsumi kicked open the door with a Chako at her side. However, both of them had bright pink cheeks, looked in exactly opposite directions from each other, and were also completely silent, even as they took Izuku's hands and began to walk off. Oh, bye Kirishima. I'll talk to you later. And at that, both Achako and Kitsumi held him tighter. She smiled fondly and waved to him until he turned the corner and left. Then, she hiked up her bag and decided it was time to leave. After leaving, she found herself alone with her thoughts as she walked home, reflecting on everything. Like Izuku, Bakugo, her classmates, her scary homeroom teacher, Izuku, the apprehension test, what could be coming up in the school year, Izuku, her training, wanting to be a hero, and Izuku. It created a swirling, confusing well inside her which was laced with confusion and anxiety. She wanted to push it down, but it only welled up again, and she suddenly punched herself in the dome to help keep them down, while also startling everyone around her as she walked past. Less than an hour later, she finally arrived home, dropping her bag beside her bed before jumping onto it, landing on her stomach as she pulled out her phone again. Seriously though, I really dig the chivalry. She read the message over really quickly, wondering if it were too flirty, or not flirty enough. So, she just screwed her eyes tight and sent it, waiting until she felt her phone vibrate in her hands to open them again. Thank you. I think you're really cool too, Kirishima. Super manly. Aiko tossed over in bed and rolled onto her back, feeling her cheeks heating up even more as she read it over and over again. He thinks I'm cool. He thinks I'm manly. She never thought she would think or say the word manly in a negative context, but there was a first time for everything. He thought she was manly. Cool, sure, but not like a girl. And if he didn't see her as a girl, then she wouldn't have any chance. Wait, any chance for what? She thought, her brows suddenly furrowing. Why would I care whether or not he sees me as a? Then, she let out a small gasp as realization struck her. Oh. Izuku was outside of the public gym about an hour after he first got home, texted Kitsumi and Achako he was going to train, and sent a dozen heart emojis each. He decided to wear a simple pair of shorts and a blue jacket. He looked down at his phone, looking over the last few messages, saying that he was ready, and Aiko asking him where and when to meet up. Hey Izuku. Izuku looked up while moving to put his phone away, but was so shell-shocked by the sight of Kirishima that he went entirely rigid, dropping his phone to the ground without even noticing. Aiko was in a black pair of sweatpants with gray lines along her legs and red highlights, along with a matching black sports bra that also had red highlights. It was also clear that she was a little unused to wearing it, given how much she was blushing. Izuku, however, was still gaping and malfunctioning as she walked up to him, then went down to pick up his phone before offering it to him. Are you okay? I don't look that bad in this, do I? But no, oh of course you don't, sorry. He apologized, pocketing his phone. I just didn't really know what to say, you just look that great. Aiko huffed joyfully and felt herself clamming up from the compliment, and her hands awkwardly met behind her back and squeezed each other tight. Thanks, I think why you look good too. It's really manly. Izuku helped, then laughed as she nodded. Awesome. Alright, do you want to head in? I was thinking about what you said, and I really want to get way stronger. So we can take whatever UA throws at us head on, right? She perked up at that, feeling her insides lighting up with delight. Then, she brought both hands from her back and put up fists with a sudden intense and sharp-toothed smile. Yeah. Let's do it. Aw, she's so cute when she's fired up. Izuku thought before getting the door for Aiko, then walking inside behind her. A couple of minutes later, as per her request, Aiko and Izuku were side by side on mats, doing the same stretches. Half kneeling, with one foot up, their backs arching, and their opposite hand reaching backward. Izuku was breathing deeply, feeling his body trembling slightly. I should really do this more. I didn't realize I was so inflexible. Although I think I'm doing pretty good. He thought to himself, before blinking and looking over to Aiko, who reached even less than he had, and was struggling so much that she was gnashing her teeth with every attempt to push further back. Izuku was so surprised by the sight that he almost slipped with his form, before just stopping anyway, taking a deep breath. Do you want to move on to something else? Aiko stopped for a moment, before looking over and nodding. Then, she dropped it so suddenly she almost slammed her face into the mat and held her hands out to stop herself. To Izuku, at least, it was clear that she didn't do stretches like that too often, so he was a little confused about why she seemed so down on herself. Here, let's just do some light exercise to warm up instead. He offered, before leaning down to give her his hand. After a moment, she took it and he helped her up. Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks. She let go of his hand, although she did so reluctantly. No problem. He replied, smiling sweetly, making her blush slightly. So, a minute later, they were sitting together, doing light bicep reps. Well, light was being said relatively, considering they were both super-built superheroes in training, and were making light work of the heaviest bells. Aiko, can I ask you something? Aiko, who was a little lost in thought, seemed to jump slightly and blush from being addressed. Oh. Yeah, what's up? Are you a fan of Crimson Riot? She paused for a moment longer, then slowly nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. Why yeah. I'm a really big fan of his. You don't think that's weird, do you? No, actually, that's amazing. He said excitedly, his face slightly beaming. I thought about it earlier, and I watched some older clips of his, and I could totally see how much you like him. Aiko let out a small, embarrassed giggle, and looked away a little. Yeah. He nodded. I think he's a great role model, and he emulates a lot of qualities that heroes should, and a few that I can see that you like as well. I think he's pretty cool, and that you have pretty good taste in heroes. Like you. Aiko thought suddenly, before blushing and shaking the thought out of her head quickly. Really? Of course. Besides, I'm not one to judge anyone's tastes. He assured, before chuckling again. Plus it makes sense, given how much you're into being chivalrous and stuff. Aiko turned away a little further, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder if he had said something wrong. And you can ask me anything if you want. Well. She thought about it, before turning back to him. Who do you look up to? Naturally, his first response would have been All Might, but before he could get it out, he suddenly thought of Kitsumi and Ochako as well. Yeah, All Might was awesome, and Izuku thrived to be a hero who also saved people with a smile just like him. But at the same time, Kitsumi was the most hardworking and confident person he knew, who he'd trained and lived with for ages. And Ochako was saintly kind, and even when she talked about her supposedly self-serving goal, she only thought about helping people and making them smile. He smiled and sighed fondly. Now, he could see Aiko in that list of people. She was enthusiastic, strong, and valued being honorable and kind above all. Well. I think you're worth looking up to, Aiko. Aiko's eyes went wide, and her face became as red as her hair was. Then, she slowly put her dumbbell to the side and looked up at him, looking overjoyed, but her lips were also a little tight, as if she were upset about something. Do you really think so? She's so cute. He thought to himself, although he struggled not to say it out loud. Probably later, but it wouldn't be quite appropriate now. Yeah. He placed his dumbbell to the side as well. You're really nice, enthusiastic, cool, you have a good heart, and… Hey. I think we're all warmed up now, hahaha. Aiko suddenly interrupted, standing up straight. Hey, these benches here are free. Let's do it. She suggested excitedly and almost desperately. Izuku recoiled for a moment before standing up as well. Sure. I'll take care of these dumbbells really quick first, then, if you want to go first, I'll spot you. He offered while picking up Aiko's dumbbell as well as his own. Yeah, that sounds good, thanks, bro. She said, giving him a thumbs up as he smiled and walked away. She sat down on the bench and immediately had a miniature breakdown in her mind. Bro. I called him bro. How the hell is he supposed to pick up the signs if I do crap like that? She fretted, turning her limbs hard and clenching down on her legs hard as she cringed. Alright, are you ready? Izuku asked once he came back, before suddenly stopping. Aiko, are you feeling okay? Do you want to take a break, or we can just leave? He offered, getting onto one knee to see her face clearly. Aiko blinked once she was snapped out of her thoughts, before looking slightly upward at him. He was so close that she felt like she could just jerk forward and her lips would meet his, and she blushed even harder and suddenly jerked backward while stammering. I am fine, I swear. Izuku, meanwhile, seemed totally oblivious to what he had done and just stood up straighter and sighed with relief. Oh, thank goodness. Well, we can start whenever you're ready, he said, smiling kindly. In response, Aiko just felt like she would have another heart attack and clenched her teeth as her entire body became rock hard. Phew. He's too cute. And Izuku yelped in fear, getting onto the bench with her, which only made her recoil again as she blushed harder. Aiko, are you in pain? He fretted louder, and meanwhile, Aiko just heard her breath and heartbeat in her ears, along with the perfect sound of his sweet, worried voice. She never thought that cute and manly could mix, but here he was, the perfect gentleman. Aiko never had any experience with men before. Sure, she had lots of guys as friends growing up, and her dad, and so on and so forth, but this was her first time with a guy. Who, as far as she knew, still didn't even see her as a girl. She had worn this gear as opposed to her typical stuff because she figured it would be easy to get him to look at her romantically, plus doing stretches because guys were supposed to find it sexy. But all he did was respect her, completely and totally. Slowly and completely red-faced, she shook her head. No. But I think we should go. And without a hint of reluctance, he took her hand and they were outside on the bench within a minute. She swore she could have blinked and missed the entire trip from there to out here. Are you feeling a little better? He asked after she had finished drinking from the water bottle he got for her on the way out, and she nodded quickly. She was still slightly red in the face, and her heart was still hammering against her chest. Better. Thank you, Izuku. He blushed slightly as well, then nodded back. It's no problem, really. You wanted out, so I just helped you out. He sat back against the bench, and after a moment, he felt her poke his arm with the water bottle. Oh, thanks. He took a quick drink, then capped it. So. I didn't do anything wrong back there, did I? She looked at him, then smirked slightly as she sighed. Of course. No, Izuku, you didn't do anything wrong. It was all me back there. Izuku tilted his head curiously. Really? Did something happen? Aiko turned away shyly, then just shook her head. No. It's just my problem, I'm sorry, I think I'll just go. She said, before getting halfway through standing up, but he had her hand again. Not forcefully or demanding she stayed, but gently and as if he wanted her to take him with her. Aiko. I haven't known you for that long, that's for sure, but I care enough about you to say that I don't want you to be facing your problems alone. If you'd let me, I'd love to help you, no matter what it is. He smiled again, and Aiko paused for a few moments. Then, she took his hand in both of hers, then sat back down next to him. Izuku, the truth is. She was blushing harder again and couldn't help but look away before Izuku cupped his other hand in hers as well, and she looked back at him and he was still just smiling sweetly. Oh, Jay, just please don't make fun of me, okay? Izuku shook his head immediately. It's okay, Aiko. Whatever you say, I won't judge you. Aiko stared at him for a moment before sighing fondly again. Izuku, you're really cool. I guess that's why I can't talk to you, as a girl. Izuku seemed to take a few moments to digest it before suddenly and dumbfoundedly tilting his head to the side again. I don't get it. Aiko sputtered for a moment, almost wanting to laugh herself at the sudden, silly reaction. I mean, most guys just see me as another dude. But I wanted you to look at me as a really pretty, hard-working, kind, sweet, and cute girl with a tomboy flair. Aiko choked on air, her eyes going wide and her face just as red as Izuku's was, who also held his lips tight and trembled slightly. He was clearly terribly embarrassed to say something so bold, but he also had the air of I said what I said, what about it? The pretty, cute, girl. She squeaked back, and he just rapidly nodded before finally inhaling. Why yeah. It's kinda what I meant to say when I apologized for touching you without permission. But the thing is, I do see you as a girl. I like you how you are, and you don't have to try to make me think that you're an adorable girl, because you just are already. By now, Aiko felt her heart going faster and faster, and her chest heaved slightly as she breathed. Izuku, do you like me? Not as a friend, but like me? She finally blurted out and clenched his hands hard without realizing it. Izuku could only smile, holding her hands back with enough force that she wasn't crushing him. I do, Aiko. I like you. And I'd like to be together as we graduate from UA. He raised their hands and brought each other closer. As long as you'd have me, that is. Aiko's lips twitched upward into a wide, sharp, and overjoyed smile. I do. I want to be with you, Izuku. Izuku and Aiko smiled so brightly that the passerby thought that a person with a sun-based quirk was sitting on the bench there. After a few moments, Izuku pulled away and stood up, then reached down to offer his hand again. Come on, let's get stronger. Together. Aiko laughed, then took his hand as she got up. Yeah we are, let's do this. Oh, sorry. she said bashfully, realizing she was yelling in his face before Izuku shook his head and smiled. It's fine. I'd prefer if you didn't hold back anyway. He laughed, making her smile a little wider, although a little reluctantly. But that was okay, he knew she was comfortable being herself when they met earlier, but began putting up a few fronts and acts to get him to like her, but once they spent a little longer together, she'd drop them all again, and he could have the real Aiko again. The real you is the one worth having, Aiko. I wouldn't have you any other way. Aiko was flushed for a few moments, before giggling and patting his back happily. That's such a manly thing to say, Izuku. You're awesome. You're going to be a super manly boyfriend. Izuku grinned widely, but his eyes flashed with realization. Well, I could be, but there's something I need to tell you first. Aiko blinked, then tilted her head a little, but still smiled softly. It's okay, I'll make you the same promise you made me. That no matter what you say, I won't judge you for it. She said jovially, clearly very pleased to be able to tell him that. Izuku's expression became suddenly serious. I have 2 girlfriends already, Kaken and Ichako. He paused for a moment as Aiko's eyes became wide at the information. But she wasn't terribly aghast, nor did she look exactly happy about the news. So, he continued. And yes, they know about it, because I promised that no matter what, I would always make them the happiest girls in the world, and I would never leave them hanging, nor would I ever make them cry. If I ever break that promise, I've long since written my will for the moment I commit harakiri. And Aiko suddenly gasped, but he continued. I refuse to lead you or them on, so if you don't approve, I completely understand. But, I'll make you the promise I made them, where I vow to always make you happy, to always make you feel safe and feel better, and if I fail for even a moment, I'll be more than willing to. Before he could offer to kill himself again, Aiko pressed a finger to his lips, looking up at him with the same seriousness as he did. They both know. He nodded silently, keeping her gaze. And? If I accept, I could join your little family. He nodded again, his eyes gleaming with joy at the notion. And you treat me right, and treat them right too. He nodded twice at lightning speed. Like a perfect manly man gentleman. He nodded again. She stared at him for a few moments longer, both of them keeping their seriousness and intensity, before she blushed a little and asked him. And, you take me on dates, too. Proper ones, like to go out to eat, or go to the movies. He smiled fondly and nodded again as she slowly moved her finger down. The best dates ever, as good as you all deserve. After a moment, she hit him with the biggest brightest smile she could give, hitting him like a flashbang and burning into his retinas. But like a true man, he just took it and smiled back. Haha, I'll hold you to that, Izuku. 97 100ths, to go. So, due to how things panned out, would you two accept Aiko as my girlfriend as well? It was the most difficult thing Izuku ever had to say, to stand before his girlfriends, Kitsumi and Ichako, and ask them if they would accept Aiko, a stranger to them, into their relationship. Immediately after Izuku and Aiko left the gym, Izuku called up Kitsumi and Ichako to have a serious talk about their relationship tomorrow before school. That in of itself was no hassle, but now that they were here, alone together on UA's roof, Izuku found himself just as nervous as he was during the entrance exam. Scratch that, actually, because this was way more nerve-wracking. By his side, Aiko was just as nervous as he was and held her hands behind her back, sweat running down her brow, while Izuku explained the situation, then dropped the big question. Ichako had her hands cupped in front of her mouth and her head lowered slightly, covering her expression, but Kitsumi was more than upfront about how she was feeling. Are you fucking insane? She shouted. Izuku didn't defend himself, he knew she had a point. Are you seriously fucking insane, Deku? I can't believe it. Ichako said behind her hands in a shuddering voice, making Kitsumi stop and turn toward her anger suddenly dropping and turning to worry. Deku. Our round face. Kitsumi said, stepping closer to her, before being suddenly taken aback by her expression. Pure, crying, elated joy. Even though you've fallen in love with her, you're not breaking up with us. Are you insane too? Izuku began to protest, taking a step closer as Kitsumi rounded back to him. Yes, it's true that I've fallen in love with Aiko too. His face got red from the proclamation, and so did Aiko's, who fidgeted slightly on the spot. But it's not that I've fallen out of love with either of you, nor do I love you any less. He insisted, placing a hand over his chest as he grew with a familiar kind of intensity. It's more like I've grown more love, just for her, just like I do for you too. Oh, it's that easy, huh? Like finding more oil deposits, instead of dividing what you've already got. Kitsumi accused, stomping forward and jabbing his chest hard like a needle, but careful not to linger there and get lost in the feeling. Again. Guess so. Izuku said, flustered and rubbing over the struck spot on his chest, before shaking his head clear. But really, a metaphor like that doesn't do it justice. Aiko looked up and tilted her head over, slightly taken aback by his suddenly super intense expression. He looked even more serious than he did when he was talking about being a hero. I don't think there's much I can say, but besides that, it's more important than ever for me to use my actions rather than my words. So I'll only say that my promise to you still stands. I'll be a great boyfriend, and I'll never leave any of you hanging or wanting until the day I die. Ichako let out a small, delighted squeak from the heartfelt promise. Kitsumi fidgeted, struggling between pure rage and relative calmness, before settling on crossing her arms and huffing poutingly. Finally, the stiff air between them was broken as Aiko sniffled and rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her jacket. That's so manly. She sobbed, wiping her eyes one last time, before suddenly slinging her arm around his shoulders and pulling him in. You're awesome, Izuku. Oh. Kitsumi said, her eyelids twitching. She's one of those tomboy types, huh? Ichako tilted her head slightly at her. I mean, I've always thought of you as the same kind, Kitsumi. And a bit of delinquent, too, now that I think about it. Suddenly, she rounded on Ichako and stepped forward, snapping Aiko out of her antics for a moment. And what are you, huh? Just a soft girly girl derriere archetype. She accused. Why yeah. And what if I am? Ichako huffed, crossing her arms. Besides. You said you liked my softness. Aiko tilted her head slightly. What? She asked, just as Ichako and Kitsumi clamped up and blushed profusely, seeming to have gone frozen stiff. Oh, near the end of chapter 2. Izuku provided. All three of us kissed, so. Don't just give away information like that, damn it. Kitsumi roared at him, making him recoil and profusely apologize as Aiko seized up too, then suddenly began to back up as her face had become just as red as her hair. Wait. So you guys have already. Smooched and stuff. Izuku was gut-checked by the amount of adorable force radiating from her and therefore unable to answer straight away. That's such an adorable way to say it. He gasped out, forcing air back into his lungs. But yes, we have kissed, if that's what you mean. Aiko became more flustered severalfold, looking almost blasphemed by the prospect. I. She stammered, before suddenly moving her hands erratically until they snapped into a defensive form in front of her. I have to protect my chastity. Chastity? Izuku squawked, now as flushed as Aiko was and trying to defend himself, saying that he had no such intentions, then apologizing for giving her any lewd impressions. Meanwhile, Kitsumi and Ichako just absent-mindedly thought to themselves while blushing. Damn, now I want to do it again. Finally, Aiko had calmed down again and was comfortable walking back up to his side. Alright, just in case any of you forgot from yesterday. This. He began, gesturing in front of Aiko, who nervously waved. Is Aiko Kirishima? Then, he turned and made the same gesture towards Kitsumi first, then Ichako. Aiko, this is Kitsumi Bakugo, and Ichako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you guys. Aiko greeted with a small bow, which Ichako gave back, while Kitsumi just grunted to acknowledge her. I'm sorry for that embarrassing display a moment ago, when I kinda pounced on Izuku, here. Ichako giggled and just waved a little dismissively. It's fine, I get how it is to try and restrain yourself around Deku. Izuku was quick to add to this. Besides, it's cute anyway. Honestly, it's just part of Aiko's charm, too. He said excitedly, with a very similar expression to how he would ramble off random facts about heroes he liked. Like how she fidgets with her hands when she feels nervous, or how she uses her quirk when she's training with something, or when her heart's throbbing and she swoons. Aiko let out a small gasp before her brow furrowed with thought. Do I really do that? She wondered, trying to think back before suddenly realizing that he was correct. Wow. However, the love monster hero wasn't anywhere near done. It's really cute, especially compared to her rowdy and tomboy demeanor. Like how Kacchan leans off at Sun and more into the deer when she's worn out. But it's also the smaller things that make Kacchan so charming, like what she does with her legs to express herself. She does? Ichako asked, tilting her head slightly. Yeah. Like how she bounces on her heels a little when she's excited, or grinds her foot when she's scared or nervous, or taps when she's impatient, or… Kitsumi instinctively looked down. Her legs were slightly pointed inward, and one of her feet was idly turning on her toes. What the? She asked herself as Izuku kept going on, then she blushed even harder than before. It kind of reminds me of that cute thing Ichako does when she's nervous, when she swirls one of her bangs with her finger. But, of course, like with Aiko or Kitsumi, that's only a trillionth of what makes her so endearing. All three girls felt themselves having an impending swoon-induced heart attack. They felt their hearts squeezing, faces burning and blushing, and their teeth clenching intensely. Plus, just as Izuku said, Aiko's quirk activated a little while she clenched her teeth. Just how much attention does he pay to me? They thought in unison. Finally, Izuku seemed to snap out of his passionate rambling and turned to them, then began to blush a little too. Oh. Did I say something embarrassing? I'm sorry. Don't be. Ochako insisted, giggling as she suddenly came to his side, eagerly hugging and pressing against him. Itsumi got to his other side and took his hand, out of no particular need than to not be outdone by Ochako. Why, you're still a dummy for saying it all out loud like that. She pouted, although without a hint of genuine spite. Then, Aiko paused and watched the scene for a moment longer. Her hand moved out, but quickly retracted it, almost like a reflex. She looked down and bit her lip slightly. A week ago, it would have been hard to imagine she would actually have a boyfriend this soon into high school, or having a boyfriend at all. And since then, it only got weirder with the discovery that her boyfriend had 2 other girlfriends that he loved too. In the short time she knew him, Izuku had already cemented herself as the nicest, coolest guy she knew, and while it wasn't entirely his fault, looking at them being so happy and touchy, it was easy to suddenly feel the crushing weight of inadequacy. Wait, hold on a second. Izuku said, gently pulling away from Ochako and Kitsumi to stand by Aiko. I don't think either of you answered, but would you accept Aiko as my newest girlfriend? They both stalled for a moment, but Ochako began smiling again, although much more tame and gentle. Well, if you really love her as you love us, keep your promise, and we can get along, I have no objections. Kitsumi just sighed before huffing and crossing her arms in a very official manner. Don't think we're going to be best friends or anything like that, shitty hair. Izuku let out a small, relieved sigh, before making a look of slight exasperation. Kakin. Izuku said, putting his hands on his hips. Fine. I'll call you Red, or something. Kitsumi huffed, rolling her eyes. Hey, isn't it about time we get to classes? Oh, yeah. Thanks for the heads up. He said, checking his phone. We should go. He put it back, then held both hands out, only to stumble upon an issue he hadn't foreseen. For he had only 2 hands and 3 girlfriends to walk with. Then, he dropped to his knees and slammed his fist into the ground hard enough to crack it, while his face scrunched up into a look of terrible pain and conflict. Damn it. Why couldn't I have been born with another arm? Or at least tendrils to wrap around your hands? Ochako, who regained her footing the soonest after the tremor-like impact, was suddenly struck by inspiration and walked over to Izuku. Hey Deku, I have an idea. Stay down. Izuku sniffled, then stayed down and waited as Ochako walked behind him. Then, he felt her pressing against him, but she was weightless, and he smiled brightly as her legs went around his waist. There. Now they can hold your hands, while I hang out back here. She chirped happily, before rubbing her cheek against the back of his head, nuzzling it appreciatively. Izuku stood up while hunched over slightly, blushing furiously. Why yeah, great idea, Ochako. Alright, off we go. He said, now holding his hands out toward Kitsumi and Aiko. Itsumi's face was completely red and her cheeks were puffed out furiously, and after a moment he realized that she was glaring at Ochako, while Ochako was just smugly looking back at her. Finally, she snapped out and grabbed his hand while still glaring at Ochako. Aiko, however, was a lot slower. Izuku smiled gently and she finally took his hand. Kind of. Her fingers held his, but it seemed as if she were halfway off letting go. Alright, let's go. She declared before they left and began to walk to their classroom. Of course, it didn't go unnoticed by Izuku, Kitsumi and Ochako that they were the ones carrying the conversation almost completely, while Aiko was still blushing and only really responded with yeses and nos until they made it to class 1A. Ochako released her quirk and was shocked to feel that Izuku didn't buckle or falter at all when her true weight dropped on him, then blushed as she thanked him and walked into the room as he held the door for all 3 of them before finally walking in himself. Most of the day, however, went by with hardly any note. After Aizawa was done taking attendance and congratulating them, when really she just gave them many of the same warnings she did yesterday, they met their teachers, Cementus, for modern literature, Midnight for modern hero arts history, Ectoplasm taught mathematics, and Present Mick taught English. When he left, the class would be left alone for a little, so Izuku cupped his chin and leaned back as he began to think. Aiko seemed really shy all morning. Of course, I can't blame her. Of course, being in a situation like this is odd, I should have done something. Maybe if I just waited and let her get to know Kakin and Ochako better as classmates first. Damn. Then, he was suddenly struck with a very surprising thought that seemingly came out of the left field. Hey, how many of my classmates are my soulmates? Izuku's eyes went wide and he put all of his power into staring right down at the desk. The Buddha of Love only said that he would meet them all while attending UA, so there was an equal chance that they would be one of his schoolmates, as it would be just someone he meets by chance anywhere else. Of course, he wasn't against the idea of meeting more soulmates, but rapidly meeting them would be less than ideal. Then, he shook his head and had to resist the urge to slap himself. Oh, what's it matter? I'll meet them when I meet them, and it's up to me to do my best. Besides, if I do too much buffering, I might not even realize someone I've been sharing a classroom with is my soulmate until it's too late. He sighed to himself, then propped his head up on his hand. Besides, I should be wondering how to help Aiko anyways right now. Problems for later can be dealt with later, I guess. Finally, Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts as a familiar booming voice came from outside the door. I am. Then, the door slid open, and All Might in his Silver Age costume slid into the room, looking as confident and strong as ever. Coming through the door, like a hero. The class began to cheer for All Might and grow excited, and even Izuku got distracted from his line of thinking, as All Might closed the classroom door and took place behind the podium. Good morning, future heroes. Well, yesterday marked your true beginnings toward herodom. Today, as your first hero class, marks the beginning of your official training. Introducing himself in a gallant manner. Today, I have something very special for you all. We're starting our first ever lesson with a practical assignment. Wow, really? It's not going to be like Mrs. Awa's, where we'll be expelled if we fail, right? Ochako piped up, and All Might just laughed and shook his head. Oh no. I suppose it will be a bit of an assessment, since it's your first day, and near the end of the year or even the semester, you can look back and see just how mighty you've become. He said, giving a showboaty thumbs up like a golf swing. Now then, without further ado. He pressed a button on the desk, and the walls suddenly cracked open in 20 different spots along the wall, then extended numbered briefcases from the wall. Here are your super amazing hero costumes, all based on the notes, requests, and equipment all of you submitted. Take your cases, get dressed, and meet me in training zone beta as soon as you can. I'll see you all out there, heroes in training. And laughed again as he waved, then sped out of the classroom as everyone clamored to get their briefcases and get to the changing rooms as soon as possible. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, but Izuku especially was hugging his briefcase close to his chest while smiling brightly. Once inside the locker room, Izuku put the case down on the closest bench and opened up, then his eyes and smile widened even further. Yes. Finally, roughly 20 minutes later, the class reassembled in the training zone, designed to be a city right where All Might was waiting. Izuku ran up to Ochako, Kitsumi, and Aiko, and his eyes widened again as he looked over them all, starting to blush and even form hearts in his eyes. Ah. You all look so cool. He gushed, making them all blush in turn. Ochako's was an adorable pink and black suit with bulky pink-heeled boots and a helmet, which made her look like a futuristic astronaut warrior. According to Ochako, every specialized piece was designed specifically to help her with nausea. Thanks Deku. Although, I should have specified what I wanted it made of. It's kind of skin-tight, you know. The perfect blissful combo of cuteness and sex appeal with lots of functionality. A perfectly Ochako-ish costume. He declared, watching as Ochako giggled and looked down embarrassed. Itsumi's was a black jumpsuit sans the shoulders, with an orange X over her chest like a bombardier jacket. Which made it easy to imagine her pulling out massive shoulder-mounted cannons over her back. Along with black combat boots, scary-looking kneepads, and massive grenade gauntlets, which Izuku remembered could build up and deliver massive explosions over time. Don't start drooling, nerd. I don't care if you think I'm cool or pretty or whatever. Such a badass costume that fits Kaken's personality like a glove. You're like an action movie star. I'd come to watch all your movies and buy all your merch. And Kitsumi, despite saying she didn't care, turned away and huffed, biting her lips while trying to contain a massive smile. Finally, Aiko's. Like Kitsumi's, her lower half was in all black, except for a cool and rugged-looking red sash that almost resembled a skirt, a belt with a big red R, and a cropped black shirt that covered her modestly, but still showed off a rock-hard pair of abs. Also, most interestingly, her shoulder guards were red gears, and she had a wiry face guard with little fang-like points, and her hair had little points resembling horns. Ah, you look so cool and rugged, like a real warrior. You look even manlier than Crimson Riot, Aiko. He grabbed his chest over his heart as Aiko fidgeted and held her lips as she giggled with embarrassment. Ah. I could get rescued by you girls all day long. I'd spend every last yen I had just to buy every piece of merch I could. I'd even be a villain just to get the privilege of getting arrested by one of you. But her tsundere gauge full, Kitsumi jabbed Izuku in the stomach, making him keel over for a moment. Don't say such embarrassing shit, nerd. Then, she grabbed the green rabbit ear-like pieces on his head and tugged. Hey, don't damage his little rabbit ears. They're adorable. Ochako protested, stepping forward before giggling. Is that what you're going for, Deku? I love it. Izuku chuckled, now embarrassed himself too. Well. Not really. His eyes darted towards All Might, then the girls, and All Might too at this point realized why he had those ears, along with a mask designed like a wide grin. He's such a fanboy. All four of them thought at once. However, All Might just made an embarrassed cough, although he found it endearing, while the girls all internally squealed at how cute they found it. That's so like Deku. Izuku. Hey Izuku, what are those things on your collar? Aiko pointed out, looking at his neck. On top of his green suit costume, he also wore a short crop jacket and a new and tactical looking version of his normal beige backpack. Also, there were 3 pins attached to his collar. A pin for the Hero 13, a grenade, and a red fist with a jagged and rock-like forearm. Oh, those. They're my good luck charms. He pointed at them and smiled brightly, seemingly shining through his mask. They help me think that you 3 are always with me, and they remind me of the most important reason why I need to work so hard. For you gals. All 3 girls made a very similar gesture to Izuku's a minute ago, grabbing their hearts over their chests as an overwhelming sense of love washed over them. Aiko's skin also hardened slightly as she throbbed, and in unison, thought. I love you, Deku. Izuku. I got them commissioned to be extra strong, and super dense would be safe to be more exposed, not that I would let them get damaged anyway. Well, the normal ones I made are in here. He added proudly, pointing his thumb over his shoulder and towards his backpack. Deku. Ochako cried, suddenly lunging for him to hug him tightly, before Kitsumi roared in frustration and hugged him too, all while insisting that she wasn't jealous or anything. Shut up. Goddamn, young Midoriya. All Might thought to himself. Not even a full day in, and he already has a dedicated fan club. He's my successor, alright. Finally, he cleared his throat loudly and began to speak to the class. Good to see everyone assembled here, especially now that you're all in your incredible costumes. He looked over to Izuku and company, relieved to see that the girls got off Izuku, now just at his sides. As I said before, we'll be performing a practical activity for today, in this building before you. We need 10 groups of 2 who will be randomly paired together, then randomly select 2 teams to face off, 1 hero team and 1 villain team per match. He took out a raffle box and reached in. For our first team, Team A, we have Kirishima and Midoriya. Aiko gave a short jolt of surprise, then turned to Izuku who was smiling even wider. Nice. Let's do our best, Aiko. Ochako pouted, but Kitsumi looked absolutely blasphemed. Hey. I want to restart, this is rigged. Besides, why can't we pick our own teams anyway? Well, it only makes sense, doesn't it? A tall girl wearing what seemed to be a hybrid of knight's armor and cyclist gear spoke up, with her face concealed by a helmet. More often than not, heroes don't get to plan ahead for the crimes they stop, so they typically pair with others who happen to be nearby. Haha. Well done, Miss Ida. That's exactly right. All Might praised. It's true. Unless you're constantly being followed around by a partner of sorts, you'll be going at it alone more often than not, and will have to make do with whoever you're with. Kitsumi huffed in frustration and pouted, but stood down. Whatever. Finally, All Might continued to pull names, until he reached Team E and announced, Team E, Uraraka and Bakugo. The 2 turned and looked at each other testily, and Izuku felt himself tensing up a little as they did. They had been working hard to get along, and Izuku was doing his best to help it along, but there was still a chance. Finally, Kitsumi just crossed her arms and looked forward again. You'd better not slow me down, round face. Ochako crossed her arms too, looking oddly competitive in a way that made Izuku want to go into a Gapmo-induced swoon off his feet. As long as you don't go and blow everyone and everything up before we can hope to win. Izuku felt his chest welling up with affection. We went from a super sweet Ochako to a tangy one. That's so cute. He thought, hiding his overly gleeful expression under his mask, but it did nothing to mask how much he was glowing from beneath it. And it's even cuter with her hero costume. They're all so adorable. I'm so lucky. Finally, when the last team, Team J, was announced, All Might finally began to explain the exercise. As I said, today's exercise is going to be in this building here. We'll have 2 randomly selected teams being pitted against each other, one the heroes and the other the villains. The villains will go inside 5 minutes ahead of the heroes and will be given a dummy weapon to gourd, and they can spend that time however they please. Devising a strategy, hiding the weapon on any floor they would please, barricading their position, whatever they can devise of in those 5 minutes, and will have to guard it for 30 minutes. A few of them nodded in understanding, and All Might gave a moment for the information to set in. The villains, of course, win by guarding it for the entire time, while the heroes will have to touch it just once. Or both teams could win by securing the enemy in tape. Then, the knight-like girl raised her arm again and waited until All Might called on her. But sir, wouldn't these conditions heavily be to the villain's advantage? He laughed in response. Well spotted. Yes, it would be. You see, statistically speaking, the fights against the worst villains will be taking place indoors, as they're the ones smart enough to realize that committing such crimes in public would make it all the easier for heroes to spot and stomp them out. Therefore, the heroes in this exercise will practice fighting against the odds, while the villains will be able to see into the minds of real villains in a similar situation. The class perked up in realization, fully realizing the wisdom in the exercise. I see, thank you sir. Ede replied, before cupping her chin under the helmet. Getting into the mind of a villain. It would be a valuable learning experience. All Might nodded. Indeed. Understanding your enemy and their line of thinking is always valuable, and in some cases will be the deciding factor in victory or defeat. You'll find that most of our lessons will be practical as well. As valuable as a curriculum is, all pros will tell you that experience will always be the best teacher. He announced with another laugh, before stalling as he had an idle, almost bitter thought. And by God, do I hate doing paperwork and grading. It's a win-win. So without any further ado, time for another raffle. All Might announced, taking out another set of boxes, one labeled heroes and the other, villains. Before All Might put his hands in and dug around, Izuku excitedly turned around to Kitsumi, Aiko, and Ichako. Let's all do our best, right? Ichako giggled and stuck her fist out. Yeah. Let's do it. Kitsumi smirked in a usual confident manner and stuck her fist out too. Please, with me on your team, you don't even have to try. I'll kill them. Aiko joined in slowly. Alright. Let's get them, Izuku. Izuku was gushing excitedly at the display, then nodded as he brought his fist out too, then joined them all in a four-way fist bump. Yeah. Good luck, everyone. Our first match will be Team A versus Team E. All Might announced while the four had their backs turned. They were all rigid and stayed stuck. They slowly looked up at their partners, then toward each other. Well. This'll be interesting. All Might thought to himself, looking over those four before he began to move on, matching up more and more students, until all 10 teams had a matchup. Alright, everyone but teams A and E will follow me to the observing area. Team E, take these comm pieces and tape, then head into the building. Remember, you have just 5 minutes to do whatever you can before I send the heroes in. And good luck in there. They both took one, looked back toward Aiko and Izuku, then turned away again. Team A. They both stepped forward and took them, before carefully placing and securing them in their ears. Try your best and good luck. With that all settled, everyone else, follow me to the viewing area. All Might began to walk off with the herded class, but he half looked back to Izuku and gave him a thumbs up. Izuku stiffened a little, but quickly returned it. Finally, Izuku turned back to Aiko and offered his hand. Come on, let's wait by the building and talk strategy. She faltered for a moment, but ended up taking it as she blushed. Yeah, sounds good. She said as they walked around the building, stopping near a door into the building's side and standing against a railing. Do you have a plan, Izuku? He had to think about it for a moment, then shrugged. I have a few ideas. For one, I think Kaken is going to come for me, so we should make a strategy around that. That caught Aiko off guard a little, then she just tilted her head a little. What makes you say that? Well, Kaken's end goal is to be the #1 hero, and mine is to be a hero like All Might, so she kinda sees me as her competition in hero work. I think it'll be her way of telling me that even though she loves me, she's going to win. Aiko nodded in understanding and just stood there for a moment before breaking the silence with a small giggle. She's pretty cool, isn't she? She asked, to Izuku's immediate excited agreement. But how about you? What do you mean? He asked. Do you see Bakugo as competition? Or at the very least, would you be okay with just rolling over and letting her win? Izuku paused. If it would make Kitsumi happy, of course, he would just do anything she asked. But if anything, not seeing her as competition would probably be the most offensive thing he could do. However, at the same time, it was hard for him to think of Kitsumi as someone he was going against. It was embarrassing, but he just couldn't make a solid thought. I don't know. Aiko nodded again, then leaned back against the railing. Want to know what I think? Of course. I think Bakugo wants you to be her rival, too. That made Izuku perk up curiously. Really? What makes you say that? Well, she's a really competitive and fierce person, and she loves you a whole lot. If you got stronger and kept pitting yourself against her, it shows her firsthand how much you're growing and showing herself how good she's getting too. Kinda like two gym buddies spurring each other on, but not wanting to get left behind. Aiko explained, before turning forward and shrugging. At least that's how I see it. But I don't know her as well as you do, so maybe this is just nonsense, hahaha. No, that was perfect. Izuku said, making Aiko blush as she continued to look forward. Then, Izuku put his hand on her head and began to slowly and affectionately pet it while she tensed up. Thank you, Aiko. I've been with Kakin for a long time and I try really hard, but I have a lot to learn, don't I? I. Aiko stammered, her face completely red, while he continued to pet her until Izuku noticed how embarrassed it made her, and he completely pulled away. Oh, wow. Sorry. I have no idea what compelled me to just do that out of nowhere. Izuku stammered. Finally, he just turned and coughed into his fist awkwardly. It's no problem, really. She said, almost like a squeak. Anyway. We should probably talk strategy again, right? Izuku, eager and thankful to change the subject, just nodded. Why yeah. I actually have another idea. Look at the windows. Aiko looked up and covered her eyes from above to block out the sun, but she couldn't see anything in particular. Okay. What am I looking at? You see how near the top, the windows get spaced out further, likely meaning the rooms are bigger, with taller ceilings. Achako could use her quirk to make the weapon weightless and float it up, so if it's against a tall ceiling, we wouldn't be able to reach it easily. Aiko's eyes widened a little, and she quickly nodded. Oh, I see. With that in mind, we know where to be looking, so we don't have to waste as much time sweeping every hall. She giggled and leaned over, affectionately jabbing his shoulder. Good thinking, Izuku. You're really smart. Thank you, Aiko. Despite her one-track mind, Kakin is super smart. Anyway, if I'm right about Kakin coming for me, then I'm afraid I'll be leaving the more important part to you. Getting the weapon, and by extension, dealing with Achako too. At least until I deal with Kakin. Aiko just gave him a thumbs up and smiled. I've got you covered. I can use my quirk and punch into the wall so I can scale it if she does float it to the ceiling. But then, I'll have to find a way around her too. Achako looked up as the nuclear bomb prop drifted to the ceiling like a blimp. She was worried about the weight, but it was hollow and made of cardboard, so it wasn't as big of an issue as she thought it would be. From what you said about the entrance exam. Kitsumi piped up behind her. Couldn't Deku just jump up there? She nodded, but smiled and held one finger up. Yep. But there's one problem with that. He couldn't without breaking his legs, and he already promised not to do it again. He wouldn't just point blank break a promise like that. Kitsumi crossed her arms and nodded. Right. Achako looked around the room. There were plenty of materials to barricade with, like barrels and panels of wood, but putting up a barricade would just give away their position more. From outside the room, they would have to come in to check and then look directly up, and unless they thought of that, it would have been impossible to find. Since Kitsumi seemed on edge, counting down the seconds, Achako just sighed and stretched. Hey Kitsumi. What do you think of Aiko Kirishima? Kitsumi paused for a moment and thought. She's pissing me off. Achako's eyes widened a little. That was pretty harsh. She had agreed to this in the first place and let her into their little family, so she wondered if she just lied in front of Izuku. Really? She seems pretty nice to me. You know, I think that's part of her problem, yeah. She grunted, which made Achako shift uncomfortably on the spot. Whatever. The match is about to begin. She said, cracking her knuckles as she walked towards the entrance. Hey. Where are you going? Achako demanded with a huff. In case you forgot, we win by protecting the weapon. I'm going to go looking for them. We can win by beating them, too. She said, before stopping and rolling her shoulders, then cracking her neck to each side. Then, she looked back at Achako. Besides. I need to have a talk. Finally, the match had begun, so Izuku and Aiko swept into the building and darted straight towards the staircase. I think the larger rooms are on the 7th floor and up, then we should start sweeping the rooms. Aiko nodded and followed behind him quickly. If Kitsumi were to show up, Izuku would take her attention, and Aiko would continue to look for the weapon and Achako, who would likely be left guarded. Finally, they reached the 7th floor, where the doors to the side were much wider, and the ceilings looked higher. Izuku looked back and nodded, Aiko nodded back, and they began to slowly creep around. Izuku looked around the corners to check, before signaling for Aiko to follow him as they swept and scanned the halls. At least until Kitsumi found them first. She roared as she jumped around the corner and swung her arm wide. Aiko crossed her arms over her face and activated a quirk, but just a split second before Kitsumi landed her hit, Izuku leaped and tackled Aiko, holding her around the middle and holding a hand over the back of her head, keeping her secure as they landed. Aiko blinked, completely stunned as he pushed himself up, looking down at her. Half of his mask was burnt off, but his face was unscathed. Instead of panic, fear, or even excitement like Aiko felt, he just looked worried for her sake, looking her over with his hand still over her. With the lighting above him and how she was positioned under him, he looked like an angel. Or a dutiful, brave, chivalrous knight who saved her from danger, even when he was in more danger than she was. Are you okay, Aiko? She let out a slow, shaky, and hot breath, absolutely out of it, even as she slowly nodded and didn't recover fully until he got up and held her hand to help her back onto her feet. Itsumi held her hands to her side, popping small explosions in her open palms as Izuku fidgeted slightly. He was never on the receiving end of those explosions, but he had seen enough to know he didn't want to be. Kaken. Deku? She replied simply, walking closer. Just give up. I know you wouldn't fight one of us, just make it easier for yourself. Izuku gulped and looked at Aiko for a moment before turning back to her. That couldn't be more true. I'd die an infinite amount of times over before the thought of laying a hand on you like that even goes through my mind. But Aiko helped me realize something. As long as you'll have me, I'll always be your boyfriend, and when we get our licenses, I'll be your partner as well. Itsumi was blushing now, realizing he finally outright agreed to create and join an agency with her. But, Izuku continued. But while we're still in training, you need a rival too. I'll practice and challenge you every single day, even hourly if you want. We can help each other grow and be the best heroes we can possibly be. Itsumi just stood there, watching him carefully before smirking as she walked forward. She didn't have her arms up and her tension just seemed to evaporate. You're serious about this? He nodded quickly and held his hand out. Of course. Would you accept me as your rival, on top of being your boyfriend? Itsumi stopped a couple of paces before him and looked down at his hand for a few moments before finally reaching and taking his hand, and they shook it while smiling at each other. I do. Just don't feel bad if I end up wrecking you over and over again. Suddenly, they were both snapped out of it as Aiko sniffled, rubbing her eyes with her arm, then looked up teary-eyed. I'm sorry, it's just. You guys are so cool. That was the manliest thing ever. Even manlier than Izuku was before. She explained before wailing and rubbing her eyes again. Izuku tried to go over to her, but found his hand completely trapped in Kitsumi's grip. I'm really happy you said that, Deku. Even if we are dating, I'd love for us to be rivals. But I didn't come down here for that. Kitsumi swung her other arm outward, and Izuku blocked his face with the other one, but instead of hitting him, Kitsumi swung him backward and blasted the floor with a powerful swing. Aiko and Izuku cried out as they fell through, with Izuku lunging as far as he could to protect Aiko and Kitsumi from the impact, but Kitsumi blasted backward, throwing smoke in his face, while also tackling Aiko. The Aiko? Kaken. He shouted, just before hitting the ground on his side and scrambling to get up. Aiko and Kitsumi were wrestling now, with their hands against each other's shoulders, and Aiko had turned on her quirk across her entire body. Just go, Izuku. I'll be fine. She promised, before screaming as Kitsumi tripped her and swung her around to launch her across the corridor. Izuku's first instinct, of course, would be to stop it, but instead, he grits his teeth. Aye. Fine. I'll do it as fast as I can. He promised, before turning and blitzing up the stairs as fast as he could. Aiko had sprung from the floor and narrowly dodged Kitsumi swinging in from above, causing a smokescreen with the debris from the ground and the explosion smoke. Come on, hairdo. Show me how strong you are. She challenged, almost like a roar as she dashed from the smoke cloud. Aiko turned her quirk up more, then roared back as she ran up to her. Izuku kept grinding his teeth as he swept through the rooms, looking up toward the ceiling in them, but his mind was still gone. He felt guilty, but at the same time, he knew it would be over as soon as he snagged a weapon. I have to trust Aiko. To trust in her strength, her durability, and her grit. And trust that Kachen knows not to go too far. Finally, he skidded to a halt in one of the rooms with enough built-up speed to rattle the items around, before looking up. It was a massive bomb that looked like a nuke, and it was pressed against the top of the ceiling like a balloon. Finally. But if that's there, whereas he suddenly leaped sideways as Ichako came from behind with an open palm, trying to smack him and put him into zero gravity. Whoa, nice reflexes, Deku. She congratulated cheerfully. I thought I was being pretty sneaky. He smiled a little, then just shrugged. Thank you. Although I guess it's hard to be sneaky in heels. But they're still really cool though. Ichako giggled, then began to show them off a little with a cutsy pose, then did the same with the other foot. Thanks. I really like them too. Anyways, would you mind losing, Deku? Izuku had to bite his lip because his immediate thought was. Of course not. Anything you want, Ichako. I love you. Well, normally I'd like to, but it's an exercise. I can't throw the match, even though I wouldn't mind. Sorry Ichako. He explained, rubbing the back of his head. Ichako just shrugged. Okay, I thought so. No harm in asking, though. Oh. What happened to your mask, Deku? She suddenly began to fret, pointing at the side of his face where his mask was missing. Kaken ambushed Aiko and she blew off some of my mask. He explained with a shrug, before reaching back and pulling it down to uncover his face. Thankfully, I moved the pins onto the other side of my collar in time, so she wouldn't get ash on them or anything. Ichako blinked in confusion, then thought really hard about it. He was right, the pins were on the right earlier, but now they were on the left. the undamaged half of his face. Whoa, wait. How did you move them that fast? She ambushed you, so she was probably attacking the moment you saw her. How does that work? Izuku smiled a little wider. I didn't want anything to mark them, so I was really quick about it. Ochako blinked in confusion again and began to rub the side of her head. I don't really get it. But that's still really sweet of you, she said, before finally shaking her head clear and bringing her arms up in a grabby looking way. Alright, just let me touch you once, and it'll be over. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly in concentration but paused. Wait, what? I mean, she's obviously talking about her quirk, but… She was downright panting in excitement and her face was even a little red. On top of that, he swore her eyes had hearts in them, and her fingers kept flexing and moving excitedly at the aspect. Ochako. By touching me, why you meant using your quirk on me, then taping me up, right? Like a hungry predator, she stepped forward slowly and strikingly, her arms closing in. That is what you meant, isn't it? Then, Ochako pounced at him with her arms shot out and Izuku yelped as he jumped to the side. Ochako. Please. He tried to reason, before limboing backward as Ochako lunged again towards his upper body, forcing him to awkwardly jump backward and land sliding on his back, managing to get to his feet just in time as she did it again. He scanned the room well here and from Ochako. While the items scattered around would usually be helpful, he still had to fight off Ochako. Then, his eyes widened as he got an idea, then skidded to a halt before turning around. Ochako. I really want to do the thing you asked for yesterday again. Then, Ochako went from a predator to a puppy as her face brightened with pure delight. Okay. She chirped before spinning around so her back was facing him. Yesterday, Ochako asked Deku to try something with her that she saw on TV. Where the male lead hugged the female protagonist around the waist, then kissed her ear. When Izuku and Ochako tried it, he was embarrassed but stuck to it, while Ochako broke down into a fit of excited and almost crazed giggling, while her knees buckled under her. So now, she completely abandoned her mission in order to try it again. And she waited and waited for Izuku to hug her, but to no avail. Finally, she looked over her shoulder and cried out in shock as Izuku disappeared. Then, she looked up and saw Izuku wall jumping, lunging between a wall and a pillar, finding whatever holding he could to heave himself up and jump again. She also noticed he left his backpack on the ground to leave himself unencumbered. Are you playing Crash Bandicoot over there? Ochako shouted at him, and he looked over his shoulder while clinging to a windowsill. I am sorry, Ochako. He shouted back, before leaping again to the pillar, hugging it tight for dear life. I'll do it when this is over, I promise. Ochako growled and activated her quirk on herself, then kicked off the ground to float towards him. Get back here and kiss my ear now, mister. And lose. She demanded, kicking off a pillar to redirect herself towards him, but missed and had to kick off another wall to dash at him again until she was a mere few feet away. All of a sudden, Ochako's eyes shot open and she stalled in midair before her cheeks puffed out and she shot her hands over her mouth. Oh no. She thought. When she blinked, the room looked darker and her eyes were rolling back slightly. I hit my limit. She released, instantly feeling the weight of gravity rush back to her right as she began to fall back first toward the ground. Just as quickly, however, Izuku had lunged from the pillar toward Ochako and grabbed her, then spun right after catching her, curling his body before slamming into the ground, then slid across it for a few moments, ripping apart the back of his costume. Ochako panted heavily, letting her vision come back to her. She struggled to push herself up and looked down at Izuku, who was still holding her as if they were falling. Ochako. Hey, are you okay? She paused for a moment before smiling. I feel a little nauseous, but I'm okay. Just at that moment, several feet away, the weapon fell to the ground, breaking apart the legs. But I'm only okay thanks to you. Ochako reached forward with her shaky hand and brushed aside some of his hair. You're my hero, Deku. I love you. Izuku groaned as he pushed himself up onto his elbows. I love you too. Finally, Ochako pulled away from him, lightly clenching her stomach as she sat down. Oh. Please wait here for a second, Ochako. He said, before getting up to walk to his backpack, quickly bringing it to her and taking a knee. She perked up curiously as he opened it, then retrieved a large container of red gummies, with a label saying Ochako. After a moment, she realized it was the same kind of gummies that Recovery Girl gave her during the entrance exam. Oh wow. Izuku smiled as he popped it open, pouring a couple into his hand before giving it to her. I asked Recovery Girl for them, so I got one bottle just in case, and another specifically for you. He said, remembering how he had to be her janitor and assistant the night before to do so, but it was worth it. Ochako quickly ate the gummies, then looked up to Deku gratefully. You're the best, Deku. He felt his heart begin beating in an abnormal manner, which in an odd way was normal, as that was how it reacted whenever the girls did something cute. Which was always. Izuku put his hand on her head, then patted it gently. Because you deserve the best. Izuku put the container back, zipped his backpack up, and hiked it back over his shoulders. Do you want to sit out now? Ichako just nodded. Kitsumi's going to be really mad at me, but I think you deserve to win, Deku. If you can get past me. Kitsumi roared, jetting into the room with explosions, then landing in front of the weapon protectively. Izuku took a slight step back while Kitsumi growled and held her arms up, ready for a fight. While he agreed to be Kitsumi's rival and fighter, it didn't mean he thought he could really win in a no-holds-barred fight, and Aiko wasn't anywhere to be seen, so he could only assume she was on a floor below, defeated. His only real hope would have been to use one for all, but there was a very long, very concerning list of reasons why he couldn't. But at the same time, he didn't even have to fight. He just had to touch the weapon. He then tried thinking of a trick to pull on Kitsumi, like the one he used on Ichako, but Kitsumi was also a bit too one-track to fall for it in the middle of a fight. You can still just give up. Kitsumi said, detecting the conflict he was facing. Even if we're going to fight, you can't beat me. The smartest move you can make is to give up. Yeah. Izuku said with a small nod, but still put his fists up. Probably. Kitsumi smirked, before slamming her fist into her open palm. Alright. But don't say I didn't warn ya. Huh? Kitsumi looked up, and so did Izuku. The ceiling had a large crack in it, and then it expanded with a heavy, muffled boom. At that point, he could tell that it was denting downward, and after a moment, there was another great impact before the ceiling blew apart. Raining debris, dust, and a flailing Aiko. Aiko? Izuku shouted, suddenly panicking and rushing forward, dodging debris and holding his arms up, catching her in bridal style, while she covered her face with her quirk activated. Besides the dust, there were clear marks from Ash and Kitsumi's explosions. She uncovered her face in confusion, and upon realizing that Izuku was carrying her, began to blush furiously. Hey Izuku. Izuku, also realizing what position he caught her in, began to blush as well. Hi Aiko. Are you okay? She nodded. I'm fine. Also, this eye is really nice, but could you please put me down now? We're still kinda doing this thing. Oh. Right. Sorry. He stammered, putting Aiko down onto her feet while she began to brush herself off. Izuku looked up at Kitsumi, and she just had her hands on her hips while staring them down. It's a 2-on-1, Kakin. It doesn't look good for you. Izuku said, while Kitsumi just kept staring, before focusing on Aiko, then clearing her throat. Aiko looked back at her, then her eyes widened and she blushed even harder, then just shook her head. Look. I'll do it after, oh okay. What? Izuku asked. Leaving the two of them alone, he would come to expect quite a few things. At worst, he would expect Kitsumi to tell Aiko off for being a part of their relationship late, and at best, they would be friends, but he felt far too out of the loop here. Later. Kitsumi grunted, before rolling her shoulders back. Now that he was paying more attention, Izuku noticed that Kitsumi also had a few scrapes over her arms, and her mask was a little off-center. So are we going to do this or not? Izuku looked towards Aiko and nodded in a serious manner, before readjusting himself and fixing his fighting position. Aiko snapped from embarrassment to manly fighting mode, putting her hands up while grinning, and nodded back. Izuku rushed first, positioning himself low and charging straight for Kitsumi, who just held her hand out and fired. Izuku sidestepped and hooked one arm around her waist, then picked her up as he charged like he was about to slam her into a wall or the ground. But held his other hand out to reach for the weapon. Realizing his intention, Kitsumi aimed both hands backward and down diagonally, blasting herself and Izuku forward, while also launching the weapon backward, sending it rolling across the ground. Aiko dodged to the side to avoid being hit by Kitsumi and Izuku. Aiko. The weapon. He shouted, before hitting the ground. Right. She shouted back, before breaking into a sprint. Kitsumi turned and tried to fire again, but Izuku grabbed her arm and spun her around, forcing her to face him. In frustration, she swung at Izuku with her fist. Damn it, move. However, right as she swung, Izuku grabbed her arm almost like he was hugging it, and the sudden counter made Kitsumi stall just a moment too long before she was suddenly spun around, and Izuku was behind her. He held her tight in a bear hug, keeping her arms to her side and stopping her from aiming her arms, before leaning back and taking her feet off the ground. He's keeping his promise and fighting me. But he refuses to actually hurt me, either. Kitsumi thought as she struggled, knowing that the simplest and straightforward counter would have been to throw her over his shoulder after grabbing her arm, but instead, he went for a hold. She spread her fingers out and was about to fire at the ground in order to propel herself and Izuku towards the weapon, before a buzzer sounded, and all four of them heard All Might in their ears. And that's game. The hero team, Team A, wins. Kitsumi looked up and saw Aiko hoisting the weapon over her head with one hand, then waved at her and Izuku with the other. Well done to the hero and villain teams. Now, everyone come down to the viewing room for an evaluation, then we can begin the next team's match. Izuku gently set Kitsumi down, and she turned to face him. He was sympathetic, but also had a clear underlining of pride and excitement. Her first impulse was to think. Of course he's proud, he and Kirishima won. But the thought was shot out of her head the moment he put his hand on her shoulder and smiled. You were awesome, Kaken. To be honest, it was a little scary to have to face you, but it's mostly because you're just so strong. Good job. Kitsumi stiffened, and Izuku tilted his head slightly out of confusion and a slight amount of concern. Kaken. Are you okay? She was completely frozen in place. Her face was burning and bright red, her eyes were wide and focused entirely on his face, and she was also shaking as if she were actually frozen. Kitsumi's mouth gaped open as she tried to find something to say, only forcing out a few small, whimpering gasps, before backhanding him to the side and screaming as she ran to the door. Don't you dare think I like getting praised or anything like that, dummy. I don't love it. I don't care. Shut up, I'm not like that. Nuo. You're just trying to convince yourself. Achako yelled after her, now that she fought off her nausea enough to stand and chase her partner out of the room. Son. Suun. Shut up. Kitsumi screamed back, still running away, with her voice fading into the distance, along with the heavy stomps of her boots. Izuku, who recovered from the hit, just stood up straight again and smiled softly in their direction, before turning to Aiko, who was carrying the weapon over her shoulder, before setting it upright on the ground again. She smiled, but rubbed her arm as she came closer. So. We won. Izuku smiled too, and nodded. Yeah. You did great, Aiko. I'm sorry I left you alone with Kaken near the beginning. She just waved it off. It's fine, I told you to anyway. Hey, now that I think about it, is that why you rushed her first? Izuku chuckled nervously, then just nodded. I did, and I wanted to show I was at least serious about treating her as my rival too. After that, he couldn't help but blush a little and smiled. But more than all of that, I just wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt. Aiko's blushed harder, almost looking like she wanted to chastise him, but was a little too happy to do so. Dummy. I'm more durable than you, she couldn't hurt me that bad anyways. She started laughing at her own comment but stopped completely as Izuku's hand gently held her shoulder. His expression was soft, loving, and gentle. Aiko felt as though she would swoon so hard she'd fall over if he weren't holding her. I know. But even still, I'm your boyfriend, so I'm always going to protect you anyway. Aiko was still stunned and looked up at him with wide, starry eyes full of pure adoration. Izuku clapped his hand over his mouth and was forced to look away, since it felt like he was staring into the face of the sun. It was a glorious mythical display of cuteness, and direct contact would scar his eyes forever. A moment later, however, he forced himself to look forward with a look of strained determination, telling himself, no. What kind of boyfriend can't take the full brunt of his girlfriend's cuteness? Finally, Aiko giggled and hugged him around the middle. That's pretty manly of you, Izuku. She shifted slowly so that her face was pressing directly against his chest, before looking up and pressing her chin against him. Izuku felt his entire body trembling and was left blushing even harder than before while stammering slightly, only being able to form a full sentence in his own head. Whoa. When did Aiko get so bold? This eye is so amazing. She's so cute. She smiled wide but still showed hints of bashfulness, showing off her sharp array of teeth while letting out a small giggle. Thank you for being my boyfriend, Izuku. She's too damn cute. Izuku thought, feeling his entire body going rigid, almost like his heart throbbing was leading into a full-on heart attack. It's a higher honor for me, honestly. I can only try my hardest to be a worthy boyfriend for you, Aiko. Izuku replied. But, you're welcome. And, hero team? All Might's voice rang in their ears, and both teens stiffened and went wide-eyed as they remembered something crucial. Their entire class was watching, including the teacher. I enjoy seeing that my lesson can help bring students together and form tighter bonds, but please, save the celebrations until later. He said, before cutting out, leaving Izuku and Aiko standing awkwardly in each other's embrace. Therefore, the couple took a step back, took each other's hand, and lowered their heads in pure embarrassment as they went down, refusing to speak or even look at anyone else, until the matches were over, and All Might dismissed the class for the day. Which was a few hours in total. Finally, All Might slowly and uncertainly walked up to Izuku and tapped his shoulder. Young Midoriya, I'm kind of concerned. Your costume is torn and you seem to have a few cuts. Please head to the nurse's office. He said, before turning towards Aiko. And you, young Kirishima, are free to join him or the rest of the class. He stopped talking as they got up, still blushing and still too embarrassed to look him in the eye, while the hero was left feeling like he'd done something shitty. But in his own defense, he couldn't help but feel like they would have begun making out if they were allowed to continue. Huh. He said to himself, now that his class was gone. Young Midoriya didn't strike me as someone who would have a way with the ladies. He contemplated, before shrugging dismissively. Well, he is my pupil, after all. Izuku groaned as he left Recovery Girl's office, looking over his own back. He had a few shallow, but long cuts along his back which needed some bandages, and his hero costume was too torn for use for a while, so now he would have to use the PE uniform, along with his accessories, until a replacement was finished. Hey Izuku. Aiko called from the bench outside before hopping up. How are you? You didn't get too hurt, did you? He just shook his head and smiled softly. No, I'm fine, but I wish I could say the same for my hero costume. He said with a sigh. But thank you for asking. How about you? Kachin can get a little carried away, especially in a competition or fight. Nah, although it did get pretty toasty. She joked before her cheeks were suddenly flushing a little. Actually, we had a pretty good talk. Talk? Izuku asked before his eyes suddenly widened as several pieces suddenly clicked. Oh, I think I get it. I thought you might. You see. Aiko's quirk, hardening, was kind of like flexing or holding a breath, but she liked describing it as flexing more often, because that made it sound cooler. The harder she made her skin, the more it made her muscles ache and the shorter she could hold it for. And like holding a breath, it was much harder while being active. So of course, forcing herself to be as hard as possible while in a fight where she was being beaten by a living grenade launcher for a few minutes, she felt like she was being strained into the very last millimeter of her willpower. She ground her teeth and revved her fist back as Kitsumi charged, but blasted it a meter away, so when Aiko swung, all she did was stumble into a smokescreen, while Kitsumi blasted the back of her head before landing a few feet behind her. She's fast. She has a range advantage too. My only hope is pushing through the force of her explosions fast enough to get a good hit on her. Aiko thought, before punching her fists together to get herself pumped up, reapplying her quirk across her skin before snapping back around towards Kitsumi. Stop holding back. Kitsumi demanded stiffly, before slowly dropping her guard and standing up, looking more annoyed than anything. Aiko stopped for a moment, feeling her own guard dropping just slightly. What are you talking about? I'm fighting my butt off here. Yeah, I know that, but you're holding back. You're holding back on me, round face and Deku. She said, her face crunching slightly in annoyance. You're starting to piss me off. Aiko blinked in confusion. She couldn't help but feel like it was a trap, but couldn't see her making any moves. I don't get it. Back on the roof and around us, you keep holding back around Deku. You're acting like some girl whose relationship is hidden from everyone else. As if Deku's cheating on us with you. She explained, growing angrier with each word, finally stomping forward. You love him, don't you? Why yes. Aiko stammered out, now blushing slightly as she stepped back. And he loves you, doesn't he? Aiko gulped before nodding. Yes. I really think Izuku loves me. She announced, before suddenly blushing much harder. And do you think he loves you because you hold back all the damn time? By not being yourself and not doing what you want? Do you expect us to get along with someone who can't even be honest about who she is? Aiko, caught off guard by the most threatening but heartfelt pep talk of her life, could only step backward as she shook her head. Exactly. Now. What the hell do you want? She stopped and thought about it. She wanted, more than anything, to be with Izuku. She wanted to graduate with him and get along with Kitsumi and Ichako, and to be a heroine just like she dreamed of. But at that thought, her eyes widened as she realized what she truly wanted. Aiko took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and began to shout, throwing her shame to the wind. I want to win. I want to beat you, and I want Izuku to congratulate me with a smooch. Kitsumi stopped coming closer, then let out a sigh. You know, you're not going to win. But he'll probably kiss you to make you feel better. And just as Aiko was about to retort, Kitsumi held her hand up and fired at the ceiling above Aiko, dropping the ceiling on her before she could leap out of the way. Kitsumi watched as the left bits of debris fell onto the pile above Aiko, and the smoke cleared, before smirking and turning around to head upstairs. I'll hold you to that. Hairdo. Aiko chuckled as she rubbed the back of her head. I had to get the rubble off and run pretty hard after the sound of Bakugo's explosions, but I'm glad I made it in time. Izuku, however, could only bring himself to nod while his insides were bursting with joy. I can't believe Kaken gave her a pep talk like that. She really is just a big softie. That's so cute. However, just as they were coming closer to the corridor with Class 1A, Aiko stopped walking, and Izuku paused to turn toward her. Is something wrong, Aiko? Aiko was looking down at her feet and slowly put her hands behind her back before looking back up at him while blushing nervously. And nothing really. It's just that. Well, there was something I was kinda hoping you were picking up on. Izuku paused for a moment before he began to blush as well. Oh. Alright. Well, I guess we both can use a little congratulations, huh? He joked before stepping closer to close the distance, making Aiko look up to meet his gaze. Her arms nervously came up again. Unlike earlier, she didn't have the adrenaline rush of a good fight and splendid victory to hinder her hesitation. However, Izuku put his arms around her first, hugging her just around the middle, which encouraged her to hug him back, placing her arms around his chest. You did great out there, Aiko. I'm really proud of you. I meant to say it earlier, so I'm sorry. I love you. Aiko fidgeted a little and couldn't help but to smile a little wider and blush brighter. That was a perfectly manly confession, Izuku. She leaned closer and giggled. I love that about you. But most of all, I love you. They both moved closer and closed their eyes in an excited but slow unison, almost like a dance, and they kissed blissfully. Her lips are rough, but she's so soft and nervous. He thought after the initial shock induced by joy and love. Aiko is so. Izuku opened his eye just slightly to admire her blushing, ecstasy-filled face as she continued to kiss him deeply with her eyes closed. He felt his chest bursting uncontrollably with joy as he finished his thought. Lovely. As one would expect from a relationship like Izuku's and his girlfriend's. Peacekeeping and compromise were vital. Some compromises were more extensive, like a commitment to get along with everyone. And some were smaller, which could, unfortunately, lead to more significant, more catastrophic results if not resolved. As a defense against this theoretical doomsday, this meant that the day after Ichako got a piggyback ride from Deku down to class, he would have to give them all piggyback rides in turn. Aiko was next because Katsumi was too blinded by her Tsuni delusions to admit she wanted one. This led to our current scene. Izuku walking down the halls of UA with a blushing Aiko riding on his back, her arms secured around him, while she hid her face behind his head of massive bushy hair. Ichako was on his left and holding his hand, smiling contently while Katsumi held his right hand, looking to the ground furiously while blushing and twitching. Izuku, meanwhile, was just blissfully being led along while carrying Aiko as if she were weightless. Katsumi's eyes darted upward towards Aiko and remembered how happy Ichako looked too. Damn. Izuku hasn't held me yet. Round face got carried twice, and now hairdo. Damn it, I want it. I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. Are you okay, Kacchan? Katsumi looked at Deku's face, still emitting the blissful happiness he had a moment ago, but now clearly laced with worry. The kindness and blissfulness seeming to radiate from his expression instantly breached her defenses before she could even put up her mental Tsundeer shields and forced her to swoon on the spot. For a solid few moments, all she could do was stammer endlessly before swiftly turning her head away dismissively as if she were upset. Only to hide her blushing, smiling, lip-biting expression with hearts practically gleaming in her eyes. Shut up, stupid Deku. Ah, alright. He said chirpily while making a mental note to find an excuse to carry Katsumi later. Katsumi still looked away from him in embarrassment but blinked and looked up when someone had caught her eye. She recognized her from class. The tall four-eyed girl with blue hair. The girl glared at them disapprovingly and crossed her arms at the display, and Katsumi just stuck her tongue out at the girl and turned away, leaving the four-eyed girl to stomp away of them, which made Katsumi smirk as she heard her walk along, clearly pissed but unable to bring herself to say anything. Yesterday, that same girl had told her and Ichako off when they got to class after the practical exercise for their behavior or whatever. But Katsumi told her to take her glasses case out of her ass and left with Ichako. Either way, seeing that she was getting annoyed while also leaving them alone made Katsumi satisfied, so she just left it at that and joined the conversation the rest of them were having. Finally, the lovers made it to room 1A, and Izuku got the door for them as they came in, seating themselves just moments before their homeroom teacher, Mrs. Awa, her Eraserhead, walked in with her usual stoic and frightening disposition. Like always, she glared down at them as she reached the podium behind her bug-like yellow goggles. Today, however, everyone had learned better than to talk after she walked in, so she let out a small and almost pleased-sounding huff before getting right into business. About time. Anyways, the first order of business. Today we have a vital matter to attend to. She said in her typical authoritative and disquieting tone which raised the hair on her class's necks. Today, you're going to be choosing a class president. The sudden relief the news gave made the class give a collective sigh of relief, and a few even laughed. I don't care how you do it. I'm going to take a 20-minute nap, and if you aren't done by then I'll expel you all one by one until a decision is made. Mrs. Awa continued before securing herself into her yellow caterpillar-like sleeping bag, then went timber behind the podium. The class watched in a weirded-out state of awe and waited until they heard Azawa snoring to start talking amongst themselves. As conversations began around the classroom, Katsumi turned around to Izuku. Hey Deku, let me stack my desk on yours. I'm gonna need a higher seat above these plebeians when I'm president. Izuku paused for a moment but eventually gave a short laugh. Kakin, where would I sit, then? In the chair, I'll be. In her mind, she envisioned herself sitting on Izuku's lap, but the mental image was so lovey-dovey that she instantly went red, spun back around, and crossed her arms. Don't you dare think I wanna sit on you or anything like that, stupid. Stupid. I'm a who? Man, not an auto. Man, so why would you sit on me? Excuse me, everyone. The tall, blue-haired girl in glasses who sat in front of Ichako had stood up and had her hand raised. She stood in a dignified and disciplined way that made her look incredibly rigid, like a soldier standing at attention. I would like to propose an election. We'll vote on our president, and whoever receives the second amount of votes shall be our vice president. Wait, but none of us know each other very well. I feel like everyone would just end up voting for themselves. There was a blonde girl who sat next to Aiko who said that, but Aiko smiled and turned toward her. Maybe, but if someone can get more than one, that would at least mean they're a likable guy, right? Ouya. How do you know if the president will be a guy? She asked, tilting her head slightly as Aiko began blushing deeply. Guy as in anyone, I meant. She said, smiling and waving her hand dismissively, already feeling as though she knew what the results of the election would be. Finally, everyone wrote their candidates and dropped them off face down at the podium, then had to wait a few more minutes until Izawa rose from her spot on the ground, looked at them for a moment, then down at the paper stack. What is this? We held an election while you were resting, Ms. Izawa. The blue-haired girl answered. Election? For what, exactly? She forgot where she was. The entire class thought in unison as their teacher's sleep-deprived mind struggled to recalibrate. A few seconds later, however, it finally clicked inside her mind, and she perked up. Oh, right. She said, finally slipping out of her sleeping bag as she grabbed the stacks of paper and a piece of chalk, then turned to begin writing on the board. Finally, after a few more minutes, she backed away from the chalkboard and showed the results. Me? Izuku blurted out once he saw his name at the top, standing proud with 4 whole votes. Meanwhile, Kitsumi roared in frustration. What the hell? How was I the only one to vote for me? Shut up, Bakugo. And yes, you, Midoriya. Aizawa said, before snapping her fingers. Now get up here. Ah. Yes, ma'am. Izuku said, before quickly getting to his feet and rigidly walking up to the podium, almost feeling himself frozen stiff until he came to the front and turned around. He looked at Ichako and Aiko and saw their proud, loving smiles, then assumed how he won. Wow. It feels pretty cheap to win like that. Then, he suddenly realized something strange and stopped nervously jittering. Aiko, Ichako, and himself made up 3 votes, but Kitsumi voted for herself. Who was the 4th? Before he could look around some more, Aizawa kept talking. And the class vice president shall be Momoyuirozu. You get up here too. Yes ma'am. A voice carried from the very back of the classroom. Her voice was carried, steady, and dignified. She was somewhat like the blue-haired girl, but carried this inexplicably regal aura which made Izuku immediately snap to attention. In the back of the row furthermost to the right, where Izuku and Kitsumi sat, a tall, black-haired girl with a shrewd ponytail got up. She was incredibly beautiful and carried herself with an air of complete confidence and practice that reminded Izuku of a supermodel. The rest of the class watched her, almost entranced as she came to the front. She looked at Aizawa and gave a short courtly bow. Thank you for this opportunity, ma'am. Whatever. Don't make me expel you. She sure brandishes that threat like a whip, doesn't she? Izuku thought nervously. Momo nodded and bowed toward Izuku. I look forward to you, Midoriya. She greeted, before finally rising. I look forward to working with you too, Yaoirozu. Let's do our best. He said, bowing just as she rose, before standing up straight again and offering his hand. Ding. Momo flinched and her eyes opened wide, looking over Izuku's body rapidly before she blinked. And the regal, completely collected Momo was back, but now with the lightest blush spread across her face. Of course. Let's do our best and serve this class well. She replied, before offering her hand as well. Izuku paused for a moment but took it, and they shook hands for a moment before Momo turned and stood at his side to look towards the class as they applauded. I just realized. Izuku thought to himself, before looking up at Momo out of the corner of his eye. She clearly took an incredible amount of care of her appearance, especially with how her skin and hair seemed to glow healthily. Ichako, Kacchan, and Aiko all have cute features and are appealing that way, but her appeal is all beauty. She's like a queen or a supermodel. Finally, the applause died down, and Aizawa spoke up again. You won't have much to do as of today, but there are a few things you'll need to be aware of. She said, lifting a paper and beginning to read off of it to Izuku. Izuku faced her and stood nervously at attention as Aizawa began to talk, while Momo slowly turned to stare at Izuku while he wasn't looking. Admittedly, she didn't think much of him from day one. It was certainly brave of him to use a quirk that harmed him so much, and the girls he seemed to be surrounded with were certainly much more outgoing than he was, especially the blonde girl, but now that she was up here with him, she noticed something. She continued to stare at the back of his head while Izuku and Aizawa talked, but at one point Izuku mentally checked out and froze up. What is this intensity I'm feeling right now? He mentally asked, feeling uneasy. Like a goddess is passing judgment upon me. Finally, Aizawa tossed a poll paper into a waste bin. Nag nag nag, blah blah blah. And that's that. Any questions, either of you? No ma'am. They both answered at once. Feeling as though they were done, Izuku turned back around to Momo, who had to slightly regain her composure as he looked up at her and smiled. Momo smiled back as a light went off in her mind. Ah, I see. I've finally figured out what's been nagging at me about him. Momo concluded. I guess. Let's work really hard. I hope we work really well together. Izuku said, still nervous, but with a shining air of optimism as he reached to shake her hand again. This man, Midoriya. Her thought continued as she reached for his hand as well and smiled back softly. And I as well. I'll be following your lead, class president. Finally, she took his hand, making Izuku pause and look down at her hand. She was holding onto him very tight and with an unreal amount of intensity, and although she wasn't incredibly strong, it was enough to catch him off guard. Izuku looked up at her face again and was hit by another shock which made him flinch. Her face was incredibly red, especially around her cheeks. Her eyes seemed wide and watery compared to her professional, reserved look of a minute before, nothing to mention of the hearts absolutely beaming in her eyes either. Is a complete and total cutie pie. Momo mentally squealed as she shook his hand. Oh my gosh. How have I gone this long without realizing just how adorable he is? And look how dashing he looks in his uniform. Then, she felt a sudden, rising intensity inside her which quickly boiled over into rage. And Ms. Aizawa was going to expel him. And derive me of his cuteness. How dare she? How can anyone cause any distress to a cute face like his? Just as suddenly, she let go of Izuku's hand and pulled him into a hug, bringing one arm around the back of his head. But no need to worry anymore. I won't let the teacher do anything to you, my cutie wootie Midori pie. Just a few moments into her hug, Aizawa cleared her throat loudly. It's highly illogical to waste everyone else's time with such a display. Get back in your seats. Momo's eyes shot open wide and she removed herself from Izuku, clearing her throat in a short and dignified way. My apologies. I simply assumed that, as we would be working together, we would need to be close and comfortable in each other's presence. Studies have shown that couples who share casual physical contact have deeper emotional and mental connections as well. And as we will be partners for the foreseeable future, I figured the same logic would apply, which would allow us to be more efficient workers. And just like that, the calculating queenly Momo Yaoirozu returned. Aizawa's brows raised slightly and she simply stood there for a few moments before slowly nodding. I see. Very well then. I would suggest the two of you do so often if it would lead to higher efficiency. It's only logical, after all. Well done, Yaoirozu. Now back to your seats. Momo was beaming with excitement, but quickly tempered it and walked back to her seat with an elated, soft smile. Izuku, meanwhile, was frayed and red-faced, unable to mentally keep up with the events around him until he was finally dismissed and frozily walked back to his seat behind a fuming, murderous Katsumi. You see, everyone has weaknesses. Some were physical, but most were mental. Such as how some people had a far weaker tolerance for stress than others had, or low self-esteem, low confidence, low impulse control, forgetfulness, the list went on. Another type of mental weakness would be vices. Alcohol, smoking, drugs, gambling, eating, and anything which produces a feeling that a person could get addicted to. Momo Yaoirozu was the type of person who was raised and taught from birth to harden her mental barriers until her mind became a fortress. Her memory was practically photographic, her ability to learn, receive, and adapt to information was a thing to be studied, and her stress tolerance was unprecedented. However, these defenses were all mental, which meant that repressing and managing her own mind so articulately caused her to bottle up her more visceral reactions, all while making her soft spots even softer and more sensitive. Her only prior experiences with her own particular weaknesses were in the shoujo and rom-com mangas and light novels, which were kept under lock and key, and 10 metric tons of steel and barbed wire, which she had her nose in the moment she was behind locked doors. And so, the act of experiencing love at first sight had punched clean through her defenses and straight into the inner workings of her mind and heart. In short, Momo had a negative 100,000 defense rating against cuteness, and by experiencing Izuku's cuteness firsthand, he had become her vice. You guys are headed to the library? Izuku asked. He was headed toward the lunch line, but Aiko and Ichako were headed toward the doors. After our picnic date, I kinda wanted to learn how to cook and bake better. It would make me really happy if I could cook something up that you would love, Deku. Ichako answered. Izuku felt his heart throbbing and almost clenched his heart, but swiftly nodded. Whatever you make would be absolutely delicious, Ichako. But I'm more than flattered for the effort you're willing to put in. I can't wait. Ichako giggled and blushed as well. Thank you. And after I cover some basics, I was wondering if we could go on a little home date. So I can learn from you too. Izuku swooned even harder, to the point where his knees began violently buckling under him. Of course. You could get even better than I soon enough. Aiko chuckled, rubbing the back of her head and clearly embarrassed. Well. I kinda had the same idea. Although I was thinking of more manly stuff, like steak, soup, and stuff like that. Of course, Aiko. Cooking hearty meals is just as important. Izuku said eagerly, already salivating at the thought of being fed by his girlfriend's home cooking. Itsumi, meanwhile, was just standing there with her arms crossed, smirking to herself. Finally, I can get a peaceful lunch with Deku. Hey, wait a second, Deku's just as good at cooking as I am. If round face got better than him. Suddenly, she remembered a time when she was really young and she was with her parents in the kitchen. Her mother was chopping something very finely and looked down at Kitsumi. You know. If you ever want to get married, being a good cook is a massive plus. Gross. Kitsumi responded, before crossing her arms and turning around. I ain't gonna get married to nobody. Oh? Not even Izuku. Mitsuki teased, making her young daughter's eyes shoot open as she began to blush, before starting to scream and run away. Ooh. The little Kitsumi screamed, blushing profusely while shaking her head back and forth. I'm not gonna think about that ever, or have a flashback about what you said in the future or anything, so get that out of your head. She yelled, before Kitsumi's mind slingshot into the present. Kitsumi in the present day used that memory to fill a final hole in her line of thinking. If round face. Ichako became a better cook than her, then Izuku may want to marry her instead. I'm going then too. She announced loudly before stomping off quickly. Neither of you is gonna beat me. What? Since when was this a race? What even is the race? Ichako called after her before starting to run after her, while Aiko just cheered and began to run too. Not for any particular reason, other than the fact that it looked fun. Izuku just stood there for a few moments before shrugging. As the student president, should I have reprimanded them for running indoors? Ugh, do I even have it in me to reprimand them? I've asked myself that before as well. Momo said, suddenly appearing at Izuku's side, who let out a small shout and shifted away on instinct, before sighing and smiling softly at Momo. Ah. Hi Yaoi Rozu. He greeted. Yeah. This is some pretty new territory for me. But for you. Momo tilted her head slightly. Yes. Well, if you don't mind me saying, you seem like someone who is really refined and reliable. Someone who gets voted for the student president each time. He thinks I'm reliable. She thought to herself. It was a fairly insignificant thought, but it instantly spurred her imagination into creating a scene separate from reality. Yaoi Izuku, could you help me, please? And imaginary Izuku asked, who was much wider-eyed and softer than the real Izuku, who held up a small stack of papers towards Momo. I can't figure out anything on this paper. You're so smart and beautiful and reliable, could you help me through it? Of course, President. Momo answered, then giggled as she took the paper. But I would like to ask for something in return. Oh, you probably mean a kiss, right? Well, if that's what you want. You do work hard, Momo. I mean, Yaoi Rozu. He fretted, before lowering his head nervously. Then, she took his chin and slowly tilted it up as she bent forward. No. Please. Call me Momo. She requested, before closing her eyes and beginning to lean in. Back in the real world, Momo let out an excited squeal at her own daydreams, before slapping her hand over her mouth with her eyes wide. Izuku turned around to her. Are you okay, Yaoi Rozu? You aren't in any pain or anything, are you? What? He's so concerned. So cute. She mentally gushed, before clearing her throat and waving dismissively. And no, I'm fine, I was just excited. I brought my own lunch from home, you see, and I was just aching in excitement, wondering what our chef prepared. Whoa, a chef. Are you super rich or something? That's cool. He said as Momo just nervously giggled. That would be true. Momo said with a small half nod before fidgeting and suddenly looking embarrassed. I hope you don't think I'm snobbish or anything for mentioning it so casually. Oh, not at all. There's nothing wrong with being enthusiastic about food. Izuku said before shrugging. Speaking of, I'm pretty hungry. Would you mind if I go get my lunch? He asked, pointing towards the lunch line. Although he already knew the food would taste bitter and bland after feasting on thoughts of being fed by Ochako, Kitsumi, and Aiko. Momo beamed excitedly and shook her head. Of course, go right ahead. Oh, but before you do, please hold out your hand. Izuku held his hand out curiously and watched as Momo pulled something from her back pocket and dropped a wad of yen into his hand. Not a few coins as change, but a solid fat wad of 10k yen notes in a metal clasp. Izuku gawked with wide eyes at it. Where did this come from? Momo tilted her head curiously a little. Is something the matter, Midoriya? Don't you need some money to buy lunch? I wouldn't mind giving you a few extra bills if you'd like a dessert. She offered, reaching into her pocket again. Any more and I could buy the school. Izuku protested, before quickly shaking his head and calming himself down, before looking up with a slightly red face. Why yaoi Rozu? I appreciate it, but I seek and get my own. Then, Momo's face visibly drooped, and even her ponytail seemed to come down like a sad dog's tail, and Izuku found his throat completely cinched. He reached for it as if he were choking on something and even tried coughing it out. I can't say no to a face like that. But this is way too much to accept. Midoriya, are you okay? She fretted, bending forward to check on him, before Izuku got up again, smiling and clearly sweating. Be perfectly fine, thank you for asking. H here. Izuku plucked a single bill from the wad and held it delicately before handing the rest back. Then, her face and hair rebounded towards beaming with happiness. This will be more than enough, yaoi Rozu. I really appreciate it. I'll get you back for it sometime. Oh? But why would you do that? Momo asked. I just felt like paying for you, so why would you feel indebted to me? I don't feel indebted or anything like that. I just feel like kind acts should be reciprocated, especially between two people who are close. Like us. We're partners from now on, right? Momo paused for a moment, feeling giddy inside from the way he said partners, before starting to internally gush over him. Oh my gosh, he's so sweet. I just want to keep him and love him forever and ever. Finally, Momo cleared her throat in her mind, before nodding. I see. I'm glad. I'll be sure to up the stakes the next time. Okay, I'm glad. Wait, what? Izuku said, caught off guard as Momo began to walk away. What does that even mean? What stakes? But was left unanswered. Izuku sighed and looked down at the note for a few moments before finally moving along. A few minutes later, Izuku walked around the cafeteria until he found Momo sitting alone, eating out of a luxurious golden and red bento box. Iron Man bento. Izuku thought to himself before sitting across from Momo, then she perked up excitedly and almost began bouncing in her seat, before quickly regaining herself and swallowing her food. Hello again, Midoriya. Hi yaoi Rozu. Enjoying your lunch? He asked, looking down at it for a moment. Golden fried rice with veggies, fried poultry, assorted vegetables, fried squid, varying sauce cups, and certain fruits assorted on top of a fancy pastry thing, sat in a little desert corner. I could sell my lungs and not be able to afford that. He mused to himself. Yes. The chef makes the most delicious fried rice. Here, I insist. She said, quickly gathering some on her chopsticks and leaning forward to offer some to Izuku. Yes. Exactly like this. Like all the great shoujo manga protagonists before me, I've secured my indirect kiss. Momo thought slyly to herself, internally cackling in a way she was very unused to. Oh, thank you yaoi Rozu. Ah. He closed his eyes. Then shot open again in pure shock. Wait, this is the first time I've been fed by a girl who isn't my girlfriend. Should I and not? Oh. Well, she seems to be into it, so I guess there's no harm in trying. However, while he was reeling from the explosion in his mouth, he got a lightning-fast glimpse of Momo's expression. Her eyes were narrow and heart-filled, and her face was pure brightly red, and it looked as though she were drooling. But he blinked, and Momo was back to her regal compass self with a small smile. It was like in a horror movie when the main character would look through a dark window, see the monster, then point their flashlights at it, and it was gone. Except this particular monster was likely after other fluids than blood. Did this really have to be written by this pervy woman? Izuku thought to himself, but stopped himself quickly, lest he invoke the wrath of his pathetic goddess. Do you like it, Midoriya? Momo asked as she pulled away, to which Izuku nodded rapidly. It's amazing. That chef of yours certainly earns his pay. He said as he fully swallowed. Oh. I can't believe I almost forgot. Then, he took a parfait from his tray and pushed it towards her, then a number of bills and placed it right next to it. Here you go. I got you a parfait and the change for my food. Momo stared at it for a few moments, almost gaping at it like a fish before finally turning back to him. What's this? A parfait. Oh gosh, are you lactose intolerant or do you just not like parfaits? I'm sorry, I'll go and get you something else if you want. Momo shook her head and raised her hand like she was going to grab his arm, since it looked like he was going to get up and run to grab something else for her. And no, none of that, just. Why? You used your own money, right? Since the change was for your meal, as you said. Wow. You're super smart and observant too. But yeah, I bought the parfait with my lunch money, if that's what you were wondering. And why? Well, as I said, kind acts should be reciprocated. Although you didn't even need to give me the yen to get me to buy that for you, I would've if you just asked, since. Well, you're a really cool girl, Yaoi Rozu. That's all that really is to it. Izuku faced down a little to bite out of his lunch in silence, and after a third bite, he realized something was off about Momo and looked up, then froze. She cupped her mouth in her hands, and her eyes were watery as she looked down at Izuku, leaving her bento completely unattended. Why Yaoi Rozu, are you okay? He's so cute. I love Izuku, I love him. Oh, how I want to spoil him rotten. She squeaked internally, before finally nodding. This parfait is just. So delicious. So good it that makes you cry. Lunch rush is amazing. Izuku said, before starting to eye it. But even still, the girl's cooking would taste a lot better to me, sorry lunch rush. Momo giggled behind her hands before putting them down. She ignored her bento for now and pulled her parfait in front of her, before actually taking a full bite. It was pretty good, but she didn't care about the taste. He wouldn't be the only amazing one here. Definitely. You're pretty great too, Yaoi Rozu. Izuku agreed as he continued to eat, while Momo found her throat caught and stumbled over her words as she blushed deeply, before finally turning away slightly in embarrassment. Why, you're quite impressive yourself, Midoriya. Momo finally responded. Your display was certainly impressive during the assessment. And the physical assignment yesterday displayed your quick thinking, reflexes. And your compassion. She said with a giggle. Izuku chuckled, getting a sudden rush of embarrassment when he remembered that his entire display was being broadcasted to the rest of his class. Well. Thank you. Although I don't think it was all that impressive, especially not compared to you. Momo stalled for a moment before waving dismissively. It was a small enough pause to seem casual, but it got Izuku's attention, and he made sure not to lose it. Why you? You flatter me. But I insist it wasn't anything too noteworthy. Physical assessments are where I'm the least confident. Really, I'd call them my, weak points. She admitted nervously. And usually I have a hard time thinking on my feet and making quick decisions. Izuku stopped and slowly took another bite. I guess we're kin to the same. He remembered having a very similar conversation just yesterday with the girls over his performance, where all of their praise was appreciated, but he also downplayed himself and insisted he wasn't that great. That thought lingered in his mind, because if they were the same, it could very well mean she had similar self-esteem issues. He was far from a therapist, but he was a supportive boyfriend, which had to have counted for something. Then it's perfect we're partners now. He said, making her perk up slightly. You got here on recommendations, which means you had to have been the best of the best before coming here, and you're extremely bright. You're probably most in your element as a leader who has time and space to make a great strategy. Like a field leader. Momo thought about what he said further. He was right in thinking she feels most comfortable in a position like that, at least in theory. She was also great with numbers, so the idea she would be more like the woman in the chair, making plans and adding support, appealed to her greatly. I on the other hand only have good ideas in the moment. I can make really good notes, and I do pretty good in school, but I'm still more direct. He continued, before shrugging. So what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter what your weaknesses are, or how many you have. If we're a team, I'll cover your weak points with my strengths. Because it just so happens all my weak points are your strengths. Momo thought about it more. But when she was done, she smiled softly and nodded. I see. If I rely on you, you'll rely on me and maximize our efficacy. Izuku blushed a little. Exactly, thanks. And from now on, you should probably proofread my speeches so they're less verbose, since you can sum up my thoughts so well. Momo giggled and nodded. Of course. The rest of their lunch passed by with mostly Izuku asking Momo things about being class president and trying to make plans for the future, basically trying to build a strong foundation as class president. However, near the end, Momo began picking his mind some more. So Izuku, I have to ask, do you actually want to be class president? Izuku stalled for a moment before shrugging again. I don't know. An experience like this is probably good for me, and I feel like I should take responsibility since I even voted for myself. But on the other hand, Momo helpfully continued for him. He smiled a little at her. But on the other hand, it's still a lot of responsibility. And I'd like for it not to get in the way of me spending time around the girls. Aw. He's such a kind thing. Momo thought to herself, feeling her chest heating up as Izuku lamented to her. He's just like those night characters. So precious. Oh, I can't take it anymore. She was suddenly side by side with Izuku before he even realized she got up from her seat, making him shout as she suddenly whipped out a laptop. Well, in that case, why don't we get a head start on our duties? Head start? He asked. But Mrs. Awa said we didn't have anything to do for today. That's true. However, we can still find ways of preparing for future events and create a working schedule that works the best for us. She quickly added as Izuku nodded simply, already feeling as if he fell behind for not even considering such a thing. She sure is a hard worker. Izuku thought, suddenly invigorated to work harder as he sat up and moved a little closer to see the screen. That makes sense. So by a schedule that works the best for us. Did you mean one where we would be working together as often as needed? Preferably as often as possible. In and out of school, for professional or non-professional purposes for that matter. Momo thought pleasantly to herself. That's right. Direct communication in real time is the most effective, after all. This statement was quickly followed by Momo pushing herself onto him, pressing her breasts against his arm just as suddenly as she dashed over onto his seat. Izuku blushed more and began to stammer. He thought for certain that he'd be more comfortable around girls, given his constant contact with his girlfriends, but having a woman as beautiful as Momo, being as touchy as she was, hit him in weak points he didn't know he had. Is something the matter, Midoriya? Momo asked. She was keeping her head above his, so he absolutely wouldn't be able to see her love-maddened expression. Her pupils became hearts again, and her eyes seemed bloodshot, along with her breath becoming heavy and slow. And no, nothing's wrong. I'll be fine. He promised, unaware of the fact that Momo was sniffing his hair while looking at the empty document. Anyways, I think that the first thing we should do is put in each of our schedules, so we have an idea of what the other's day is like. Momo agreed and began to type hers in first. Izuku never thought he would fawn over the way somebody typed, but today was a day of self-discovery, it seemed. Her fingers were so lithe and quick, he couldn't see an inch of hesitation or mistakes while she went at it, and his awe only doubled when he looked at the screen. It looked less like a schedule and more like a very precise script for a stagaplay. Events going down almost to the exact second, from the second she wakes up to the exact amount of minutes doing specific exercises, to her studies, and going all the way to the moment she would fall asleep. The second thing he noticed, however, was that it was very empty in an ironic way. Put away the exercises, study time, and classes, and it was just blank. She didn't seem to want to be a part of any extracurriculars or clubs, or had any special daily or even weekly events she took part in. Well, I guess we have a lot of time to work with here. Izuku thought to himself, still watching Momo type away for a moment longer before pulling away. He looked over the schedule one last time and reaffirmed his thoughts, before smiling. Wow. You're super organized. That's amazing that you can put all of this down off the top of your head. Momo tried to scoff, but the only thing that came out was a high-pitched delighted squeak. It's nothing. It's just a skill that comes naturally to me, I insist. I'm sure it does. But someone as smart as you must have spent a lot of time refining such a skill. So even if it is something totally natural to you, you still deserve praise. He insisted back, reaching for the keyboard before stopping. Oh yeah, Ichako said something similar to me when I pulled out my hero notes. Granted, I'm not nearly as detail-oriented as Momo seems to be, but still. He thought to himself, before beginning to type in his own routine as well. It looked a lot like Momo's own routine, only less detailed. Oh, and the segments titled things like Finish the Cute Things About Kaken Encyclopedia, Vol. 1 of Infinity. Work towards buying Ichako one of each type of machi in existence. Become manlier for Aiko, and such were very unlike her own schedule. I see. You seem to take a lot upon your own shoulders. Momo noticed. You're a very devoted guy, I must say. Do you really think you can handle the responsibilities of class president on top of this? Izuku couldn't help but sigh. Kind of. I think if I were a bit more organized it would work better. He said with a small sigh, but nevertheless looked determined. But I'll do my best if people are counting on me. Especially since my girls are. Momo gave him a look, mixing admiration with almost exasperation or pity. He didn't notice how she was looking, but if he would have noticed that it was pretty much the same expression Aiko, Kitsumi, and Ichako would look at him when he talked about mounting responsibilities on his back. I see. Well, I'd be more than happy to help you as long as you need. Momo said, looking over at her own schedule. For instance, you could take an hour or so off after school while I set up, and when you come we'll be able to get through whatever we need relatively soon after that preparation time. True, and I know you do a great job, but I don't know, I don't feel comfortable making you do so much work on your own. Not even as class president, I would feel bad knowing you're doing so much all on your own. Izuku said, smiling up at her. so I'd insist on a new, more fair plan, yaoi Rozu. Yes, of course. Momo replied, already flustered. Usually when insisting she carry a heavy workload on her own, the response was just a thank you so much, yaoi Rozu. Before moving on. This guy. This dreamy, adorable guy. She mentally sighed. Oh, but now that I think about it, maybe we should just work on our schedules as we go along. We're not sure how much work we'll be doing at once, so trying to figure it out now might lead to us underpreparing, which could really throw us off. Yeah, love. I mean, Midoriya. Momo suddenly snapped herself out of it before clearing her throat and coming back to earth. Why yes, and it could also lead us to devote an excess amount of time towards tasks that aren't worth much effort. Let's just leave this here. She agreed. Sounds good. He assumed she was about to put the computer away, but instead, she scooted closer to him and opened up a new tab. So, what kind of things do you like, Midoriya? I really like. He hesitated for a moment not to say how much he liked his girlfriends and everything about them, and their entire being down to the subatomic level. Heroes. All Might is my favorite hero by far though. I see. And his headquarters is in Tokyo, right? That's not too far from here. She said pretty casually while going onto All Might's website. Yeah. I'd love to visit someday. And All Might would probably bring him if he asked, but it didn't feel very comfortable. That would be nice, right? But you deserve better than the simple tour they host. Momo continued. Izuku couldn't tell what she was doing, but now she was on a retail website and opening up her email. Izuku was confused, but he also realized what that sounded like. Deserved better because he knew All Might so well. But how would Momo know that? Was she stalking him? He was about to nervously ask for more information, but then she dropped an absolute bombshell on him. I'll just buy the building for you instead. Much better than a tour, right? What? He suddenly began choking on nothing, leading into a small fit of coughing, where he had to punch his chest to apply some kind of relief from pressure. Oh? Are you okay, Midoriya? She asked, tilting her head slightly. He continued choking for a moment before finally nodding. Why yeah. Wow. I think I just fell in love with her again. He thought to himself, feeling his heart going crazy just from the mere idea of what she was proposing. Why yaoi Rozu, I don't think I could ever tell you enough how much that flatters me, but well for one, I could never ask you to spend that much money on me. Well, you wouldn't be asking, of course. It's like a present. She said with a small shrug. Now then. With the area of the building, the amount of technology and facilities, and staffing. Second, it's All Might's building, I don't think anyone could afford to. About 200 billion yen, at least roughly. She finally said, which made Izuku sputter again with how casually she dropped that number. I'd rather not. Izuku finally retorted, which stopped Momo in her tracks. I'm flattered, I could never, ever say that enough, truly. But I insist not. I've taken enough from you already. Well. I guess I understand, sorry for being carried away. She apologized in such a beaten tone that it became so much harder to decline her offer. Would it be that embarrassing? Yes, I'm sorry to say yes. Izuku gasped out, exasperated. I really don't need any gifts like that, I promise. Oh, yes, of course. Then. There are plenty of other things you could get. She offered, and with her fingers typing at lightning speeds, pulled up All Might memorabilia that Izuku had only seen in his dreams, adorned with price tags he had only seen in his nightmares. Yaoi Rozu, please. As president I'm asking you not to buy anything. He pleaded, feeling his willpower being tested harder than his body when using his quirk. Although speaking of that, Izuku felt like Momo deserved his position as president more than he did. She was experienced and smart, yet insecure and pretty demure when it came to private stuff. It was easy to see why someone like Momo would be his soulmate. Some similar issues, she was incredibly smart, and despite her wildly different upbringing as some kind of trillion-yen heiress, felt like she understood him well. Sure, Izuku considered himself smart, but with the strength he had alongside someone as smart as Momo, that's weird. Oh, yaoi Rozu? He asked, making Momo perk up while putting away her laptop. I never asked, and I didn't get to see your match, but what's your quirk? Oh, well it's quite simple. Momo explained. Could you give me your hand and marry? I mean. Why your hand? Just an open hand. Izuku blinked a few times, confused by her sudden bout of anxiousness, before holding his hand out again, just like earlier, when she was about to give him cash. And he really hoped that the secret behind her family's wealth wasn't that Momo could infinitely print money. Momo held her hand over his, then it began to twinkle softly. It was white, blue, and pink, shooting off tiny lights that reminded him of the bubbles and sparkles of Ichako's quirk activating. Then, a soft weight plopped onto his hand from the light and Momo pulled her hand away. Instead of a wad of cash, or a solid gold bar or something insane like that, it was an almost egg-shaped tool. He knew these things had a name, but the thing that stood out was that it was just so cute. It was wrapped in a glossy green coat of paint and had a charming, blushing face with diamond-patterned freckles just like himself. Oh wow. My quirk is called creation. I transform the fat cells in my body into objects. I just have to know the molecular makeup and material the object is made of. I first mastered making matryoshka dolls just like those, so feel free to keep it. Momo explained simply, yet looking very proud of herself. Small things like those cost an insignificant amount of fat and get made the quickest, so I hope you have no objections to me making one for you. This is. Izuku started, which got Momo's attention again, and when she saw the look on Izuku's face was immediately taken aback and unprepared. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. He suddenly proclaimed. There were stars in his eyes, each breath was an eager huff, and his hands trembled under the doll she gave him like it was a sacred divine artifact. Then, he was suddenly much closer to her. This time flustering her just as much as she did to him earlier, but this time it was so he could begin barraging her with a near-infinite torrent of questions. What other things have you mastered? What's the limit to how big or how small the objects you can create are? How much of a factor is complexity? Could you make something like a GPS or robot faster than something big yet simple like a sword? What's the ratio of fat to area you create? Do you know how hard it is to comprehend how powerful you are? Wouldn't your IQ have to be something like 400 to be smart enough to use such a complex quirk? Because I couldn't even imagine having to go through that level of mental strain and strength it would take to become a hero with it. Momo was absolutely shell-shocked by how fast his lips and mind were working as he fired off question after question after question, and she swore that she only blinked before he had out 2 different notebooks and holding 2 pencils per hand because his hand wouldn't normally be able to write down such notes and observations so fast. Her mouth kind of just hung open, but eventually she took a deep inhale, shut her eyes tight, and shields, staffs, paper, pens, pencils, planks of simple materials like iron or wood, and an assortment of other tools were simple matters. I've created things as small as single pins, and things as large as medieval-style cannons. Complexity takes me more time to focus so they can take longer. Single cells of fat are worth 15 to 20 times their weight of material. Some people do get lost when I explain my quirk, so I guess I understand if you have trouble comprehending it, and I've never taken an IQ test, and I'm so flattered that you think so highly of me and my ability to. Momo and Izuku continued like that, with Izuku's maniac quirk-loving passion taking over his entire being, while Momo was struggling to keep up. It was quite impressive, really, how they were taking in yet exchanging so much information in a flurry storm of words, questions, compliments, and answers, feeding into each other like a perpetual motion machine. But of course, everyone around them looked over in concern, since it very much looked like a close-range brawl of words to the average outsider. The two continued until lunch was over, leaving them both in a panting, sweaty flurry as they got up, finally switching the conversation to more casual manners. Izuku kept talking to Momo as they made their way to their classroom, before meeting Aiko, Achako, and Kitsumi coming back too, all carrying a few books each. "Hi Izuku." Aiko was the first to greet. "Hey, President Deku, did you have a nice lunch? I found some great books," Achako reported chirpily. Kitsumi was oddly silent, looking at Izuku like he just spat on her. Kaken, are you okay?" he asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. Izuku and Momo were still both breathing heavily, sweat matting hair to their foreheads. In his rush to get out notebooks and her rush to give more examples of her quirk, their clothes had also become slightly disheveled and sloppy. Someone with a more lewd mind, or at least a very hyperactive one, would look at the two and assume they had taken their uniforms off for some kind of hard activity before putting them on again. Kitsumi was pointing at him, sputtering and choking on her words before pointing at Momo, then him, then her again. Why you couldn't have, you wouldn't." Achako gasped as well, putting one hand over her mouth while staring completely aghast at Izuku. "And no. Say it isn't true, Deku." Aiko was just shaking her head slowly, as if she were trying to convince herself more than anyone else. "And no, Izuku wouldn't, he would never." Izuku found himself distressed, unable to tell what was wrong, and had his mind firing off trying to understand what happened. Oh, I get it," Izuku said, before smacking himself upside the head. "Yeah, I'm sorry, it's how it looks." All three girls gasped and flinched away from Izuku and Momo, who was looking over herself for a few moments before breaking out in a massive blush as she caught up, only leaving Izuku in the blissful haze of ignorance. "I just got to asking about Momo's quirk, and I got too excited," he explained. Itsumi almost believed it was a huge misunderstanding, but then she remembered that this was Izuku she was talking about here. He had a dozen and more notebooks of quirks, and heroes and villains. Of course a quirk nerd like him had some kind of twisted quirk fetish. Although if it means that much to you guys, of course I'd be happy to. Itsumi tackled him with one hand around his throat and instantly began wailing on him. With her fists, if she used her quirk she was sure that he'd enjoy it. I can't believe you. She screamed, beating him into the floor while he struggled to get his arms up. You pervert. You traitor. Die. I hate you so much. Drop dead, you pervert. She cried, yelling and roaring like a gorilla as she punched him again and again and again. Bakugo. It isn't what it looked like. Momo insisted, for once having no idea what to do. Shut up, ponytail. You're next. She cried, before Momo reached down in the gap of Izuku's coat, pulling out a hero notebook and opening it wide to show off a double spread of Izuku's notes. He was talking about my quirk. We got carried away and exerted ourselves, but we never even left the lunch table, I promise. Momo said in his defense, instantly stopping Kitsumi from punching Izuku in the nose again. He was. Kitsumi struggled out, as if she were a fish trying to breathe air. What else would we be talking about, Kachin? Izuku gasped with a bloody nose. Instead of answering, she just bowled up against him, pressing her face against his chest, while he sat up and hugged her behind the head. I'm sorry. I know. I didn't mean it. I know. He assured again. I love you so much, Deku. She said with a small, horrified sob. I love you too, Kachin. Please don't hate me. I'd never. We love you too, Deku. Ichako said as she and Aiko came to his sides to hug him. We didn't think you would do anything lewd with some girl you just met. Thanks, I guess, and I love you too. Izuku said, still not getting it but embracing them as well. Momo let out a deep, relieved mental sigh, although the blush was still clear on his face. Of course, Izuku is much too upstanding of a man to do something like that. Although I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. She quickly noted to herself, feeling her cheeks heating up. The rest of their day went by without note. So without note that the only thing I'm going to say is that Momo gave Izuku her phone number, and then we're going to skip straight through the day to where Izuku made it home after dropping off all his girlfriends. Izuku grabbed the handle to his apartment door and paused. Is such clunky catch-up necessary? He asked as he came in. I'm home. Oh, Izuku. Inko called back, before urgently coming over holding a gift-wrapped box, like it was for his birthday. Oh. Is that for me? He asked. Thanks mom. What's the occasion? Nothing. She replied simply, slightly surprising Izuku. But earlier a man in a suit dropped it off, saying it was for you. It's signed by someone named. She looked at the tag again to sound out the name. Momo Yaoirozu. Yaoirozu? What did she send? He asked, startled. Wait. Inko squinted at Izuku and gasped. Is she? Izuku watched his mom fidget and twitch slightly, walking towards him, while her mind seemed to begin short-circuiting. Mom, you're scaring me. Is Yaoirozu my what? G-girl. Friend. And with that, Inko gasped and began to wobble on her feet, and a moment later she began to fall. Izuku, blushing at the accusation, rushed to catch his mom with one arm, while the other caught the present. Wow, if the idea of me having a girlfriend has an effect like this, how is she gonna react when I actually tell her? He asked himself as he helped her to the couch and laid her down. Convinced she would be fine, Izuku walked to his room with his gift. A dark silky ribbon with green paper, it reminded him of his own color scheme, yet so luxurious looking he was afraid of taking it apart. After a moment, he realized it was one of those proper high-class gifts where you had to unwrap it and unfold the paper. Once he did, he found a piece of paper over a surprisingly simple cardboard box. The paper read. Dear Izuku, I hope this finds you well. I wish to send this during school hours, and unfortunately, that meant I couldn't attach a personally written note and have it arrive on time. I suppose I got too eager. Worry not though, next time I shall. Well, nevertheless, I hope you enjoy this gift, and I look forward to our bright future together. With the love, respect, and good tidings you deserve. Momo Yaoirozu. He read it over a few times before gently setting it on his nightstand and finally moving to open up the box, but hesitated at the last moment. It doesn't feel heavy enough to be a solid gold bar, but not light enough to be something like a certificate of ownership of All Might's headquarters. Finally, he held his breath and opened up. But when he saw what was inside, his shoulders dropped as the tension was swept out of him like a heavy breath. Before they left for lunch, Mrs. Awa made them both stand side by side for records purposes, showing who was the class president and vice class president. And this was likely a faxed copy of them. Izuku was nervously keeping his chest out and his hands flat to his sides and blushing a little. Momo meanwhile had her hands joined in front of her, keeping a perfectly respectable form, except for the fact that she was looking down at him, blushing and smiling like a love-crazed madwoman. Izuku looked it over, smiling a little wider with each moment he kept looking. "Aw, Momo." He sighed dreamily. But soon enough, he sighed again, slightly dejected. He held onto the picture a little longer, and while still looking over it, he opened his phone and went to his most recent contact, Yayoi Rozu. He called her and held the phone to his ear while still looking at the picture, imagining Momo at that moment. A few quick rings later, and she picked up. "Hello. Hi Yayoi Rozu. It's Midoriya." He stopped for a moment as he heard her gasp and squeal with delight just for a second before silencing herself. "If I remember right, you're studying right now, right? I can call later if you need me to." "Then no. No. It's fine. I have free time later. Do you need something? Anything? Did you get your gift and did you like it?" "I did and I love it. Thank you Yayoi Rozu," he said with a small blush, making Momo giggle again and shuffle in a way that made him imagine she was kicking her feet like an eager schoolgirl. "I don't need anything, but if you're free, I'd like to meet you somewhere." "Me? Meet we?" she asked, still stammering a little before very audibly smacking herself in the face. "Meet me? Oh okay. Yes, of course. Let's meet at a restaurant, my treat. Do you like French? Spanish? I know the most wonderful sushi place in Japan. I can have you picked up in 5 minutes on the dot." "No, that's fine," he insisted. "I was thinking more like a park. Sit on the benches, talk a little. I could even walk you home right after." "Of course. That sounds wonderful. Where should I meet you?" she asked just as eagerly. "There's this nice park I think you would like. I'll send you the place," he explained. "That sounds wonderful. I'll meet you anytime, my lo. Midoriya," she answered. "I'll see you there, goodbye." "Goodbye, and thank you so much, Yayoi Rozu," he said before hanging up and quickly after sending her the location. Almost immediately after, she said she could be there as soon as 3 minutes. Izuku insisted they meet in 30. Izuku sighed and looked over the picture again before finally placing the picture on his nightstand upright and getting ready to leave. By the time he was walking out, Inko was still passed out but looked more at ease, so he only smiled and left a note on the counter for her. When he arrived, Momo was already there. Dressed in what he guessed was her casual date outfit of a short white dress and locket, black stockings, and her hair still up in a ponytail. She also obviously made use of those extra minutes by using a few hints of makeup, and even though he thought she was beautiful enough without it. "Hey Yayoi Rozu," he greeted, instantly making her perk up and simply beam with delight to see him. "Thanks so much for meeting me. Here, I got this for you." She held her hands out to accept the can of coffee he bought for her. "Here you go. I hope you like coffee." "Oh? I love it. Thank you," she gushed before holding it dearly in her lap. "I brought something for you as well." And handed him another gift, almost identical to the one he received when he got home, but a little larger. Izuku smiled softly and placed it on his lap. Momo looked at him expectantly, looking between him and the present a few times before slowing down. Her smile slightly faltered and she turned her head a little to the side. Is something wrong? It's not the color or anything, is it?" No, it's great. And after seeing what you got me earlier." He smiled and looked down at the gift longingly. "It's probably the most thoughtful, wonderful thing in the universe." "So? Do you just not double you wanted?" she asked nervously, to which he shook his head. "I do, I really do, more than anything else at this moment. But it's also kinda the reason I need to talk to you." Oh, well, yes, what is it?" she asked, her hands getting tighter around the can and getting antsy. "Yayoi Rozu, why do you want to spoil me?" he finally asked. She opened her mouth to speak, but paused for a moment to look over him. Next, she simply sighed and looked forward, out into the park. "I'm curious as to why you think, first." He was a little caught off guard by that, but if she insisted. "I think that's just how you are," he answered. "You're a kind, selfless person. You wouldn't be trying to be a hero if you weren't. So when you're in the position to give someone things you're sure will make them happy, I don't think you can't help yourself. And it's pretty endearing, and knowing such a beautiful girl like you is so eager to make me happy just makes me want to blush and giggle all day." Momo let him squeak the entire time, before finally turning to him with the softest, most genuinely delighted smile she had given him yet. "You're such an adorable flatterer, Midoriya." Oh. Izuku blurted out, blushing harder as she continued smiling at him. Thanks, but I'm not trying to flatter you at all, I was just being Han." But Izuku didn't get to finish. Momo closed the distance in less than a second, a hand over his, while she began to kiss him. She was unskilled, but elegant and excited, pressing her soft lips against his until they began kissing her back. After a few moments she finally pulled away with a soft, satisfied giggle. I know your type, Midoriya. The type just like my parents. You pile so much work onto your shoulders that you hardly think about yourself. That's part of the reason I would like to spoil you so badly. The main reason. It's nothing more complicated than the fact that you're such a cutie pie. Momo explained with a giggle, leaving the young man mentally desperate by the adorable heart-racing display. And I did it because I love you. I want to earn your favor. She continued, and her smile twitched, and the look in her eyes turned from yearning to desperation. I'd be happy to do anything for you. I'd love you, pamper you, worship you if you'll be mine, Izuku. She pleaded, with another gentle push to get the present further in his lap. Aoi Rozu, I cherish anything you give me, more than my own life, but not because they're lavish or anything like that. He moved his hand away from the present and placed it over her smooth hand. That picture you sent of us was easily 100 times more valuable to me than the rights to All Might's headquarters. Midoriya, what are you saying? Momo asked, soft and hopeful, her eyes glossy. That I love you. That I love you, and even though you love me, you'll never have to give me anything but your love to prove it. I don't want you to try and prove yourself or buy my love and attention, because it's all yours, as long as you'll have me. Midoriya. She squealed with delight, hugging him tight in her embrace. And even though he wasn't paying attention to them, her breasts were pressing fairly hard against him. Yes. 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 I'll go out with you. I'll be your girlfriend so long as you'll have me, too. That's it, guys. That was the full stuff for now. Until the author adds more chapters. Take care.